So today we are going to start with corporate issuers. It is going to be a simpler chapter in comparison to the other units. Okay, so for 2024, the weightage is 6 to 9%. Okay, and in totality, there are going to be 7 chapters. We try our level best to complete by Monday. So you're having class on Saturday, Sunday, as well as on Monday. By Monday, most probably, we are going to finish this up. Okay. So give a heading. First, we are going to start with the chapter that is capital investments. Before I start with this chapter, what is prerequisite? So the prerequisite is that you have revised TVM chapter. Okay, this is the prerequisite. Okay. Okay. Give a heading. Name of the chapter is Learning Module, Capital Investment and Allocation. Capital investment and allocation. Okay. Now let me prepare a simple balance sheet. Left hand side of the balance sheet, we have few items. One is equity, one is debt. Then we have fixed assets. We have debtor, inventory, cash. Then we have creditor. This is a simple balance sheet. Now the left hand side of the balance sheet is known as sources of fund. In order to run the company, we need funds. So how we are going to arrange that funds? That is with the help of equity debt. Now, what should be an optimal debt and equity? This we will learn in the chapter capital structure. Then, whether we should invest into a project or not, this we will learn in this chapter, that is capital investment. And what should be an optimum debtor, inventory, creditor? This we are going to learn in the chapter that is going to be capital, that is going to be working capital. That means we are going to cover 3 chapters. How much there should be debt equity, this we are going to learn in the chapter capital structure. Then whether we should invest in a project or not, this we are going to learn in the chapter capital investments. And how much should be idle debt equity, debtor, inventory, creditor, this we will learn in the chapter net working capital. So how many chapters we are going to cover today? We are going to cover 2 chapters. One that deals with capital investments and one that deals with working capital. So today we are going to complete these 2 readings. Okay. Now right. Introduction. Concept number 1. Introduction. Concept number 1. Introduction. Why introduction? Number 1. Meaning of capital investments. Meaning of capital investments. Capital investments or capital projects. Capital investments or capital projects are projects with the life of more than 1 year. Are the projects with the life of more than 1 year. Next, इसी के अंदर why there is need to evaluate capital projects. why there's need to evaluate capital projects before investing. Now, whenever you want to buy a new car, is it capital investment? Is it investments? Capital investment? It has a life of more than 1 year. Now, in practical life, do you decide in the house and then you buy the car, or you go to the showroom, buy the car? So generally we decide. Now, the first question that comes to our mind is, suppose we have already decided the model that we want to buy. Let us assume we want to buy Baleno car. Now, the counter question is, which model we want to go for? CNG variant, we go for petrol variant, we go for diesel variant. Now, suppose in my class, somebody says I have a huge running. For example, my running is 20,000 per year. Then we will say, go for CNG or go for diesel option. But if your running is not that great, then go for petrol version. That means you have to make some forecast. Today, you have to make some assumptions. Based upon that, you have to take the decision. Now, my point is, why we want to evaluate? Simply buy the car. If you don't like it, then go to the showroom, exchange it. Now, student will say, this not happen this way. If I want to reverse the decisions, it is going to be really costly. Can I say that? All right. Number one, substantial expenditure is involved. Substantial expenditure is involved. Number two, these decisions are not reversible. These decisions are not reversible. If we want to reverse the decision, then firm has to incur substantial cost. So let me repeat all the points. Introduction. What is the meaning of capital projects? Projects with a life of more than one period. Why there is need to evaluate? Substantial expenditure is involved, and these decisions are irreversible. Am I good to proceed further? Then write techniques to evaluate. The next write within concept number one, techniques to evaluate. So there earlier there were some 5-6 techniques, but now they have deleted all of them. Now their focus is only 2 techniques. Number one, net present value. Number two, internal rate of return. Number one, NPV. Number two, internal rate of return. Now write NPV. It is a return from a project. It is a return from a project in rupee terms. Within bracket in PV terms. It is a return from a project in rupee terms, within bracket in PV terms, over and above required rate. Now, let me give you an example. For example, please write. Today you go to HDFC Bank, where you have to deposit 100 rupees. You will get 112. Your required rate is 10%. Again, I repeat, you go to HDFC Bank, you have to deposit 100 rupees at time 0. You will get 112 by the end of year 1. Your required rate is 10%. Will you deposit your money with HDFC? How much you're getting extra over your required rate? 2 rupees. But this 2 rupees you will get at the end of year 1. In finance, we never say what you're getting at the end of year 1. In finance, we always say how much you're getting extra at time 0. So, bachche ne kaha, sir, I want to get 110. I'm getting 112. That means I'm getting 2 rupees extra at the end of year 1. Correct? Correct? My statement is correct. But in finance, we never say this say how much you're getting extra at time 0. So you're getting extra 2 rupees at the end of year 1. Shall I discount? Shall I compound to arrive here? Discount by how many years? Using which rate? 10%. This is going to be NPV. So what we have to do? We have to discount all the cash flows. Now, if I discount all the cash flows, right, NPV minus 100 plus 112. Minus 100 plus 112. First 100 to be discounted by 10%. Second 112 also to be discounted by 10%. Times 0 times 1. Please solve. Help me with the answer. Answer is 1.818. Now, what this answer is signifying? Now, the interpretation is important. What is the interpretation? By investing into HDFC, लिखना नहीं है. By investing into HDFC, I will be earning 10%. Plus, I will be earning 1.81 extra in rupee terms, in PV terms. Again, I want to repeat. What is the interpretation? By investing into HDFC, I will be earning 10% per annum. Plus, I will be earning 1.81 extra in rupee terms, in PV terms. आज के टर्म्स में अगर उसकी कीमत निकालूं तो मुझे 10% तो मिलेगा, प्लस आई एम गेटिंग 1.81 एक्स्ट्रा. सेम वाइज डिस्काउंट टू using the rate 10% for 1 year, verify are we getting 1.81? Discount to using the rate 10% for 1 year, are we getting 1.81? So you are saying I am getting 2 extra at the end of year 1. We never say in this way. What we say, how much you are getting extra in PV terms. Now please write the interpretation. Please write the interpretation. Please write the interpretation. By investing into HDFC, we will be earning 10% plus rupee 1.818 in rupee तो लिख दिया, in PV terms. Since we are able to meet the required rate, we should invest in HDFC. We should invest in HDFC. We should invest in HDFC. Am I clear with my first example? Can I increase the difficulty level? Shall I increase? Any doubts? Next. If possible, please write corresponding to this. If possible, okay. Write ICICI Bank. Everything is same. But now you will be getting 107. Required rate is still 10%. Will you invest with ICICI? No. So after 1 year, there's a shortfall of 3. I'm least concerned with that. I'm more concerned in PV terms. What is the shortfall? Help me with the answer. What is NPV? Negative 2.727. Now there are 2 ways to get this answer. Minus 100, 1.1 raised to the power 0. Plus 107 divided by 1.1 raised to the power 1. You will get minus 2.727. Alternatively, discount 3 rupees by 10% for 1 year. Am I getting the same answer? Now, what is the interpretation? Write the interpretation. Write the interpretation. By investing into ICICI, we will not be able to earn required rate. We will not be able to earn required rate. There will be a shortfall of 2.727. There will be shortfall of rupee 2.727 in PV terms. Hence, we should not invest with ICICI. Shall I proceed further? Now write one more example. Now you go to Kotak Bank, deposit 100 rupees, you will get 110. Required rate is 10%. What will be NPV? What will be NPV? NPV will be 0. Now my question is, should we invest with Kotak? We should not invest with Kotak. We should not. So right, what is the meaning of NPV 0? By investing into Kotak, our earnings equal to required rate. Our earnings equal to required rate. Hence, we should invest with Kotak. Hence, we should invest with Kotak. So what is my decision rule? My decision rule will always be NPV greater than equal to 0. If NPV is greater than equal to 0, in that case, I'm going to accept the project. Am I clear with my meaning of NPV? It was my first technique. Am I clear with the meaning? So let me revise all the points. What is the meaning of capital investments? Projects with a life of 1 year. Why it is important? Because of two factors. One, substantial expenditure. Second is, these are irreversible in nature. Then how many techniques we have to learn? Only two. Number one, it is your return from a project in rupee terms, in PV terms, over and above required rate. So we will be earning. NPV 0 means you are still earning something. At times student says NPV 0 means I'm not earning anything. You're earning your required rate, but you're nothing earning extra over your required rate. In this case also, we are going to accept the project. Am I clear? Next, write internal rate of return. Next, write internal rate of return. Within brackets, IRR. Within brackets, IRR. Number one, it is a return from a project in percentage terms. Number one, it is a return from a project in percentage terms. Number two, it is a rate at which NPV is equal to 0. It is a rate at which NPV is equal to 0. Third, it can only be calculated for those projects. It can only be calculated for those projects where there are conventional cash flows. It can calculate it only for those projects where there are conventional cash flows. Fourth, it cannot be calculated directly. It cannot be calculated directly. It cannot be calculated directly. It is calculated Using trial and error method, it is calculated. Using trial and error method, by making use of interpolation technique. By making use of interpolation technique. Shall I proceed? Right, example. You go to HDFC Bank. Deposit 100 rupees, you will get 112. Deposit 100 rupees, you will get 112. Your required rate is 10%. What is IRR? What is IRR? So IRR is 12. What is your required rate? 10. Shall we invest into HDFC? Now right here, IRR is 12. Required rate is 10. Write the interpretation. By investing into HDFC, our return will be 12%. Since we are getting more than our required rate of 10%, since we are getting more than our required rate of 10%, we should invest with HDFC. We should invest with HDFC. Shall I proceed? Next example is ICICI Bank. Deposit 100, you will get 107. Required rate is 10%. What is IRR? IRR is 7. Right? By investing into ICICI, our return will be 7%. Since it is not meeting our requirement, we will not invest with ICICI. Shall I proceed further? Next right, Kotak. Deposit 100, you will get 110. Required rate is 10%. What is your IRR? IRR is 10, required rate is 10. Should we invest? We should not invest. So right, by investing into Kotak, return is 10, which is equal to our requirement. Hence, we should invest with Kotak. So what is my decision rule? My decision rule is IRR to be greater than equal to required rate. If my IRR is greater than equal to my required rate, in that case, I'm going to accept the object. Clear? Now I want to increase the difficulty level. Till this point, it was pretty simple. So I have to increase the difficulty level. Am I clear with the meaning of NPV and IRR? Am I clear? Am I clear with the meanings? Okay. Now, write example. Write example. Write example. Deposit 100. You will get 20, 50, 70. Or make it 80. Deposit 100, you will get 20, 50, 80. Calculate IRR. Manually. Calculate IRR manually. Calculate IRR manually. That means what you have not to do, need not to insert into cash flow functions, need not to press IRR, need not to press compute. Without using that, help me with the answer like you were answering previously, where you say the IRR in case of HDFC is 12, in case of ICICI it is 7, in case of Kotak it is 10. So that we are giving the answers without using calculator. Am I correct? Same wise, use the logics, help me with the answer. Approximately 17%. आयर के लिए रिक्वायर्ड रेट नहीं चाहिए होता है. One answer is less than 50%, one answer is close to 17%. Waiting for more replies. Okay. Please. Now, point is, eventually, like you prepare for any professional paper, they are going to give you the calculators. One classic example is FRM, CFA, CA. They eventually give you the calculator. Then why in the lower standards like nursery, KG, first, second, they don't give us the calculator? Why they want us to calculate answers manually? Pretty simple question है, जब आपने ultimately हमें calculator देना ही है, तो नर्सरी में दे दो. Why you want us to calculate means manually initial years and then you want to give us the calculator? Basics clear करने के लिए. For example, 5 multiplied by 2, 10. When we type the same number on the calculator, we get 10. We are going to gain the confidence. Yes, whatever we calculator is giving the answer, that is correct. If we don't know manually, then whatever the answer calculator is giving, then we don't have that confidence. This is the only logic of initially calculate manually and then giving us the calculator, so that you should know how calculator is functioning. Correct? Correct? यही objective होता है. चलिए. Now, before I proceed further, before we learn this, please. If I discount both the cash flows by 12%, what will be NPV? If I discount both the cash flows by 12%, what will be NPV? 0. That means IR rate पे NPV कितना होता है? 0 होता है. Correct? Same as if I discount both the cash flows by 7%, what is 0? Oh, what is NPV? 0. Now what it is signifying? By investing into project, you're exactly earning 7. Correct? If I discount both the cash flows by IRR of 10, what is NPV? So can I say that IRR is a rate at which NPV is 0? और 0 का मतलब क्या है? By you're exactly earning this particular return. Is it making sense? So IRR is a rate at which NPV is. Now this is the IRR. If I discount both the cash flows by 12%, then I'm going to get 0. So at IRR rate, NPV will always be 0. Correct? Now think logically. You invested 100 rupees. How much you're getting in totality? In totality, you're getting 150. That means you have earned 50%. In how many years? So per annum return close to 70. But now I want to find out the exact answer. This is approximate answer. That approximate answer should be close to 17%. Okay. Now I request, please insert all the cash flows to the cash flow function. Okay. Only you have to insert all the cash flows. Insert all the cash flows to cash flow function. Now, first, I want to make a guess. My first try is 17%. At 17%, what is NPV? 3.56. Somebody please verify the answer. Okay. That means if I'm dividing all the cash flows by 17, I'm getting 3.56. What is the meaning? You will be earning 17% plus 3.56 extra. That means, am I making more money out of this investment? Am I making more amount? अब बच्चे ने क्या कहा? Let us assume a more number, that is 20. That is 20. Again, calculate NPV. Simply press NPV minus 2 point. Now, what is the meaning of this? If you want to earn 20%, there will be a shortfall of 2.31. Again, 17. You will be earning 17 plus 3.56 extra. At 20, there is a shortfall of 2.31. Is it making sense? एक तो लेट आते हो, तंग नहीं करा करो प्लीज बेटा. ठीक है, अब 9:30 आओगे, मैं कैसे करूंगा? हर क्लास अच्छी नहीं लगती बेटा. एक आध क्लास में आप हर क्लास में आप लेट आते हो, ओवर स्मार्ट क्यों बनते हो? ये सबको आरएनपीवी करना क्या है? कैश फ्लो फंक्शंस में इंसर्ट करिए. साहिल एक बार जरा हेल्प करना. करो करो करो, फिर तंग करोगे. मेरे को कोई कॉस्ट नहीं करने वाला, इवेंचुअली आप ही कोई कॉस्ट करेगा. साढ़े 8 की क्लास होती थी, आप 9 आते थे. 9 करती तो आप 9:30 आने लग गए हो. ओवर स्मार्टनेस की भी हद है. All of you getting these answers? All of you getting these answers? Okay. Now my point is, you will be earning 17 plus 3.56 extra. That means your return is more than 17. At 20, there's a shortfall of 2.31. That means your return is less than 20. Now my point is, can I say that it is more than 17 and less than 20? Can I say that it is more than 17? It is more than 17 and less than 20. Now write the formula. IRR is equal to IRR is equal to lower rate plus lower rate plus, that is it is equal to 17% plus my return is more than 17. Am I clear with my first part of the numeric formula? Then next, NPV at lower rate. NPV at lower rate divided by NPV at lower rate minus NPV at higher rate. So what I'm trying to say, plus NPV at lower rate 3.56. 3.56 minus 2.31 multiply by higher rate minus lower rate. That means multiply by 3%. Multiply by 3%. Now, is this formula fancy? Is it some fancy formula? Is it some fancy formula? This is nothing but unitary method. यूनिटरी मेथड को ही अगर हम कॉमर्स में नाम देते यूनिटरी, तो आपके 6-7 वाले भाई बहन बोलेंगे सारे क्या करते हो तुम जाके, तो हमने उसको नाम क्या दे दिया, इंटरपोलेशन। फिर कहीं उनको ये ना पता लग जाए कि इंटरपोलेशन ही यूनिटरी है, तो हमने कुछ ऐसा सा फॉर्मूला बना दिया। नाउ दिस इज नथिंग बट, if you apply your logics, this is nothing but unitary method. Okay, so I don't want to give the formula, but using the formula, help me with the answer. What answer you're getting? This will be 18.81. Please verify. 18.81. This is an approximate answer. Now, please solve using the IRR function. Insert all the cash flows, IRR compute, verify. Am I getting the same answer? This is an approximate answer. Are we getting answer close to that? Now, the point is, what is the logic behind this formula? Again, it is nothing but unitary method. Let me prove my point. My weight at 0 month is 70 kilo. My weight at 12th month, 94 kilo. What is my weight at the end of 8th month? What is my weight at the end of 8th month? 86. Now, sir, in totality, you have gained 24 kilos in 12 months. So how much I gained per month? 2 kilo. In 18 months? Oh, in 8 months? 16 kilo. That means, what will be my weight? 70 plus 16, it is going to be 86 kilo. Then what will be my weight at the end of 13 months? 96, 98, 100 and so on. Which method we are using? This is known as unitary method. Am I clear? Now I want to change some figures. Am I clear with this calculation? So how you calculated this answer? You say, sir, your weight will be 70 kilo plus. Now you take the difference, 24 kilos, divide by 12 month, multiply by 8th month. Month get cancelled. Whatever the answer you will arrive at, that will be in kilos term. Am I clear? This is the formula. If I want to frame one formula, this will be the formula. Is it making sense? Now, बड़ा सिंपल है, ध्यान से देखना। दिस इज इंटायर 12 month. I want to travel only 8 month. I want to travel only 8 month. Can I alternatively say that 24 you have gained in this entire period, but I don't want to go the entire period. I want to take pro rata. I want to take a percentage of that. How much you want to travel? That is 8 by 12. What is the total distance? 12. You don't want to travel 12. Only you want to travel. तो बच्चे ने कहा divide by 12 multiply by 8. Am I getting the same figure? Am I getting the same figure? Now in the same manner, I'm changing the figures. It is not 0 month. It is not 70 kilo. It is not 12 month. It is not 94. 70 किलो की जगह लिख दीजिए 17%. 17%. 94 की जगह लिख दीजिए 20%. 0 मंथ की जगह लिख दीजिए 3.56 और यहां पे लिख दीजिए 2.31 नेगेटिव. सारी फिगर्स को रिप्लेस कर दीजिएगा. नाउ इट विल नॉट बी 70. स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट विल बी 17%. ये सही है, ये सही है. प्लस अब ध्यान से देखना, as rate increase by 3%, as rate increase by, or let me write in this manner, right, as rate increase by 3%, NPV in totality fall by 5.87. As rate increase by 1%, NPV fall by 5.87. लेकिन आपको NPV को गिराना कितना था? You don't want to fall 5.87. आप उसको गिराना चाहते थे to the level of 0. आप उसको गिराना कितना चाहते हो? लेकिन वो गिर कितना गया? 5.87. अब ध्यान से देखना, ध्यान से. As rate increase by 3%, NPV in totality fall by 5.87. But you wanted to fall only. अब मैं क्या करूंगा? सिंपल है. Starting point will be difference is 3. This 3 belongs to 5.87. Multiply by 3.56. Again, let me repeat. ये 12 महीने थे, आपने इसका क्या बोला? 8. करेक्ट. तो जो भी चेंज था आप क्या बोल रहे थे? चेंज वॉज 24 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 8 by 12. करेक्ट. अगेन आई रिपीट. अब एनपीवी टोटल कितने से चेंज हो रहा है, लेकिन आपको कितना गिराना है सिर्फ? सो 3.56 डिवाइड बाय 5.87 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 3. तो पूरा 3 नहीं लेना, 3 का एक प्रो डाटा लेना है. प्रो डाटा कितना लेना है? सो लिखेंगे 17 प्लस. नाउ हेल्प मी. इट शुड ऑलवेज बी परसेंटेज. कितना लिखूं? 3. एनपीवी टोटल फॉल बाय, आप गिराना कितना चाहते थे? दिस इज नथिंग बट यूनिट ट्री मेथड. दिस इज नथिंग बट यूनिट ट्री मेथड. क्लियर है? फिर से लिखते हैं. If rate is 17, what is NPV? 3 point. If rate is 20, what is NPV? Now, when rate will be X, what will be NPV? 0. This you have to find out, correct? Now, before I proceed further, right, IRR is equal to 17 plus 3. But as rate increase by 3, NPV in totality fall by, you only want to fall, आंसर आ जाएगा close to 18 point. So I strongly want, you need not to remember any formula. Using logics, you can also answer it. Using logic, also answer it. Plus, we also have this cash flow function. Now, my another point is, when you calculate on the calculator, when you calculate IRR, does it blink? Does it blink? That means what calculator is doing, using trial and error method, it is trying to find out the answer. Am I clear how we make a guess work? So my first guess was 17%. If 17 you get NPV 0, then yes, it is the correct answer. If not, you want to decrease it, divide by a higher number. Now you divide by 20. At 20, your return is negative. That means your return will be 17 to 20. 17 plus. Difference of 3 belongs to 5.87. Multiply by 3.86. Am I clear? So how to remember it? If this is percentage, 17% plus, again you have to write some percentage. How much percentage? 3. But 3, the fall is 5.86. We want only to fall till 3.56. Getting a call? Right example. Now there are 4 years. 100, 20, 30, 50, 80. What should be the first one? What should be the first guesswork? So first guess is 20. At 20, what is NPV? At 20, what is NPV? At 20, what is NPV? $5.01. That means you're earning 20 plus something extra. So your return is more than 20, less than 20. So I make one more guess, 22. I make one more guess, 22. फिर 23 से डिस्काउंट कर. Please verify the answers. Now help me. IR is a rate at which NPV is 0. Starting point 20 plus 3. For that 3, in totality falls by 7.09. You want it to fall till? Help me with the answer. कितना? 22.11. Here. Now please check using the cash flow function. IRR compute. Are we get the same answer? Are we getting the same answer? These are approximate answers, okay? Are we getting the same answer? So approximate hoga thoda sa. Am I clear with the technique? Now it is very simple. As you increase the rate by 3, NPV totality falls by. But you only wanted to fall. तो बच्चे ने कहा मैं पूरा 3 ही लूंगा, 3 का प्रो राटा कितना 5.01 whole divide by 7.09. Even you need not to remember this because we have IR function. But why we are discussing in the class? So that tomorrow your parents if ask what is IRR, so without calculator we should be in a position to make even at least a guesswork. So guesswork will be 20. Then the precise answer is 22 and it is a rate at which NPV is equivalent to 0. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? Am I clear? Now please write NPV profile. Please prepare NPV profile. Okay, before I proceed further, let me revise what we covered. Capital projects is a project with a life of techniques to evaluate NPV and IRR. IRR cannot be calculated directly. It is calculated using hit and trial method by making use of technique of interpolation. Interpolation is nothing but similar to unitary method. It is a rate at which IRR is a rate at which NPV is equivalent to 0. Am I clear till this point? Okay. Now, right. NPV profile. NPV profile. This is your rate. This is your NPV. On X, we have rate. On Y, we have NPV. Upward sloping, downward sloping. As you increase the rate, what will happen to NPV? So you're dividing by a higher number. What will happen to NPV? So curve is downward sloping. The rate at which NPV is 0. This is your IRR. It is a rate at which NPV 0. Correct? Now, if I want to depict for the previous one, if I simply add all the numbers, no discounting, nothing, simply add, what answer you will get? 80. Now, what is my starting point? If rate is 0, then what is NPV? 80 rupees. Then 0%. Then if rate is 20, then it is how much? 5.01. Then if rate is 22.08% or 0.11%, then what is NPV? And if rate is 23, then what is NPV? This is minus 2.7. So as rate will keep on increasing, what will happen to NPV? NPV keeps on falling. What is the meaning of rate 0%? 0% means simply you have to add all the numbers. What is the NPV? That is going to be 80 rupees. Now, as you increase the rate, NPV will keep on falling. Same wise, if rate is 20, NPV is 5. As you increase the rate, has NPV fall? Yes. Then you further increase the rate, NPV further falls. The rate at which NPV is 0, this is known as IRR rate. Am I clear? Now, right. This shape you will only get for this shape This shape of downward sloping you will only get for conventional cash flows. This shape you will only get for conventional cash flows. Now question is, what is conventional? What is unconventional? Now need not to write anything. Now question is, what is conventional? What is unconventional? Now need not to write. Series of outflow followed by series of inflow. This is known as conventional. Series of outflow followed by inflow. This is known as conventional. Now help me. Series of outflow, series of inflow. That means once there is once there is outflow, -100, -80, then you're continuously getting inflows. This is known as conventional. If chain break in between, this is known as unconventional. Now, right. Calculate NPV. Calculate NPV. -1,000, 5,000, -6,000. Conventional, unconventional. So right. Series of outflow. Series of outflow to be followed by series of inflow. It is known as conventional cash flows. The above given cash flows are unconventional. Correct? Now you have to calculate NPV at 100% and 200%. At 100% and 200%. Help me with NPV. Rate 100%, rate 200%. Help me with NPV. At 100 it is 0. At 200, 0. Check करिए. At 100 it is 0. At 200 it is 0. If 100 it is 0, 200 it is 0. That means both of them are IRR. Both of them are IRR. दोनों ही IRR हो गए. Not right. In case of unconventional cash flows, there is possibility of multiple IRR. There is possibility of multiple IRR, which is meaningless. And one of the limitations of IRR. In case of unconventional cash flows, there's possibilities of multiple IRR, which is meaningless. and one of the limitations of IRR. Now prepare NPV profile. Now how NPV profile will be in case of unconventional? ये भी IRR है, ये भी IRR है, ये भी IRR है, ये भी IRR है. So shape of NPV profile in case of unconventional cash flows. ठीक है, ठीक है. Now please calculate IRR of above cash flows using your cash flow function and IR function. What answer you're getting? What answer you're getting? Now the beauty of this is at times it may show 100, at times it may show 200. At times it may show 100, at times it may show 200. Now this is nothing but meaningless. We cannot draw any conclusion out of this. That means if it is unconventional cash flows, we can never calculate IRR. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? Meaning of conventional, unconventional, how we calculate NPV, IRR. ठीक है? Now right, important note. Right, important note. In case of unconventional cash flows, inverse relationship between NPV and rate, inverse relationship between NPV and discount rate will not sustain. Will not sustain. The shape of NPV profile, the shape of NPV profile, the shape of NPV profile will not be linear downward sloping. It will not be linear downward sloping. It will take a shape of, it will take a shape of wave. It will take a shape of wave. Am I clear? Am I clear? Am I clear with this? It will not be a straight line, straight downward, downward sloping line. It will take a shape of, it will take a shape of, it will take a shape of wave. Shall I proceed further? Right, one more example. Right, one more example. Right, one more example. Year 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Year 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cash flows. Project A. Minus 200, 80, 80, 80, 80. You have to calculate NPV at 10%. You have to calculate IRR. Approximately 54. IRR is 21.8. Please verify all the answers. Please verify both the answers. Then write cash flow project B. Minus 200, 0, 0, 0, 400. minus 200, 0, 0, 0, 400. What is NPV? Hmm? 70? So 74. What is IRR? Please verify my both the answers. Please verify my both answers. Now my point is, if NPV to be given preference, which project you will execute? Project A, project B. So you are going to execute project B. But if IRR is given to be given preference, which project you're going to execute? Now my question is very simple. Are we getting conflicting rankings? Are we getting conflicting rankings? Are we getting conflicting rankings? Now question is very simple. Whenever there will be conflict between NPV and IRR, which method to be preferred? So NPV will always be preferred because IRR method has some serious limitation. One limitation we have already discussed. In case of unconventional cash flows, there will be possibilities of multiple IRR. ठीक है? Now लिखेंगे. In the above case, we are getting conflicting answers. As per NPV method, which project? As per NPV method, project B to be executed. And as per IR method, project A to be executed. In case of conflict, we always give preference to NPV as IR method has following serious limitation. Help me with first limitation. लिखेंगे. In case of unconventional cash flows, we cannot calculate IRR. Am I clear with my first limitation? Second limitation. NPV gives answer in absolute terms. IR gives answer in relative terms. Practically, investors more interested into NPV gives answer in absolute terms. IR give answer in relative terms. Practically, investors more interested into absolute values. Third, double star. Third limitation, double star. IR method assumes cash flow from a project. IRR method assumes cash flow from a project would reinvest at IRR rate, which may not be true always. Clear hai? So help me, how many limitations we have to cover? 3. Number 1, in case of unconventional, possibilities of multiplier, which is meaningless or we cannot calculate it manually. Second limitation is it gives answer in relative terms. And third limitation is it assumes immediate cash flow from a project would reinvest at higher date. Now we have to understand the meaning of all. Have we covered the first one? Have we covered the first one? Now second, need not to write anything, just focus. मैंने क्लास में कई बार कहा है, please. In school days, I love a girl. Her name is. Now Sheena has a very simple concept. शादी उससे करूंगी who is earning more. Okay. Now 2 guys propose her. One is Vikas, one is Akash. Now I was doing, assume that I'm doing CA. My stipend was 1,000 per month. The moment I cleared my CA, my package is 1 lakh per month. Before CA, what is my package? 1,000. After CA, my package is growing at a rate of 100x. 100x. On the corresponding, Akash package was increasing at a rate of 15%. Despite that, she chooses Akash over Vikas. Now my point is, Akash surname is अंबानी. और अगर आप अंबानी की रियलिटी में नेटवर्थ देखोगे, it is not increasing at a rate more than 15%. Now she chooses Akash Ambani. Why? Because in practical life, we are not interested in percentages. We are more interested in absolute. Same wise, कल जब आप बच्चों की शादी होगी, in-laws would be in-laws. What they ask from a guy? At what rate you are growing? Or what is your salary? आप बोल रहे हो 20% से ग्रो करती है, फिर वुड बी फादर इन लॉ क्या बोलेंगे? नो 20 से तो बढ़ रही है, बट बढ़ है क्या जो बढ़ रहा है? अब आपने कहा 100 रुपीज, बट इफ यू से 1 crore, then he would say yes. We are crazy for percentage, we are crazy for absolute values. तभी पूछा जाता है कि कितना कमाते हो, ये नहीं पूछा जाता है कि किस रेट से ग्रो कर रहे हैं. So we are crazy for absolute values. Same wise, can you name any business where you have to invest only 100 rupee and you get 80? Means you have to invest, assume this to be 1 crore, you have to invest 1 crore, you are getting 80 lakh. 80 lakh. Is there any business with such good profitability? Again, I repeat all the figures. One time you have to invest only 1 crore. How much you're getting next year? For next 5 years. Can you name any business? Coaching. Correct है. कोचिंग में क्या ही पॉसिबल है? कोचिंग में अब आप हमारा इंस्टीट्यूट ही देख लो, आपको लगता है हमने 1 करोड़ लगाया हुआ है? बट क्या हम 80 लाख से ज्यादा कमाते होंगे? एक ऐसी बच्चों वाला सवाल था. Now my point is that yes, there are such businesses, particularly if I talk about service industry. Now, if parents come to me and ask, what input you are investing? So my input cost is 0. Then why you are charging so much? This is again for services. Same wise, if I go to any painter, some painting is getting auction at 20 lakh, 30 lakh, or even in crores. Do you think that have they invested that much crore into the paintings? No. Then why you are selling at so high price? So I'm selling for the art. Am I clear? ये तो true है. Yes, there are businesses with such good profitability, particularly in service sector. But now my point is, or for that matter, assume Zerodha also. Recently, they reported a profit of 3,000 crore. This is their annual profit. इन्होंने इतना equity business में नहीं लगाया है. Now, I don't have an idea, but I still think they have not invested more than 1,000 crore. On a capital of 1,000 crore, they are making 3,000 crore. Yes, there are such businesses. But now my point is, again, whosoever the owner of Zerodha is, or again in teaching business, whatever we earned from you, on that also I'm making 80%. जो सैलरी आपने मेरे अकाउंट में जमा कराई, क्या उसके ऊपर भी मैं 80% कमाता हूँ? बट आयर क्या अज्यूम करता है, यू आर गोइंग टू मेक सेम परसेंटेज on that earned amount also, which is unrealistic. Let me prove my point. Take one example, write one example. Minus 100, 80, 80, 80, 80. Calculate IRR. %70.54 per annum. Shall I start? Not right. At time 0, we invested 100 rupee. At time 0, we invested 100 rupee. Correct? Not right. IRR assumes that at end of year 4, investor is having, IR assumes that at end of year 4, investor is having 100 multiplied by 1.7054 raised to the power 4 equal to, help me, 8.87 in his account. IR assumes that at the end of year 4, investor is having 845.87 in his account. Next. Actually, he is having 320. Now, difference between the two is reinvestment income. Now, reinvestment income, how much? 25.8. Please verify all the calculation. Now, let me prove that IR is assuming that I'm having 845. Shall I proceed further? Now, what IR is assuming? This 80 you will not keep in your pocket, you will reinvest. For how many years? 3 years. This 80, 2. This 80, 1. That means now I'm having 4 cash flows. First 80 will reinvest for 3 years. Second 80 will reinvest for 2 years. Third 80 will reinvest for 1 year. And fourth 80 as it is. Multiply, add all the numbers and verify. Are we getting 845? Now my point is, actually you're only on 320. IR assumes 525 to be reinvestment income. Has he assumed reinvestment to be more than actual cash flows? This is the serious limitation. Serious limitation is, yes, my business has a profitability of 70%, but that does not mean whatever I'm earning from you, on that also I'm making 70%. This is one of the serious limitation. Are there such business where profitability is 100%, 70%, 90%? Yes, there are businesses. But whatever we are earning from you, on that also we are earning 90%? Answer is no. But I assume the same assumption. This is another serious limitation. Number one, in case of unconventional, possibilities of multiple. Second, it gives answer in relative. And third, it assumes immediate cash flow from a project would reinvest at higher rate, which may not be true always, particularly in case of service sector. Hence, which method we have to give preference to? We always give preference to NPV method. Am I clear with this?
That is also application of NPV, and we also need the required rate to calculate income. So the limitation of IRR are outweighing the limitation.
नहीं, NPV 0 का मतलब है कि आप 100% कमा रहे हो. करेक्ट, आप 100% कमा रहे हो, विच आई एम मेकिंग. लेकिन दो आयर आ गए हैं, दो एनपीवी थोड़ी आ सकती हैं. हाँ, तो इसका मतलब इस प्रोजेक्ट से आप 100% कमा रहे हो. 0 का मतलब ये भी हो गया, बिल्कुल सही है. चलो, अब ये कहते हैं ये लिमिटेशन दोनों की, ये दोनों की सही, बाकी दो लिमिटेशन आयर में और हैं. ठीक है, चले आगे. नाउ राइट, नाउ अगेन माय फोकस इज ऑन दिस एग्जांपल. Rate is 0%. Rate is 0%. What is NPV? बस कैलकुलेटर की पागल है. What is कितना? Total will be 320 minus 200. How much? इसका ना. प्रिपेयर एनपीवी प्रोफाइल. Prepare NPV profile. Give it a try. Prepare NPV profile of both cash flow A or project A, project B. What is the IRR of project A? कितना? You have to draw both the lines, join both the points. Am I clear with the first one? So this blue line is depicting project A. Am I clear with the blue line? Now 200. What is IRR? 18.92. ये क्लियर है? This red line is depicting project B. Shall I proceed? Any confusion in this? At 0%, 120, 200, then 18, 21. Am I clear with this? Now this is known as crossover rate. This is known as crossover rate. Now right. Crossover rate is a rate at which NPV of both project is same or equal. Now, it is a rate at which NPV of both is equal. Correct? So what I assume? I assume that rate to be X%. I assume that rate to be X%, and I assume that NPV to be Y. Clear? Now, how to calculate crossover rate? How to calculate crossover rate? Year 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cash flow A minus 200, 80, 80, 80, 80. Now you assume the rate to be X%. What is NPV? Y. Then CFB minus 200, 0, 0, 0, 400. What is NPV? Y. Am I clear? Now write project C, which is equal to A minus B or B minus A. 0. Next 80, 80, 80. Next इसका एनपीवी कितना हो जाएगा? इसका एनपीवी कितना हो जाएगा? कई हीरो ने ये इसका सम कर दिया, कई हीरो ने इसका सम कर दिया. इसका सम होगा व्हेन रेट इज 0. मैं 0 पे नहीं पूछ रहा, मैं X% पे ही पूछ रहा हूं. व्हाट इज एनपीवी ऑफ सी? व्हाट इज एनपीवी ऑफ सी? नालायक हैं जब ये सारे माइनस कर रहे हो. कितना लिख दूं? करेक्ट करा मैंने? करेक्ट है ना? my point is very simple. Rate, now right, at X% cross rate, at X% crossover rate, NPV of project C equal to, correct? Now rate at which NPV equal to 0, it is known as आपको करना है क्या है? Insert all the cash flows of project C and calculate IRR. IRR of project C कितना? Now my point is very simple. You have both the cash flow, you have both the projects A and B. Calculate their NPV at 15.09 and verify, are we getting the same NPV? Calculate NPV of A and B using rate 15.09, are we getting the same NPV? Project A NPV at 15% is कितना? 27.98. Project B NPV at 15.09 is 27.98. Am I getting both the NPVs? Am I getting both the NPVs to be equal to each other? Again, I want to repeat. What is crossover rate? It is a rate at which NPV of both the projects are. To find out this, we assume rate to be X percentage. What will be NPV of both of them? Y. Then we take one more project C. What will be NPV of C now? Now rate at which NPV is 0, it is known as. So we have to find out IRR of project C. That is going to be the crossover rate. What answer we get? 15. Now check at A and B. NPV, calculate NPV of A and B at 15. Are we getting the same number? 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 Now write example. Write example. Write example. 200, 80, 80, 80. Your NPV was 54. Your IR was 21.86. यही था. चलिए. Now what question says? Answer it logically. Answer it logically. What question says? What will happen to NPV if everything gets doubled? What will happen to NPV if everything gets doubled? What will happen to IRR if everything gets doubled? एक बच्चा कह रहा है NPV will remain same. What will happen to IRR? एक बच्चा कह रहा है NPV डबल हो जाना चाहिए, IRR सेम होना चाहिए. ओके, चलिए. My first option is NPV double, IRR same. How many of you are saying this will be the correct answer? NPV double, IRR same. How many of you saying this will be the answer? Okay. Another option, NPV same, IRR same. NPV same, IRR double. नालायक है. एनपीवी क्या क्या रहा है? सिंपल है. बैंक में अगर एक एफडी कराओगे तो 54 रुपीज कमाओगे. करेक्ट है. साला 2 एफडी कमाओगे तो कितना कमाओगे? 108 कमाएंगे. फिर सेम कैसे होगा? इसका मतलब है जो बंदा 400 रुपए लगा रहा है और जो बंदा 200 रुपए लगा रहा है, दोनों की कमाई सेम होगी क्या? साले की डबल होगी ना. फिर बैंक ने कहा मैं 10% देती हूँ. अब साला तुम 200 लगाओ या 400 लगाओ, दे कितनी रही हूँ? तो 20 थोड़ी दे दूंगी अगर 2 बार एफडी करोगे तो. क्या आंसर होना चाहिए फिर? एनपीवी, आईआरआर सेम. वाइज आपने कहा, आपके टीचर ने कहा यू हैव स्कोर्ड 80 मार्क्स आउट ऑफ 100. हाउ मच मार्क्स यू हैव स्कोर्ड? 80 इन रुपी टर्म्स और इन मार्क्स टर्म्स. इन परसेंटेज अब टीचर कहते हैं यही पेपर अगर डबल हो जाता तो तुम्हारे मार्क्स कितने आए होते? 160. लेकिन परसेंटेज टर्म्स में अभी भी वो कितना रहा होगा? NPV will get doubled. IR will remain. Now the counter question is, if all the figures get half, what is NPV? What is IR? बच्चे ने कहा प्रूफ करो, करिए, डबल कर दो सबको. 400, 160, 160, 160, 160. Am I getting 108? And verify, am I getting the same IR? Verify, am I getting the same answer? Am I getting the same answer? Am I getting the same answer? Chaliye. So this was your concept number 1. Let me revise all the points. Capital projects are a project with a life of more than. Why it is important to evaluate? Because there is a substantial expenditure and these decisions are irreversible in nature. Techniques to evaluate. Theoretically, there are two techniques. One is NPV, one is IRR. Practically, we only use because IR method has some serious limitations. NPV, it is a return from a project in rupee terms, in PV terms, or and above required rate. IR is a return from a project. IR is a return from a project in percentage terms. It is a rate at which NPV is. It cannot be calculated directly. It is calculated using hit and trial method. Then it can only be calculated for cash flows for conventional cash flows. In case of unconventional cash flows, there could be possibilities of multiple IR. This is the first serious limitation. Second, it gives answer in always in percentage terms, whereas we are practically interested in rupee terms. Then it assumes that immediate cash flow from a project would reinvest at IR rate. Then the rate at which NPV of both the projects are same. This is known as crossover rate. How to calculate crossover rate? Assume one more project C, subtract A from B, assume the rate to be X%, NPV of A to be Y, NPV of B to be Y. What will be NPV of C? Now you simply have to calculate IR of C. You will get 15.09. Now check, are you getting the same NPV of A and B? Yes, that is going to be 27.98. Then what will be the impact on NPV and IR if everything gets doubled? NPV doubled, but IR remains because it gives answer in percentage terms. This is what we have covered. Shall I proceed? Okay, now right. Types of decisions. Concept number 2. Types of decision. Number 1, going concern. They're also known as replacement. They're also known as technological updations. Going concern, replacement, it also has a name, maintenance or technological updation. Second, we have expansion. Third, we have diversification. Fourth is contingent. To meet relevant loss. Okay. Now I want to give you the examples. You have to help me whether it is expansion, diversification, or replacement. expansion, replacement, or diversification. Now, currently, Google is basically a service engine, search engine. Now, Google plans to enter into hardware also. They're planning to make new phone, or they're planning to make selfless driving cars. This is known as, so they are diversifying. Earlier it was only a search engine. Now they're diversifying their product. Same wise, Zerodha, a broker, equity market broker, planning to enter into mutual fund. Planning to enter into mutual fund. It is again diversification. It is again diversification. पहले आप किससे कमाते थे? पहले आप सिर्फ ब्रोकिंग से कमाते थे. अब आप एक नए बिजनेस में एंटर कर रहे हो, म्यूचुअल फंड. That is also diversification. Then what is expansion? iPhone has one factory in China, which is running at 100%. They set up one more factory. This is known as expansion. You have Barbecue Nation has one outlet in Noida. They're planning to set up new outlet in Delhi. This is known as. Are they in the same line of business? Are they still in the same line of business? This is known as expansion. When you're changing the line of business, this will be known as. When you're in the same line of business, this is known as expansion. Then next, JK Tire earlier manufactured tires with tube. With the new technology, they're setting up a new plant where they will manufacture tubeless tire. This is known as replacement. We are replacing old machineries with new machinery. Same wise, earlier we use gas cylinder. Now it is a pipe cylinder. It is an example of replacement. Again, जितनी आपकी गैस की consumption है वो same है, but now you're replacing the old machineries with new machinery. Again, I repeat, Eicher Motors running at 100% capacity, set up one more factory. They manufacture bike, they're entering into car. Diversification, replacing old machinery. This is known as replacement. Am I clear with this? Then what is contingent? Now the meaning of contingent is when we set up the factories, so there is going to be some environmental damage. Now to improve the environment or whatever the damage we are causing to the environment, government at times says that you have to set up something. For example, they may say that you have to plant more trees, or they may say that you have to install some equipments because of which the emissions will be controlled. Now this is known as contingent. Same wise, when they open up a factory in a remote location, so infrastructure is not good. For example, if you go to Jamnagar, there the nearby infrastructure is developed by Reliance. If you go to Indore, the nearby infrastructure is developed by Tatas. So whatever we are incurring on that, this is known as contingent. We won't be earning any revenue from that, but yes, it is incurred so that our main project is run peacefully. सेम वाइज आप जामनगर जैसे ही उतरोगे आपको आसपास किसकी होर्डिंग्स दिखेंगे? रिलायंस की. वो जितना जामनगर है वो सारा किसका है? दैट इज रिलायंस. सो इवन द रोड्स, इवन द एयरपोर्ट is maintained by Reliance. So these are known as contingent because we are not earning anything out of that. Am I clear with this? Am I clear? How many types? Number one, going concern, replacement. That means replacing new machinery. Setting up new outlet, expansion, entering into new business, diversification, plus any other thing to meet with the relevant laws. This is known as contingent. Am I clear? Next slide. Concept number 3. Decisions can also be of further 2 types. Number 1, mutually exclusive. Second is accept, reject. One is mutually exclusive. Second is accept, reject. Now, mutually exclusive means out of given options, only one. Out of given options, only one. Pretty simple. Assume there's a guy in our class, Sambhav. He's looking for a girl for a marriage. So one is Katrina, another one is Deepika, करीना और दो चार और. सो फादर ने कहा किससे आप शादी करोगे? बच्चे ने मुस्कुराते हुए कहा ऑल. देन फादर विल से आउट ऑफ द गिवन ऑप्शन ओनली वन. ऑल ऑफ देम आर मीटिंग माय कंडीशंस. जो मुझको चाहिए वो चारों के पास है. फादर ने कहा ओनली, पापा ने कहा ओनली वन. दिस इज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ म्यूचुअली एक्सक्लूसिव. देन व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ एक्सेप्ट रिजेक्ट? all projects meeting requirement. All projects meeting requirement, but consider capital constraints. But consider capital constraints. So am I clear with the word mutually exclusive? Out of the given options? Out of the given options, only one. What will be that one option where I'm getting maximum NPV? When I'm getting maximum NPV. Then write one example. Write one example. You have following options: project A, B, C, D. Capital budget of 1,000. Capital budget of 1,000. $500, $400, $500, $500. This is outflow. This is your outflow at time 0. Outflow at time 0. This is your NPV. 100, 100, 100, 100. ठीक है. Options: project A plus B, project C plus D, project A plus B plus C, project A plus D. Again I repeat: project A plus B, C plus D, C plus D, A plus B plus C, A plus D. चलिए. Now it is very simple. Calculate cash outflow. A plus B, C plus D, A plus B plus C, A plus D. Now eliminate the option which is not within your budget. Eliminate the option which is not within your budget. Then NPV. कितना लिखो? 200, 200, 300, 200. Now this is already rejected. I will select where NPV is maximum. A, B, D. We are getting the same NPV of 200. Now we will select that project where outflow is less. So what will be the answer? So the correct answer is So right, steps. First, preference given to capital budget. First preference is given to capital budget. तो हमने कौन से ऑप्शन को एलिमिनेट कर दिया था? सेकेंड प्रेफरेंस given to NPV. Then important, if NPV is same for all options, if NPV is same for all options, then preference is given to that option where cash outflow is minimal. So we will give preference to option number project A plus B, that is option number A. This is known as capital rationing. This is also known as capital budget. Am I clear with this? One is mutually exclusive. Mutually exclusive means only one. Then we have accept, reject. All the options which are giving are conditions, particularly capital constraints. Am I clear with this? Next, right, concept number 4. How to calculate cash flows. How to calculate cash flows. How to calculate cash flows. Number one, write a note. How to calculate cash flows. Write a note. Calculation of cash flows to be covered in level 2. Calculation of cash flows to be covered in level 2. We have already calculated cash flows in financial statement analysis under the chapter cash flow statement. So where you will learn in detail in level 2, but glimpse of that you have covered in CFS chapter, cash flow statement. Okay. Now, whatever the points I'm saying here, I try my level best to give you the logics, but if you're not comfortable with the logics, so you have to mug up. Okay. Right, first point. Right, first point. While arriving at cash flow, sorry. Cut dijiye. Right, first point. Sorry. Cash flow is not similar to net profit. Cash flow is not similar to net profit. To arrive at net profit, we deduct depreciation. To arrive at net profit, we deduct depreciation. We deduct sunk cost. We deduct sunk cost. ठीक है? We deduct interest cost. We deduct interest cost. But it is not the case with cash flows. In cash flows, depreciation is ignored. Depreciation is ignored. Sunk cost is ignored. Sunk cost is ignored. And interest cost is also ignored. Second point. Decisions are based upon after tax cash flow. Decisions are based upon after tax cash flow. इसका मतलब है from this we have deducted the income tax, but we have not deducted the above three expenses. Decisions are based upon after tax cash flows. Third, decisions are based upon incremental cash flows. Decisions are based upon incremental cash flows. That is after considering the impact on other businesses, either positive or negative. Either positive or negative. Okay. So in finance terms, if any decision is going to have positive impact, this is known as synergies. If it is going to have negative impact, this is known as calibrization, or this is known as externalities. Abhi hum karenge. Okay. Have you written all the points? Okay. Now just focus on the screen. In net profit, just focus on the screen. In net profit, we first deduct depreciation. This is not the case with cash flow because depreciation is a non-cash. Second, we do deduct interest. In fact, cash flow, we don't deduct interest. Why we are not deducting interest? Because interest component is included in required rate. Now, currently I'm saying that my required rate is 10%. Now, what is the meaning of required rate 10%? That means in the business, how much debt and equity wants to earn together. So the return requirement of debt holder is captured in discount rate. We don't deduct this from cash flow. So मैं कल की क्लास में कराऊंगा एक वर्ड हम कैलकुलेट करेंगे, that is WACC. What is the meaning of WACC? Meaning of WACC is in the business, debt and equity has contributed the funds. How much in percentage terms they want to earn? That means return. How much debt wants to earn? That will not be subtracted from cash flow. It is captured in WACC. And third is sunk cost. Now, what is the meaning of sunk cost? Before I jump to that, depreciation to be ignored because it is a, then interest to be ignored because it is already captured in discount rate. And third is sunk cost. Now, what is the meaning of sunk cost? लिख नहीं रहे हैं. Already incurred cost. That means this cost you have already incurred. Now, example. I'm planning to buy a Honda City car. One is showroom in Delhi. He's offering car at 10 lakh. One is a showroom in Karnal. He's offering the car at 9.9 lakh. Now, but I have to go to Karnal. So I have to spend 20,000 extra. Here, this expense will not be there. Again, I repeat. I'm planning to buy a new car. From a showroom of Delhi, I get a quoted price of 10 lakh. From Karnal showroom, the price they're offering is 9.9. But going to Karnal will incur an additional cost of 20,000. From where shall I buy the car? So, बच्चे ने कहा cumulatively 10 lakh, 10,000. You should buy the car from Delhi. But what if I have already incurred this cost? I've already been to Karnal. अब कौन से? तो बच्चे ने कहा जब करनाल पहुंच ही चुके हो जब 20,000 तुमने खर्च ही दिए हैं, अब तुम्हें गाड़ी कहाँ से ले लेनी चाहिए? क्योंकि जब आप करनाल से लोगे तो अब टोटल आउटफ्लो कितने हो जाएंगे? 10.10. बट इफ यू कम टू दिल्ली, दिस कॉस्ट यू हैव ऑलरेडी incurred, what will be total outflow? 10.20. That means while taking the decisions, the cost that you have already incurred should be considered, should be ignored. Should be considered, should be ignored. एक मिनट, फिर से, अभी घर पे बैठा हूं, कहीं नहीं निकला, तो क्या करनाल जाने वाले खर्चे को कंसीडर करोगे? फिर से मेरे भाइयों, ये मैं फरीदाबाद में अपने घर पे बैठा हूँ, ये फरीदाबाद में ये मेरा घर, और ये मैं उसके अंदर बैठा हूँ। अब मैं ये सोचूंगा या नहीं सोचूंगा कि करनाल जाने तक का खर्चा 20,000 है, तो टोटल खर्चा कितना होगा, ये सोचूंगा नहीं सोचूंगा? तो बच्चे ने कहा करनाल जाने तक की टोटल कॉस्ट 10 पॉइंट, मतलब करनाल से गाड़ी लेने की टोटल कॉस्ट 10.1, दिल्ली से लेने की कॉस्ट, तो चल कहां से गाड़ी ले लेते हैं। तो जब तक ये खर्चा नहीं करा तब तक तो इसकी बात करना रेलेवेंट है, तब तक तो इसकी बात करना रेलेवेंट है। अब मैं आपको बोल रहा हूं कि मैं करनाल पहुंच चुका हूं, दैट मींस ये खर्चा, इसको अब मारो गोली। अब आप गाड़ी कहां से लेने वाले हो? अब आपने कहा करनाल से लेने, तो अगर खर्चा हो चुका है तो इसको बोलते थे संक कॉस्ट, और होने वाला है तो इसको बोलते हैं टू बी इंकर्ड। नाउ माय पॉइंट इज, इफ इट इज अ कॉस्ट टू बी इंकर्ड, will be considered. If it is already incurred, then we have to ignore while taking the decision. So if you have already incurred this cost, then sir, decision should be based upon 10 or 9.9. If it is to be incurred, then decision to be based upon 10 or 10.10. Am I clear? So sunk cost is considered, sunk cost is ignored. So sunk cost is ignored while taking the decisions. But while calculating the profitability, yes, this cost will be considered. Again, number one, interest to be, it is already captured in discount rate. Depreciation to be, sunk cost to be ignored. Am I clear with this? The next is, we say that likhna nahi, we say that opportunity cost, or we say that synergies, we say calendarization or externalities. Now what is the meaning of this? Let us assume that today Tatas are planning, or today Tatas are in the business of tea, Tata Tea, they are planning to enter into the business of coffee. But now my point is, the moment they will enter into the coffee, possibility is that some of them who are consuming tea earlier, they will start consuming. Will they lose business of tea? It is a complementary, it is a substitute product. तो अगर आप सब्सिट्यूट प्रोडक्ट में आ रहे हो, तो जो लोग पहले आपकी टी पीते थे अब वो टी नहीं पियेंगे, वो आपकी क्या पीने लग जाएंगे। नाउ माय पॉइंट इज, नेगेटिव इंपैक्ट ऑफ कॉफी ऑन टी, will this also be considered? This is known as externalities. This is known as externalities. Externalities का मतलब क्या है? नए बिजनेस की आने की वजह से पुरानी की अगर सेल कम होती है तो उसको कंसीडर करा जाएगा। सेम वाइज, right now I'm teaching only CFA. I'm planning to teach financial modeling also. Are they substitute? They are complementary. अब आप CFA कर रहे हो तो आपको मॉडलिंग पढ़नी पड़ेगी। इसका क्या होगा? इसकी वजह से क्रॉस सेल होगा। पॉजिटिव इंपैक्ट, नेगेटिव इंपैक्ट, दिस इज अ पॉजिटिव इंपैक्ट, इसको बोला जाता है सिनर्जीज। अगेन, currently you're in a business, you want to enter into a new business, and making sales to new customers will be easy. This is known as synergies. Currently you're in a business, you are planning into a competitive product, because of which sales of existing will fall. This is known as externalities. So externalities will have, synergies will have, both you have to consider while taking the decisions. For example, if I enter into coffee, cash flows of tea will fall by 20. So minus 20 to be considered. Minus 20 to be considered. Same wise, entering into financial modeling will increase my student to 1,000. So that to be considered. So whether it's a positive impact or negative impact, आपको दोनों को क्या करना पड़ेगा? आपको दोनों को कंसीडर करना पड़ेगा। But point to be noted, all of them are incremental. Incremental का मतलब होता है how much I'm getting extra. तो पहले यहां से मैं कमाता था 100, यहां से मैं कमा रहा हूं 150, लेकिन इसकी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी 20 से कम हो जाएगी। तो अब मेरा इंक्रीमेंटल कितना है? तो जब मैं अपना इंक्रीमेंटल करूंगा तो मैं ये नहीं बोलूंगा कि मुझे 50 इंक्रीमेंटल हो रहा है। मेरे लिए इंक्रीमेंटल कितना है? मेरे लिए इंक्रीमेंटल सिर्फ 30 है, क्योंकि 20 जो मैं पहले कमाता था, अब वो 20 में कमा नहीं पा रहा। Am I clear with this? So this much you have to remember. This much you have to remember. So words that you have to remember is sunk cost. Sunk cost means already incurred cost. Then incremental cost. Incremental cost means to be incurred cost. This is to be considered. Sunk cost to be ignored. Am I clear? Now write one example. Profit of or cash flows of tea business. Cash flows of tea business 100, because Tata planning to enter in coffee business cash flows of tea will fall by 20 rupee. Then projected cash flows of coffee 30 rupee. Calculate incremental cash flow of coffee business. कहने को तो 30 रुपए कमा के दे रहा है, बट इंक्रीमेंटल कितना कमा के दे रहा है? ठीक है, देन राइट positive impact of new business on existing business. Positive impact of new business on existing business is known as synergies. It will be there when we are entering into complementary business. ठीक है, the next slide. Negative impact of new business on existing business. It is known as externalities. It is known as externalities or cannibalization. मैं कोशिश करता हूं, मेरे को पता नहीं स्पेलिंग ये होगी या नहीं होगी। सही लिखा है? और एक्सटर्नलिटीज की स्पेलिंग होगी, क्या लिखो आगे? It will be there when you're entering into. It will be there when you're entering into substitute product. ठीक है, now write next concept. Evaluating options, evaluating real options while taking decision. evaluating real options while taking decisions. ठीक है. Number one, expansion. Number two, abandon. की स्पेलिंग होगी? हाँ, स्पेलिंग बताओ. AB. हाँ, ठीक. थर्ड, फंडामेंटल. फोर्थ, टाइमिंग. And fifth is flexibility. Within flexibility, you have to write 2 points. One is price, one is production. Now, कुछ options को maybe we are available, we should take into consideration. Now, my point is expansion. Now, could be possible that now currently Jio was planning to enter into 4G. Now, while making the projections, you have to consider, is it further possible to increase the speed? Now, earlier they were setting up the this optical fiber network for 4G. Now they're currently setting up for 5G. Then it will be 6G. That will further increase the price. So you have to take into consideration while evaluating, do we need to incur any other cost on expansion? Then you have to also consider that, is it possible to, if project is not that profitable, is it possible to exit the project at the end of 1 year, 2 year? Now, for example, मान के चलते हैं, I started up one coaching business. It is not profitable. Is it possible easy exit from the business or not? Now, my point is, easy exiting the coaching business. क्या easy exit होगा या नहीं होगा? It will be an easy exit because substantial cost is not involved. But let us assume that you set up a new steel plant. Now you want to exit. Is it possible? No. So some businesses has easy exit, but some business may not be. तो ये भी आपको consider करना है. फिर आपको क्या consider करना है? Fundamental. Now meaning of fundamental is, let me give an example of, you have a farmland and you have a timberland. Now my point is, if prices of crop fall significantly, can you delay harvesting? कटाई को डिले कर सकते हो, नहीं कर सकते हो? लेकिन अगर वुड की वैल्यू या टिम्बर की वैल्यू सिग्निफिकेंटली फॉल हो जाए, कैन बी इग्नोर्ड कि अभी पेड़ नहीं काटते हैं, बाद में जब लकड़ी महंगी हो जाएगी तब काट देंगे? यस. इसको बोलते हैं फंडामेंटल. फंडामेंटल ऑप्शन मीन्स कि जब आप जो आप काम कर रहे हो उसको डिले कर सकते हो. सेम वाइज, let us assume that you have one coal mine. When prices of coal fall significantly, तो गवर्नमेंट क्या करती है? गवर्नमेंट तब कोल एक्सट्रैक्ट नहीं करती है. लेकिन जब कोल की कीमतें काफी ज्यादा बढ़ जाती हैं, तब हम क्या करते हैं? कोल को एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं. So these options are available for some business. For example, coal mine, timberland. But this is not available in farmland. फिर आता है टाइमिंग. टाइमिंग का मतलब है टाइमिंग फॉर डिले. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, यू आर सेटिंग अप वन प्रोजेक्ट प्राइसेस ऑफ सीमेंट हैज इंक्रीज सिग्निफिकेंटली, तो आपको ये देखना है कि इज इट सम पीरियड वेयर यू कैन पॉज द कंस्ट्रक्शन. इफ यू कैन पॉज द कंस्ट्रक्शन, दिस इज नोन एज टाइमिंग. फिर होता है फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी विद रिस्पेक्ट टू प्राइस. आज अगर गोल्ड की कीमतें बढ़ जाए, इज इट पॉसिबल फॉर गोल्ड ज्वेलर टू पास ऑन द प्राइस? अगर सोना काफी महंगा हो जाए तो आज के गोल्ड ज्वेलर आपको महंगा देगा. सेम वाइज आज अगर एक चिप्स का पैकेट बहुत ज्यादा महंगा हो जाए, लेज आज भी आपसे कितने रुपए ले रहा है? 10 या 20. तो प्राइस फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी कहाँ होती है? गोल्ड के बिजनेस में है या नहीं है? है. लेकिन इन बिजनेस ऑफ लेस इज इट देयर? नो. तो इन फ्लेक्सिबिलिटीज को भी आपको कंसिडर करना है. सेम वाइज लेट अस अज्यूम दैट प्रोडक्शन में आपको रन याद करना है, क्या आप अपने एम्प्लॉय से ओवर टाइम करा सकते हो या नहीं करा सकते. तो कुछ ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल है. इन टोटालिटी यू हैव टू रिमेंबर 5. एक्सपेंशन में हमने क्या पढ़ा? यू हैव टू, व्हाइल मेकिंग द फोरकास्ट, यू हैव टू मेक वेदर देयर इज अ रिक्वायरमेंट टू अपग्रेड द नेटवर्क्स, तो उसके खर्चे को भी क्या करना पड़ेगा? फोरकास्ट करना पड़ेगा. फिर आपको ये देखना है एबेंडन में कि क्या हम उस बिजनेस में से क्या कर सकते हैं? एग्जिट कर सकते हैं नहीं. फंडामेंटल का मतलब है कि जो भी हमारा काम है उसमें से एक्सट्रैक्शंस वगैरह, उसको हम स्टॉप कर सकते हैं या नहीं कर सकते. फिर है टाइमिंग. टाइमिंग का मतलब है क्या याद रखना है? टाइमिंग में आपको याद रखना है डिले. देन वी हैव फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी विद रिस्पेक्ट टू whether we can transfer the price or not, whether we can increase the production by overtime or not. इन कुछ फैक्टर्स को आपको कंसीडर और करना चाहिए. लिखेंगे. एक्सपेंशन, मेक फोरकास्ट, make forecast make forecast make forecast that you have to incur. Make forecast for expenses that you have to incur with respect to expenditure. For example, currently Zepto and Blinkit incurring huge losses. Then why investors investing into the company? They take into consideration the expansion or growth that this company will achieve and turn the company profitable. They're expanding their footprints. Gradually. Now, what I'm trying to say, whosoever is investing into Zepto or Blinkit, are they considering the short-term cash flows? No, they're considering the cash flow which these companies will have after expanding. So keep into consideration not the current cash flows, rather than the expansion options is there. Suppose that you have to consider the cash flows. Then write abandonment. In some business, there is option of easy exit. Third, fundamental. Here, Extraction is under control. Here, extraction is under control. For example, government is having coal mines. When price of coal increase significantly, they start extracting more coal. And when price falls significantly, they stop extraction. Fourth, timing. Option 2, delay the project. Then fifth, flexibility. Flexibility mein first point, price. Whether you have the flexibility to charge the price based upon raw material. If raw material increase, selling price will also increase, and vice versa. Example in case of gold jeweler. अब इसको भी कंपेयर करिए with Haldiram. If today one samosa is for 20 rupee, tomorrow it will be at, despite what are the prices of potatoes in the market. After 1 month, one samosa will be for 20 rupee. After 6 months, again it is for 20 rupees. So they don't revise their prices on regular basis. After a particular interval, they're going to revise it. But gold jeweler or petrol dealers, do they revise the price every other day? So they have price flexibility. Then right, production. You can increase the production by making employees work for overtime. Now, if I talk about steel plants, when prices of steel increase significantly, then their plants work 24 hours. But when price of steel falls significantly, they work only for single shift. So whether you have that flexibility or not, that also you have to consider. The next slide. Errors we make while forecast. Now ये mistakes हैं, तो mistake की कोई लिस्ट हो नहीं सकती है. तो कुछ गलतियां जो आप कर सकते हो मैं वो लिखवा दूंगा, but list is endless. Number 1, considering interest cost in the cash flow. Number 2, considering sunk cost. Number 3, considering depreciation. Number 4, being too optimistic with the cash flows. Especially for the projects close to senior management. Can you give me any example on this? There's one famous example. Nano. Now, Nano is a pet project of Ratan Tata ji. Now, they plan to introduce a car at 1 lakh. They definitely make some projections how many cars we can sold. Now, whatever the numbers they estimated, those numbers are highly optimistic. Now, let us assume that we will be selling 1 lakh car per month or 10 lakh car per year. That eventually don't happen. Why you are making so optimistic assumptions? Because it is very much close to management. So at times it is possible that the projects, it is all based upon forecast. So the projects which are very much close to the management, high probability is that we are going to make too optimistic. The next, your decision is based upon earnings, not cash flow. Your decisions are based upon earnings, not cash flows. So practically all the decisions should be based upon cash flows, not earnings. Next, considering internal rate of return over NPV. Okay. So with this, we concluded this chapter. Okay. Chapter is pretty simple. Now what we are going to start with, KBC करेंगे. ठीक है. जितने क्वेश्चन श्वेजर में गिवन है, फर्स्ट वी विल सॉल्व दैट, पोस्ट वी विल जंप टू क्वेश्चन बार. ठीक है, फटाफट करेंगे, सिंपल है. टेक 5 minutes, रिवाइज व्हाटएवर वी हैव कवर्ड. आज 32 पढ़ा रहे हैं क्योंकि वहां बैठने का प्रबंध नहीं है. और दूसरा, जिस रेट से मेरा वजन बढ़ रहा है, अब मुझे लग रहा है मुझे वजन को कंट्रोल करना चाहिए. ये दो रीजन. अच्छा, एक कॉन्सेप्ट है क्या गलती से? चलो मैं क्वेश्चन के साथ कराऊंगा. चलिए आंसर करेंगे. Question number 1. Going concern. Okay. Second, we have not covered yet. Third. Second, we have not covered. Third. You're planning to buy one machinery for 5,000. These are the cash flows. What is NPV? Your required rate is 10. D. चलिए. Now write a hint for question number 4. Write a hint for question number 4. Write a hint for question number 4. Impact of NPV on share price or market cap. Impact of NPV on share price or market cap. Theoretically, market cap should increase by NPV of new project. Now, what I'm trying to say, suppose currently market cap of Reliance is 100. Tomorrow they plan to enter into telecom business. The NPV of that is 20. So what should be the new market cap of Reliance? It should be 120. Okay. So again, impact of NPV on share price or market cap. Theoretically, market cap should increase by. Answer question number 4. You're investing 400. PV of all cash flow is 300. So this is inflow, this is outflow. NPV is 300. You have 200 shares outstanding. Current market price is 36. This is new data available in the market. Market was not anticipating any new project from you. What will be impact on share price? What will be impact on share price? क्या होगा? Not right. Right. NPV is equal to PV of outflow minus a plus PV of inflow. How much money you invested? 400. How much you're getting? 300. So what is NPV? 300. Share outstanding? 200. Ideally, share price increase by. I have given you sufficient hints. Help me with the answer. D. ठीक है? Now write hint for question number 2. Hint for question number 2. Hint for question number 2. Need for post audit. Need for post audit. Need for post audit. In this, once project is commenced, once project is commenced, we try to ensure that actual figures to be close to projected figures. Actual figures to be close to projected figures. If not, we take corrective actions. If not, we take corrective actions. Now, let me give an example. Once our batch is commenced, we give you the schedule that your batch will be completed in this month. By this month, we are going to complete this much of syllabus. This will not happen always. Definitely, it is possible that either we will be running as per the schedule or we are running late. If we are running late, then by taking some extra class, we try our level best to end the batch by the expected date. So what is the need for the audit? The need for the audit is to ensure that actual and projected figures are close to each other. If not, then what you have to take? You have to take corrective actions. Am I clear with post audit? Answer. A or C? A or C? सी में एक गलती है, ये वर्ड गलत है. ये काम तो एनालिसिस स्टेज पे होता है, दैट वी शुड नॉट इंडल्ज इनटू रिस्की प्रोजेक्ट्स. दिस इज अ मिस्टेक. We should not indulge in risky projects. But post audit means you cannot stop the project. Project has already been commenced. You have to ensure that projected and actual figures are in line with each other. A or C? So the correct answer is improve the cash flow and stimulate management to improve operations and ensure that it is in line with forecast. What is not the objective? Eliminate risky projects. This is done at the stage of analysis. It is not done at the stage of post audit. Am I clear with this? आप गाड़ी खरीदने के बाद ये थोड़ी कहोगे कि गाड़ी मेरे को नहीं खरीदनी चाहिए थी. This is not the objective of post audit. Am I clear? Am I clear with both the options? Next, right? ROIC. ROIC. Return on invested capital. Return on invested capital. This is equal to NOPAT divided by debt plus equity. तो ये क्या बन जाएगा? रिटर्न ऑन कैपिटल एम्प्लॉयड. इट इज सिमिलर टू रिटर्न ऑन कैपिटल एम्प्लॉयड post tax. What is NOPAT? EBIT. This earnings belongs to 3%. Government, debt, equity. Remove the government. Remove the government. This is known as NOPAT. Now, this profit will be divided among equity and debt. So what is my denominator? How much money they have introduced. This is nothing but return on capital employed. This is nothing but, return on invested capital. This is nothing but similar to return on capital employed post tax. Clear है? आंसर करिए क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. C is saying ignore sunk cost and impact on other business. तो सी गलत है. डिसीजन शुड नॉट बी बेस्ड अपॉन नेट इनकम. आप कह रहे हो नेट इनकम पे डिसीजन ले लो, फिर आंसर क्या है? आंसर क्या है? ए. अब ए क्या कहना चाहता है देखते हैं. लिखेंगे एग्जाम्पल. एग्जाम्पल EBITDA 100, depreciation 10, EBT 90, tax rate 30%, 27, EAT 63. ठीक है, only this much data is there. Calculate cash flows. Help me with the answer. Calculate cash flows. Cash flow is EAT plus depreciation. 63 plus 10. This is 73. Correct? But what one student did, he says 100. He considered this to be 0. This will be 100. This will be 30. Now answer is 70. Now I'm confused whether the answer is 70 or 73. I'm confused whether the answer is 70 or 73. What he did, the another student, what he did, उसने कहा आपने क्लास में लिखा depreciation to be ignored. I have ignored it. I have ignored it. If I perform the calculation, answer is 70. Another student says, no, sir, answer is not 70, answer is 73. I'm getting two answers. Which answer is correct? 73 or 70? Now 73 is the correct answer. Now what we are trying to say, this depreciation has two parts. Two person has paid this. One from the pocket of equity, one from the pocket of government. अब आप बाइफरकेट कर लीजिए. टैक्स रेट 30% है. इक्विटी ने कितना दिया होगा? 7 रुपए. गवर्नमेंट ने कितना दिया होगा? So can I say that because of this depreciation, I have to pay less 3 rupees less to the government? तो हम हमेशा क्या करते हैं, EAT के बाद उसमें डेप्रिसिएशन ऐड करते हैं, ना कि ऊपर से डेप्रिसिएशन हटा दोगे. अगर आप ऊपर से डेप्रिसिएशन हटा दोगे तब आप क्या कह रहे हो, मैं गवर्नमेंट को कितने रुपए दूंगा? 3. मैंने ये कहा था depreciation is not considered in cash flow, but because of that whatever the tax we are paying less to the government, that is considered. So we are not paying 30, we are paying 27. तो हम कैसे करते हैं? We write EAT plus depreciation, we arrive at 73. अगर हम ऊपर से माइनस करेंगे, so now in our calculation how much tax we are paying to the government? मैं ये नहीं कह रहा, मैं अभी भी बोल रहा मैं गवर्नमेंट को कितना पैसा दूंगा. तो ये आंसर कितना आ जाएगा? So right, hint, we understand that depreciation to be ignored. We understand that depreciation to be ignored, but tax saving because of depreciation to be considered. That is in simple language. That is in simple language. Tax to be paid to the government. Tax to be paid to the government will still remain 27. अब आप किसी भी तरीके से कर लीजिए, यहाँ पे 0 ले लीजिए, यहाँ पे 0 ले लीजिए, यहाँ पे 27 लीजिए, तब भी आंसर कितना आएगा? 73। ये आप क्या करिए, इस ईएटी में डिप्रिसिएशन को ऐड कर दीजिए, तब भी आंसर क्या आएगा? 73। सो टैक्स सेविंग को तो कंसिडर करा जाता है, लेकिन डिप्रिसिएशन को इग्नोर करा जाता है। अब आंसर करिए, करेक्ट आंसर क्या है? करेक्ट आंसर इज आंसर क्वेश्चन नंबर 2। कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री प्रोडक्ट, सब्स्टिट्यूट प्रोडक्ट। वॉशिंग मशीन के साथ ड्रायर दे देना, अभी से वो धोती है, उसके साथ वो सुखा भी देगी। क्वेश्चन नंबर 3। Which cost you will exclude, you will not consider? What you are going to exclude, you will not consider in your analysis? Survey was which cost? Question number 4. Overtime. चलिए, I repeat again, depreciation is ignored, but tax saving on depreciation is considered. That means we are saying we still be paying 27, we are not paying 30. Or alternatively, what I'm saying, to EAT we add depreciation in simple language. Okay. Then answer without reading, answer it. So there's a case study, need not to go through that. Directly answer question number 1. क्योंकि रिसर्च वो कर चुका होगा, ऐसा हम समझ रहे हैं अभी के लिए। क्वेश्चन नंबर 2। अब ये अभी नहीं पता है, ये केस स्टडी पढ़नी पड़ेगी। चलिए, क्वेश्चन नंबर 6। रिक्वायर्ड रेट इज 10, कैलकुलेट एनपीवी। रिक्वायर्ड रेट इज 10, कैलकुलेट एनपीवी। सी सी क्वेश्चन नंबर 7। Mutually exclusive, that means out of x and y only one. For x, NPV is already given. Calculate NPV of y at 15%. Calculate NPV of y at 15%. It is given mutually exclusive, that means only one. A is not the answer. Either it will be B or C, depending which NPV is higher. NPV of y is, so which project you will execute? Now write question number 8 double star. Question number 8 double star. Question number 8 double star. Write a note. Student commits the mistake. Student commits the mistake by marking A as the answer. Student commits the mistake by marking A as the answer. A will be correct answer if cash flows are conventional. For unconventional cash flows, relationship between NPV and discount rate does not hold. Hence, you have to calculate NPV separately for all the three given rates. Now what I want, हम जनरली क्या कह देते हैं, जैसे जैसे रेट बढ़ता रहेगा एनपीवी गिरती रहेगी. If it is conventional, then yes, A will be the correct answer. But it is unconventional. Insert all the cash flow to the cash flow function. Insert all the cash flows to cash flow function. Calculate NPV at 8, 15, 10. Need not to clear the cash flow. Press NPV 8, enter downward arrow, compute. Then again press NPV 15, enter down arrow, compute. और बताइए हाईएस्ट एनपीवी कहां पे आ रहा है. Answer is, if I go by the logics, that relationship, it should be A, but that is only for conventional. Am I clear why answer will not be A? चलिए, read question number 9. Read question number 9, double star. Read question number 9, double star. Not right. Please read it once. This I'm going to solve. Shall I start? Shall I start? Right. Question number 9. To calculate IRR given NPV, not required. Given NPV, not required. Shall I proceed? IRR is a rate at which NPV equal to 0. NPV is equal to PV of inflow minus PV of outflow. ठीक है? Then leave some space, some 4 lines. Then next slide. PV of perpetual constant cash flow till infinity is equal to CF1 upon R. Correct? Now right here, this is 0. What you will be getting till perpetuity? 30 million divide by R minus 270. और आप नालायक बच्चे हैं, इसका भी आंसर आप मेरे को क्या दे देंगे? 9 दे देंगे. ये बहुत कॉमन मिस्टेक है ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस की. इसका आंसर बच्चे 9 देते हैं. बच्चे करेंगे क्या? इसको इससे काटेंगे, इसको इससे काटेंगे और 9 दे देते हैं. हिंट है, 9 आंसर नहीं है. प्लीज सॉल्व. So R will be 30 upon 270. So this is 1/9. कितना बन जाएगा? What should be the answer? ये बहुत कॉमन क्वेश्चन है बच्चों का, मेरे पास बहुत सारे डाउट आते हैं कि 9 आंसर आ रहा है, 9 गिवन नहीं है। 270 को 30 से डिवाइड कर देते हैं, 9 आंसर ले आते हैं, उसका वो 9 नहीं होता, वो 900% होता है, और वो आप गलत कर रहे हैं। तो आंसर क्या होना चाहिए? इट शुड बी 30 अपॉन equal to 1/9, that is going to be 11.1. Then one counter question is, then why NPV is given? Because we want to find out IRR. IRR is the rate at which NPV is 0. Am I clear? So at time level based, if you go through the curriculum, they have, for specifically 2024, they have made lot many deletions. For example, now they simply say we prefer NPV over IRR, or they simply say in case of IRR there will be multiple unequal, there will be multiple IRRs. So earlier in the curriculum they used to mention the examples. Now they have deleted all those examples. They have not covered crossover rate. What they have transferred these all concepts to prerequisite. Okay, so I try my level best to cover and include the prerequisite part also. Now we have covered this chapter in totality. करूं start? चलिए, अच्छा एक अपडेट ले लीजिएगा। कुछ बच्चे पूछ रहे थे कि आप दिवाली की छुट्टियों का क्या प्लान आपने सोचा हुआ है। तो ये बड़ा एक अनकॉमन सा सवाल था, मैंने ऐसे सोचा नहीं था बच्चे मेरे से ऐसे पूछेंगे, तो उन्हें ऐसे लगा वो मेरी मासी के लड़के हैं। तो उन्होंने कहा और भाई दिवाली की छुट्टी का क्या प्लान है। तो तो आपको क्या लगता है, कैसी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू आपसे लेना था कि हमें दिवाली की छुट्टी देनी चाहिए नहीं देनी चाहिए? देनी चाहिए नहीं देनी, बच्चों से बच्चों वाला सवाल है। हैं? देनी चाहिए नहीं देनी चाहिए? चलिए, चलो बच्चे कह रहे हैं गर्ल्स को नहीं चाहिए होती, कितने बॉयज हैं जो चाहते हैं दिवाली की छुट्टी दे दीजिए, फिर हम उसी अकॉर्डिंग प्लान करेंगे। अगर आपको चाहिए तो दे देंगे, नहीं चाहिए तो नहीं देंगे। चलिए, इससे पहले मैं बच्चों की धज्जियां उड़ाऊं, फिर एक आध ताना दूं, दिवाली की छुट्टी चाहिए नहीं चाहिए? नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि हमें क्या करना है उस दिन? पढ़ाई करनी है। और मैं अधिकतर बच्चों से ऐसे पूछ लेता हूँ कई बार कि दिवाली पे करना क्या है, तो राम जी की सक्सेस मनानी है। राम जी आए थे वनवास काट के 14 साल का, और रावण को मारा था। तो ये जो काम इन्होंने करा था अभी अभी करा है। तो, तो आपकी पीढ़ियों ने, आपके दादा परदादा, उससे भी परदादा परदादों ने, सबने खुशी मना ली है। और ऊपर भगवान जी को अच्छा लग रहा होगा वैसे, साला जीत के मैं आया, छुट्टियां ये लिए जा रहा है, खाए ये जा रहा है, पैसे ये मांगे जा रहा है। और अगर आपने दिवाली नहीं मनाई तो भगवान आपको जेल में डाल देंगे, ऊपर नरक में डालेंगे क्या? एक बच्चा था जिसने कहा भगवान जी उसे मैं पढ़ाई कर रहा था, एक ने कहा उसे मैंने खूब पटाखे फोड़े। तो भगवान जी किसको जेल में उसमें डाल देंगे, नरक में डालेंगे? जिसने खूब पटाखे फोड़े। तो अगर आप नहीं चाहते हो तो प्लीज पढ़ लीजिएगा। आई ट्राई माई लेवल बेस्ट कि मैं उस दिन छुट्टी ना दूं। उस दिन भी एक आपकी एक्स्ट्रा क्लास रखेंगे ताकि कोर्स को टाइमली बेसिस पे कंप्लीट कर सकें। ठीक है, इट्स इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ एवरीवन। मेरे एक बच्चे की पहली दिवाली होगी, 2 बच्चों की दूसरी दिवाली होगी, तो मेरे लिए भी काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, बट स्टिल हमें एक ऑब्जेक्टिव के साथ हम काम कर रहे हैं, तो हमें पढ़ते रहना है। ठीक है, चलिए। अभी बापूजी का भी बर्थडे आने वाला है, कब का है? तो उस दिन भी आपकी क्लास है। आगे जितने आते रहेंगे, जिसके भी जो भी आते रहे, अभी एक 14 तारीख को भी शायद छुट्टी होती है आपकी, चिल्ड्रन डे है, नेहरू जी का बर्थडे है, जो छुट्टियां पड़ती जाएंगी उन सब पे हम क्या लेते रहेंगे, क्लास लेते रहेंगे। ठीक है, चलिए चलिए लिखेंगे। चैप्टर का नाम है वर्किंग कैपिटल, working capital and liquidity. So it's a simple chapter. There are only 3 concepts and everything is a repetition. Okay, again I repeat, in this there are only 3 concepts. Already we have covered in FRA. There's going to be a repetition. Now need not to write anything, just focus on the screen. Please everyone, please be sincere. Need not to write anything, just focus on the screen. It's a simple balance sheet. Debtor, inventory, cash, creditor. Roughly these 4 figures are roughly known as, this is known as working capital. Plus we do have some sort of short-term borrowings. We have already covered in fixed income. There's one limit by the name CC limit, cash credit limit, working capital loan. So it is also a part of working capital. फिर हमने पढ़ा था working capital is a loan where there will not be any sort of principal repayment. Bank gives a facility for 1 year. Every month bank will charge interest. Eventually at the end of 1 year, this facility gets renewed. It is also known as revolving facility. This we cover something like this in fixed income. Now my point is, we have to learn about this. What should be the optimum values of all this? Before I start with, debtor is a person to whom we have sold the goods on credit. We have to receive the amount. Creditor is the supplier from whom on credit I have purchased the goods to. That person I have to pay the money, liability. Inventory, it is the goods lying unsold in my godown or my factory. Cash, regular, that I have in my pocket. And this is the short-term loan to meet this requirement. Now, first is debtor. Higher the better, lower the better. Lower the better means you have the market power. You have more bargaining power than your customer. Creditor. Higher the better, again more bargaining power with your supplier. Inventory should be optimal. Not right. Not right. Meaning of concept number 1, meaning of cash conversion cycle. Meaning of cash conversion cycle. Alternative name is net operating cycle. Meaning of cash conversion cycle. Alternative name is net operating cycle. Now, net operating cycle is debtor days plus inventory days minus creditor days. This is equal to operating cycle minus creditor days. This is equal to operating cycle minus creditor days. Now help me with the formula. Where creditor days is equal to 365 upon debtor turnover ratio. Same wise, inventory days is equal to 365 upon inventory turnover ratio. And creditor days is equal to 365 upon creditor turnover ratio. All the answers will be in days terms. The next right. COGS is equal to plus purchases minus closing inventory. Now help me with the formula for debtor turnover ratio. Sales upon average debtor. Then formula for inventory turnover ratio upon average inventory, and creditor turnover ratio is equal to purchases upon average creditor. Then the alternative name of debtor is receivable. Alternative name of creditor is payable. So if you don't know, you can write it in the notes. The alternative name of debtor is receivable. The alternative name of creditor is payable. Now, important point. Need not to write, just focus on the screen. I always want net operating cycle to be negative. Net operating cycle negative means you are the market leader. Now, if I talk about companies like Pepsi, Nestle, Unilever, Reliance Industries, TCS, all these companies are having a negative working capital. Negative working capital means they are the market leader. Now, before I proceed, if I go to Capital IQ, and make a search here, first company is Pepsi. If I check for Pepsi, if I go to ratios, now please check cash conversion cycle. Is it throughout negative? Now my focus is only 2018. From the debtors, they're getting money in 33 days. They held the inventory of 40 days, but to the creditor, they're holding money for 90 days. Their cash conversion cycle is negative. This is not one example. Then I go to Unilever. Now help me. Is it negative? Is it negative? Again, my focus is on 2019 figures. From the customers, they're getting money in 14 days. They're holding inventory for, but to the supplier, they make payment in 5 months or 140 days. Their net working capital is negative. Now, what is the meaning of negative working capital? Negative working capital means you are doing business with the help of somebody else's money. How come? Let me give some arbitrary figures. आप नहीं लिख रहे हैं? Balance sheet. Creditor 40. Inventory 30. Debtor 0. Now my point is, I purchased this inventory 30. This much money I have blocked. But my point is, this I have purchased from suppliers. उनका पैसा कितना देना बाकी है? That means ये जो खरीदा हुआ है, ये पैसा असली में ब्लॉक हुआ है? No. ये किसी और का माल था जिसने मेरी दुकान पे दे दिया. Now my liabilities are more. I have not blocked even a single rupee. Rather, I'm doing business with somebody else's money. I have more liability than my asset. Now, same ways, if I see here Apple, now, what is the working capital? Is it negative? Now, from the customer, they're getting money in 28 days. Inventory only 9 days. There's such a good demand. And payable, they're making payment in 120 days or 110 days. As a result, they have a negative working capital. They're doing business with somebody else's money. They're not blocking their own money. Same wise, go back home, ask your father that I want to start one showroom, car showroom. Your father will say, from where you're going to get the money to have the inventory? That means from Maruti, you have to buy the car, you have to hold the inventory. You don't that have money. These companies are not blocking their money. They are doing business with somebody else's money. And it signifies that they are the market leader. Now, if I check for companies like JK Tire, CA, Bata, Relaxo, they have a positive working capital. 99.99% companies that you will encounter will have a positive working capital. Only market leaders like Unilever, Pepsi, they have a negative working capital. These companies are in numbers are less than 0.1%. 99.99% that companies you will encounter will have a positive working capital. Am I clear till this point to all of you? Now, the moment I say this, that negative working capital is good. Now, student will say, this statement is in contradiction to what we have studied in class 11, 12th. Now, ask what you have learned in class 11, 12th. Now, student says, in class 11th, we used to calculate one ratio, that is current ratio. Now, what is the formula of current ratio? Current asset upon current liability. Current asset upon current liability. I want to give you three options. Which one you will choose? Rather, four options. Then let me give first three options. 5x upon 1, 2x upon 1, 1x or 0.6x upon 1. Assuming all other things to be constant, which company you will invest into? P. Now my point is definitely not A. Now here to pay 1 rupee liability, you're having 2 rupees. To pay 1 rupee liability, you're having 5 rupees. You're blocking too much funds in the current asset. It is not recommended because you have to generate return on that money. फिर सवाल ये उठता है, so now clear cut you are making a contradiction. मैंने कहा how come? There you are saying working capital to be negative, and now you are saying that this should be 2x, signifying for 1 rupee liability, you should have 2 rupees in the form of current asset. Is it clear-cut contradiction? Is it clear-cut contradiction? So the answer is no. In current asset, we include one item, that is cash. But in net working capital, we don't include cash. Now my point is, let us assume that Apple creditor are 100, inventory is 0, debtor is 0. But in the pocket of Apple, there is a cash of 200. Their working capital is negative. Their current ratio is 2:1. And whosoever is giving them the credit, they check whether the company has the ability to pay the liabilities or not. What is net working capital here? Negative. What is current ratio here? 2:1. 2:1 signifying that, yes, I'm having 2 rupees in my pocket. With the help of that 2 rupees, I'm going to honor the liability. Now, let me show you. This is a case of Apple. Now, in case of Apple, what is the current ratio? Current ratio is not negative. Current ratio is not negative. What is current ratio? 1. To pay 1 rupee liability, yes, I'm having 1 rupees in the form of cash. But my net working capital is negative. Same wise. Unilever. Now, current ratio. What is the current ratio? 1.5. What is working capital? Sorry, ये कौन सा लिखा? Sorry. Hindustan. Sorry. What is current ratio? 1.4. To pay 1 rupee liability, they're having 1.4 in the form of cash, not in the form of debtor, not in the form of inventory. What is working capital? Working capital is negative, signifying they are the market leader. So in current ratio, we include cash. In net working capital, we do not include cash. So there is no contradiction. Am I clear with this part? Am I clear with this part? All right. Concept number 2. Concept number 2. This we already covered in FRA. To check the liquidity, we compute following ratio. Higher the ratio, signifies more liquidity. Within bracket, not always preferred. That means higher the better is not always good. It should be optimum. Now, first ratio that I'm talking about is current ratio. Help me with the formula. current asset upon current liability. If I have to elaborate, I will say cash, marketable securities, debtor, inventory. On the liability side, I will have creditor plus short-term loan. Short-term loan. Now, ideal ratio is 2:1. But if question says which is most liquid, if one of the option is 5:1, then you have to take that answer. Question is saying most liquid. But if question says most efficient, then efficient is 2:1. So you won't find any question on efficiency. It will say most liquid. Then you have to choose the one with the higher magnitude. The next ratio is, help me, we covered in quick ratio. Quick ratio, what is the formula? Quick asset, current liability. Now cash, marketable security plus debtor, whole divided by same, creditor plus short-term loans. And then we have one more ratio, that is cash ratio. Cash plus marketable security, whole divided by current liability. Now here we will not take any average throughout the formula because ratio is based upon balance sheet. There will not be any sort of averages. Shall I proceed further? Then there are two words. One is drag, one is pull. Write concept number 3. Drag and pull on liquidity. Drag and pull on liquidity. Concept number 3, drag and pull on liquidity. Now, what is the meaning of drag? Meaning of drag is delay. What is the meaning of pull? Early. Now, first example of drag. Getting payments from customers. Delay in getting payments from customers. Delay in getting payments from customers. Delay in getting payments from customers. Second, delay in liquidating the inventory. These are testable. Delay in liquidating the inventory. Third, delay in getting loan approvals. Delay in getting loan approvals. Am I clear with all these 3 examples? Then pull. Number 1, early payment to creditors or suppliers. Number 2, early payment to lenders. Early payment to lenders. Am I clear with all the 5 examples? Number 1, what is the meaning of drag? Delay. What is the meaning of pull? Early. Either you are getting delay in getting the payments from the customer, delay in liquidating the inventory, or delay in getting the loan approvals. What is the example of pull? Example of pull is early payment to the suppliers, creditors, or to the banker or to the lender. Am I clear with this? Next slide. Concept number 4, cost of trade credit. Cost of trade credit. Shall I start? Right. Example, 1/20 net 50. 1 by 20 net 50. Shall I start? Right interpretation. You will get a discount of 1 rupee. You will get a discount of 1 rupee or 1% if you make payment within 20 days. If you make payment within 20 days. If not, you can make the payment within 30 days or within 50 days. Now, right? JK Tire is selling goods to Maruti Suzuki. JK Tire is selling goods to Maruti Suzuki on credit. To get early payment. To get early payment from Maruti. To get early payment from Maruti, JK Tire says, I will give discount of 1%. I will give discount of 1% if you make payment within 20 days. Else, option to pay till 50th day. Now you have to decide on behalf of Maruti. You have to write. Now you have to decide on behalf of Maruti whether to make early payment or not. Now you have to decide on Maruti Suzuki. Now you have to decide on behalf of Maruti Suzuki whether to make early payment to JK or not. Before I proceed further, am I clear with the meaning of this 1 by 20 net 50? Am I clear with the meaning of 1 by 20 net 50 to all of you? Now write solution. Write solution. Now this is the timeline. This timeline is important. 20 day, 50 day, 100, 90 day. You have the option to pay on 20th day, 99. If not, how much you have to pay on 50th day? You have to pay 100. For example, ध्यान से JK Tire invoice to Maruti Suzuki 100 rupees. Maruti, you have a time till 50. But if you make a payment on 20th or by 20th, we will give you discount of 1. That means how much you have to pay? How much you have to pay? 99. Correct? Not right. Future value is equal to present value 1 plus r raised to the power t. 100, 99, 1 plus r, t should be in years. What should be t? Help me with r. Exactly 13. 13 point. आ रहा है? Now what this number is signifying? If Maruti delays the payment, then Maruti has to pay 13.0069% extra on per annum basis. If Maruti delays the payment, then Maruti has to pay 13.0069% extra on per annum basis. Or in simple words, you're using 1 rupee. So, sorry, you're using 99 rupee. On that, you have to pay 1 rupee. For how many days? 30. Sorry, 30. पूरे साल का कितना आ जाएगा कॉस्ट? एक रफ, ignoring the impact of compounding. Ignoring the impact of compounding. Is it close to 13%? Is it close to 13%? तब हम क्या बोल रहे हैं? Maruti, because you are delaying the payment to JK Tyre on per annum basis, how much you are paying extra? 13%. Not right. Suppose bank ready to lend. Suppose bank ready to lend Maruti at option number A, 7% per annum. Ready to lend at 25% per annum. Now what you will decide? If bank is charging 7%, what we will do? We will make the payment to the JK Tyre on 20th day. How much? 99. This money we will borrow from at a rate of, and we will make a payment to the bank on 50th day. How much? Right. In this case, we will make early payment to JK. That is 99 rupee. That is 99 rupee on 20th day. In this case, we will make early payment to JK, that is 99 on 20th day. This 99 we will borrow from bank at 7% per annum. The next, on 50th day, we will pay 99, 1.07 raised to the power 30 by 365. $99.5. That is savings of 5. Savings of 0.5. Help करेंगे. What you will do in case B? In this case, since borrowing cost higher than cost of trade credit. We will make payment to JK on if borrowing cost is less, we will borrow from bank. If borrowing cost is higher, then we will make late payment to the JK. Then we don't take that discount. Am I clear? Now, question is, sir, can we get this amount directly on the calculator? Answer is yes. Second clear TVM. This will be your FV. This will be your PV with a negative sign. This will be your in compute I by Y. Compute I by Y. Please verify, am I getting the same answer? Please verify, am I getting the same answer? Shall I proceed further? अब आप अपनी अर्निंग्स को कंपेयर कर लीजिए, उस पैसे के ऊपर आप कितना कमा रहे हो। अगर आपको लगता है उस पैसे के ऊपर मैं 20% कमा सकती हूँ, तो भैया फिर जेके टायर को मत दो, आप उस पर 20 कमा लो। अगर आपको लगता है कि नहीं भैया मैं तो सिर्फ 7 ही कमा सकती हूँ, फिर हम आपको बोलेंगे जेके को दे दो। करेक्ट? चलिए, इट वॉज कितने कॉन्सेप्ट हो गए? 4। राइट कॉन्सेप्ट नंबर 5। राइट कॉन्सेप्ट नंबर 5, aggressive working capital versus conservative working capital. Aggressive working capital versus conservative working capital. Aggressive means maintaining low levels of inventory and not giving credit period to anybody. Aggressive means maintaining low level of inventory and giving no credit to anybody. Can you name any company? One example is Haldiram. One example is Apple. Now, what is the inventory of Haldiram? They does not maintain inventory, because whatever they manufacture in a day, it is consumed on the same day. There's such a good demand. Same wise, I just show you what is the inventory of Apple. Only 9 days. Whatever they manufacture, they sold within 9 days. Now this is known as aggressive. Aggressive is only possible when you are a market leader. But on the other hand, if I check for JK Tire, if I check for Bata, they're not aggressive. They could not be aggressive. There they will follow conservative. Why conservative? Now, for example, if Maruti asks for the credit, will JK Tire offer it? This is known as conservative. Now, why JK you are offering it? I'm offering it because I know if I does not give credit, Maruti is not going to buy the stock. Am I correct? All right. Meaning of conservative. Maintaining high level of inventory and giving credit to the customers to boost sales. These companies are dependent upon working capital loan from a bank. Working capital loan from a bank. Now, what is the change in 2023 and 24 curriculum? The committed, uncommitted, revolving part, they have shifted to fixed income in 2024. तो जो 23 वाले बच्चे हैं वो बुक्स में पढ़ेंगे, उन्हें लगेगा टीचर ने नहीं पढ़ाया. दिस वी हैव ऑलरेडी कवर्ड इन फिक्स इनकम. सो कमिटेड, ये कुछ पढ़ाया था, कमिटेड, रिवॉल्विंग, कुछ चीजें. So in 2023 curriculum, it is a part of this chapter. In 2024, it is a part of fixed income that we have already covered. Okay. Then next slide. Last concept. Last concept, meaning of primary source and secondary source of liquidity. Meaning of primary source and secondary source. Meaning of primary source and secondary source of liquidity. Number one, primary source. Number one, primary source. Delay the payment. Delay the payment to creditors. Delay the payment to creditors. Number two, take short-term working capital loan from bank. Number three, liquidate inventory within bracket may not be possible always. May not be possible always. Fourth, getting payment from customers. Getting payment from customers within bracket may not be possible always. अब मैं कहना क्या चाहता हूं, किसी से पैसा आना है, किसी से पैसा किसी का पैसा रोकना है, आपकी कंट्रोल में क्या है? तो पहला पॉइंट क्या होगा? क्रेडिटर. सेकंड क्या है? टेक अ लोन फ्रॉम. It is again also in your control. Now, what is not in your control? Liquidating the inventory. Suppose you have an inventory, you want to sell it. If there's no customer, it is not possible. Same wise, liquidating the getting the payments from customer, it is a primary source. But again, getting early payment always may not be possible until unless you give them some discounts. Now, my point is, question will name all the three figures. It will say debtor, inventory, creditor. What we are going to mark? So first preference is given to creditor. Second is given to A, loans. Then on the third and the fourth spot, we have debtor and inventory. First, we are going to give preference to second, loans. And on the third spot, we have creditor and inventory. Okay. Now write secondary source. Restructuring. Alternative name of restructuring is renegotiating. Alternative name of restructuring is renegotiation. Second, delaying capex. Fourth, selling plant and machinery. ठीक है. अब मैंने सेकेंडरी सोर्स में क्या बताया? You were planning to set up a new factory. Now you are not. Then you have an existing plant and machinery. You have a land. You have sold that. This is also secondary. Cash generated by selling the plant and machinery. It is not a good cash. Then last one is renegotiation or restructuring. What is the meaning of restructuring? The meaning of restructuring is we agreed upon that you are taking a loan. This EMI you have to pay. But now you have defaulted on the EMI. You want me to restructure the terms and conditions. Now, right now, Byju's has defaulted on the loan. Now, what language they use in the news? They are restructuring the loan. Restructuring the means they are renegotiating the terms of the loan. This is also secondary source. Now, my point is, if we are too much dependent upon secondary source, is that a good thing? No, we should always meet a requirement with the help of primary source. But if company is too much dependent upon the secondary source, that means some problem is going on within the companies. Am I clear with this? So with this, we completed this chapter. Class दूसरी वाली है नहीं, तो न्यूमेरिकल्स और क्वेश्चंस भी सारे सॉल्व कर ही दें. चैप्टर में कुछ है नहीं, 2 मिनट में रिवाइज करिए. मैंने गलती से 4 बोल दी, शायद 3 लिखवाया है ना, 3। चलिए चलिए चलिए, स्टार्ट हो गया है, आंसर करिए। क्वेश्चन नंबर 1, shorter cash conversion ratio, that means negative cash conversion cycle. A, B, C. Question number 2, I will give you a discount of 1.5 if you make the payment within, else you have option to make. Answer. Need not to solve, you can answer it. Answer it. Now, in the calculation that we performed just, I have calculated on a base of 99 or on a base of 100. Same wise, here the base should be 147,750. इसका मतलब क्या है? You are paying 2250 extra for delaying a payment of 147. For delaying a payment of 147. What should be the answer? C. Now, if I prepare the timeline, how timeline will be prepared in this case? You have to make payment of 1,50,000. This is 40. This is 15. If you want to make on 15, there will be discount of 1.5. Multiply this by 98.5. Multiply by 98.5. 98.5. Now, I'm using this money for 25 days. For that, I'm paying how much extra? 2250. Am I clear? What should be the answer? What should be the answer? C. Question number 3. Increase the liquidity. That means you have more funds, more current asset. आपके कैसे पैसा ज्यादा आ जाता है? In second, liquidity will be reduced because you are making early payment. In third, अब आप clients को क्या बोल रहे हो? Need not to pay me on 90 days. You have a period till 120. Your liquidity will decrease, not increase. Question number 4, least likely. Least likely. Least likely. Question number 5, conservative. Conservative means more. Refer the hand notes, you will get the answer. Refer the hand notes, you will get the answer. Go through conservative one. Conservative means more debtor, more inventory by taking loan from a bank. Clear? Clear? With this was Shweza. Let me solve website also. Answer question number 1. Testable. Double stack. To the customers, earlier you were saying that I will give you a discount of 2% if you make till 30. Oh, till 10th, else 30. Now you're saying you can make a payment till 40 days. It is not pull, it is Question number 2. Which of the following decrease increase in which days? Shall I proceed? Which of the company is most liquid based upon quick ratio? In quick ratio, what was the numerator? Cash. तो ये 3 ऐड कर दीजिए. These both are your current liabilities. Then add both of them. Calculate the ratio. Help me with the answer. So you have to ignore inventory. You have to ignore prepaid expenses. So first answer will be 420 divided by 440. So let me check the answer. 420 divided by 440. कितना आ रहा है? In the same manner. So what will be the answer? Go through all the quick ratios. So which company has the most quick ratio? A. Clear? So what you have to remember, you have to ignore inventory, you have to ignore prepaid expense. Question number 4. What is the meaning of negative cash conversion? नहीं, but ये इन्हीं ऑप्शन में से ढूंढना है. Question number 5. आंसर. एक मिनट, मैं इसको सिंप्लीफाई कर देता हूं. आप अपने कस्टमर्स को डिस्काउंट देते थे कि वो जल्दी पेमेंट कर दे. अब अपनी डिस्काउंट स्कीम हटा दी है, तो वो आपको अभी पैसे जल्दी देंगे नहीं देंगे? तो व्हाट विल बी द इम्पैक्ट? So how I get the meaning of issuer to the customer? That means earlier you have some discount scheme to the customers. Now you have withdraw that scheme. Liquidity will, because now they won't make any early payment. Question number 7. Testable. 7th. Secondary source. Secondary source. Secondary source. Secondary source. प्राइमरी सोर्स पे नंबर 1 क्या लिखवाया? ट्रेड क्रेडिट. दैट मींस क्रेडिटर ट्रेड क्रेडिट. नंबर 2 पे क्या लिखवाया? लोन. दिस इज बैंक लाइन ऑफ क्रेडिट. So what should be the answer? Answer is D. Now why we are saying that it is secondary source? Because we are saying that always liquidating inventory may not be within our control, because of which we have considered this as secondary source. Am I clear? Now please, we still left with one more. Firm current ratio is, industry current ratio is 3.2. Compute the firm current ratio. इसमें गलती करेंगे. Now what mistake you are going to commit? Let me help you that. How much is the total loan? 600. This loan will be prepaid or repaid in 3 yearly installment. Current liability is 1 year installment. How much? तो ये मिस्टेक करते हैं, 2 से इंक्लूड नहीं करते हैं. So what will be numerator? Top 3 add. What will be denominator? 300, 200 and 200. हेल्प कर दीजिए. 1250 प्लस 550 कितना बन जाएगा? 1800. 2.57. तो फर्म की लिक्विडिटी ज्यादा है या कम है? आंसर इज, नाउ इफ आई गो थ्रू द सॉल्यूशन, how much they have considered? So 1800 divided by this will work out to be 2.6. That is lower in comparison to industry. Am I clear? So with this, we have covered both the chapters. So what is our agenda for today? So for 2023 curriculum, we are going to complete 2 chapters. Same chapters have been divided into 3 parts for 2024. Okay. Now, give the heading. Together we are doing 3 chapters. So first chapter is Organizational Forms. सिर्फ 24 वाले बच्चे लिख रहे हैं. Organizational Forms, Corporate Issuer Features and Ownership. So this is for 2024. Organizational Forms, Corporate Issuers Features and Ownership. Shall I proceed? Second chapter is Investors and other stakeholders. Investors and other stakeholders. And third chapter is Corporate Governance. Third chapter is Corporate Governance. Now, those who are appearing in 2023, the name of the chapter is Corporate Structure. The name of the reading is Corporate Structure and Corporate Governance. So first chapter is Corporate Structure, second chapter is Corporate Governance. So what they did, now in 2024, they divided the same 2 chapters into 3 parts. We are doing 3 chapters together. Now, what we are going to learn in this particular readings. Okay. Now my point is, I give you an overview. Now let us assume that in how many ways we can do a business. What can be the organizational forms? First is there's a sole proprietorship. Then we can have partnership. And then we can have a form of company. Company could be private, company could be public. Now point is sole proprietorship. Who is the owner? Individual. Who is managing the business? Individual. Partners. Who are the owners? Partners, individual persons. Who are managing the business? Again, the same partner. That means what happens in case of sole proprietorship or partnership, the management who is running the business and the owners, they are the same person. Correct? But in case of company, this is not the case. Company is owned by shareholders, but company is run by management. Now, I want to give you an example. Who is the owner of ICICI Bank? Who is the owner of ICICI Bank? Well, which individual, for example, when I say Reliance Industries Limited, the face that come to the mind is Mukesh Ambani. Same way, if I say TCS, the name that comes to the mind is Ratan Tata ji. Same way, if I say Adani Enterprise, Gautam Adani. Then who is the owner of ICICI Bank? No. So Chanda Kochar was the part of management. Who is the owner? Now the point is, these are professionally run companies. These ownership is not with a single individual. Now, if I see the ownership of ICICI Bank or ownership of HDFC Bank, what you will find, HDFC Bank is particularly owned by Americans. 75% ownership is with Americans. So their mutual fund are having the ownership. Same as in ICICI Bank, one of the main shareholders is LIC. In ITC also, one of the main shareholders is LIC. So these are professionally managed companies where ownership is not with a single person. Now my point is, could be possible that tomorrow management for their personal gains compromise with their responsibility for their personal gains. Any example that come to the mind where you have compromised with your responsibility for personal gains at the cost of the company? Now classic example is Chanda Kochar. Chanda Kochar versus ICICI Bank. Now she was the MD. She was running the bank. What she did? She gave loan to a Videocon company. In Videocon company, her husband was having a stake, and eventually company defaulted on a loan of 4,000 crore. Same ways, she used to give loans to Naveen Jindal. Now, Naveen Jindal is part of Savitri family group. The company is in, I think, top 13 richest family of the country. And now again Naveen Jindal defaulted on the loans. Now my point is, has she compromised with her responsibility? Now what we are going to learn in this chapter. So we are going to learn that in sole proprietorship, whosoever is running the business, who is the owner of the business, they're the same person. In case of partnership also, whosoever is running the business, who's having the ownership, they're the same person. But in case of company, this is not the case. And hence we need a strong corporate governance. What is the meaning of corporate governance? Corporate governance simply means rules and regulations using which we are going to manage or we are going to run the company. Now, I give you one more example of bad corporate governance. Nirav Modi scam happened with PNB Bank. Again, Bhushan Steel scam happened with PNB Bank. Why not with HDFC? Again, it is a clear-cut example of bad governance. Same wise, anyone in the class having a account with PNB Bank or SBI Bank? Is there a continuous maintenance activities, or if you go to their ATM, you won't find cash? Is it a common problem with PNB Bank? But ऐप हो जाती है, इनकी मेंटेनेंस पे ज्यादा रहती है क्या? हाँ, कभी नहीं चलती है. But why this is not the case with HDFC? Again, an example of governance. Same wise, is it possible that you have gone to a PNB branch? There they will say it's a lunchtime, we cannot honor the request. Is it a problem with PNB branch? It is not a case with HDFC. Again, an example of governance. The way you are running the company, this is known as corporate governance. Now, my point is, there are different stakeholders in the company. That means there are individuals, there are other persons, groups which are interested in the company. Number one is shareholder. Number two is management. Number three is customer. Number four is government. Number five is supplier. Number six is employee. Now, my point is, when corporate governance is framed, when rules and regulations are framed, we should take into consideration the interest of, there are different stakeholders. Huh? No, we should take into consideration the interest of, किसके भले की बात सोचनी चाहिए? Shareholders, government, employees, suppliers, management, kiska? No. Now the point is, we take into consideration the interest of all the stakeholders. For example, I want to give an example. You're working in EY, there is some engagement going on, and you have to work till 9. You have worked till 9. Now, is it the responsibility of the company to provide you the cab facility? Is it a cost? Why should we provide you? No, you have to take into consideration the interest of all of them. Same wise, let us assume that you are one company, your factory, now you are doing some manufacturing activity. Then it is your responsibility that pollution should be under control. So I need not to take into consideration only the shareholders. In the long run, you have to take into consideration the interest of all the stakeholders. If shareholder theory is good, then you should not provide the cab facility to the employees. Then you should not have the other facilities. You should not give their bonus on time. You should not give salaries on time. No, we have to focus on stakeholder theory. Stakeholder theory means you have to balance the interest of all the persons who are interested in the business. Am I clear with this? No, right? Concept number one. No, right? Concept number one. Organizational forms of business. Concept number one. Organizational forms of business. Now, what I want? Right features, sole proprietorship, general partnership, limited partnership, corporation. You have to give the same tables. Shall I start? Features, sole proprietorship, general partnership, limited partnership, corporations. Shall I start? Now, number one, separate legal entity. Separate legal entity. Separate legal entity means, are owners and managers different or not? In case of sole proprietorship, owners and managers different? No. So write no. Partnership. Partnership. Who running the business and managing the business, are they different person or same person? So again no. No. But in case of corporate, is it a separate legal entity? Management is different, owners are different. Is it a separate legal entity? Answer is yes. Shall I proceed? The next, managed by. Managed by. Sole proprietorships are managed by self, that is owner. General partnerships are managed by partners. GP stands for general partner. Right now, as it is right, GP stands for general partner. And companies are run by board of directors and manager. Now, leave some lines. Leave the line for these 3 points, okay? Leave some space for these 3 points. Now write. In case of company, owners are shareholders. Owners are shareholder. However, companies run by board of directors. Companies run by board of directors. The next, board of directors are appointed by shareholders. Through their voting power. Okay, shall I proceed? The next, board of directors are appointed in AGM, annual general meeting. Board of directors are appointed in AGM, annual general meeting. AGM stands for annual general meeting, where through, underline the word, where through ordinary resolutions, directors are appointed. Ordinary resolution means a person should get more than 50% vote in his favor to be elected. Shall I proceed? Now, need not to write anything. Please. Now, in case of ICICI Bank, early the MD was Chandra Kochar, now the MD is Sandeep Bakshi. Okay. Now, he has run the company very well. Now, my point is, who nominates the director? Now, in case of TCS, I don't know the name of current CEO, but earlier the CEO was Rajeshan Gopinathan. Now, my point is, shareholder will say, I want to nominate a person. Now, for example, even I'm a shareholder, I have only 1 share of TCS. Can I nominate a person? Yes. You can nominate anybody. Any shareholder can nominate any person. Then that proposal goes to the AGM. In the AGM, through voting power, we will decide who is going to be the director. Now, a director should get more than 50% vote in his favor to be elected. So I want to give you a rough example. Need not to write. For example, there's one company, Reliance, or there's one company, Jio. Hypothetically, there are three shareholders. One is Mukesh Ambani, one is Sunil Bharti Mittal, and one is owner of Vodafone. Hypothetically, he is having 60%, he is having 30%, he is having 10%. Correct? Now, A, B, C. Ambani nominated A, Ambani nominated B, and S and Vodafone nominated C. Now, Ambani says, yes, I want this person to be the director. I want this person to be director. My vote is not in his favor. एस और वोडाफोन ने कहा हम इसके लिए फेवर में नहीं करते, लेकिन सी के फेवर में करते हैं. So my point is, who is going to be nominated? Only A and B are going to be nominated as directors. So we want 50% vote to be in favor. Then only you are going to be elected as. Then only you are going to be elected as the director. Am I clear with the meaning of special resolution? Oh, ordinary resolution? No, right. At times, for significant events, for example, company wants to acquire some other company. Or company wants to sell one of its division. Then for such special businesses, special resolution is required. Special resolution means, now it varies from country to country. Special resolution means 66.67%, 66.67% or 75%. It varies from country to country. Or 75% votes should be in favor. Now let us assume tomorrow Jio says, I want to acquire Reliance Communication. Mukesh Ambani says yes. Airtel says no. Vodafone says no. Will they acquire Reliance Communication? Will they acquire? Answer is no. क्योंकि मुकेश अंबानी के पास कितना था? 60, 30, 10. Now, for these businesses, we don't need ordinary resolution. We need special resolution. Special resolution means 75% vote in our country. In some countries, it is 67% vote. Should be in favor to execute or to pass the resolution. Am I clear with both the words? Next slide. Hence, in case of companies, since the companies are run by shareholders and managed by directors, there is a need for good corporate governance. Next point. Corporate governance means rules and regulations. Using which a company is managed. Next point. It is a system of checks. To ensure that conflict is managed. And last one is a good corporate governance focus on a good corporate governance, focus on not only on shareholder, but also on other stakeholder, within brackets, government, employees, customers, suppliers, etc. This is known as stakeholder theory. This is known as stakeholder theory. This is known as stakeholder theory. So it should not be shareholder theory. It should be stakeholder theory. Shall I proceed? Now, next write, third point, ownership liability. Ownership liability. Now my point is, एक बच्चे का सवाल है, is it true we can appoint a director if we have 10% of the ownership? You cannot appoint, you can nominate. Then we want 50% vote to be in favor, then only that person can be nominated. Then person can only be elected. Yes, you can nominate, but that person will be appointed. Answer is incorrect. Next slide, ownership liability. Now my point is, in case of your business, can losses more than your capital? Can losses more than capital? For example, your father has a business, he started with a capital of 100. Can losses be more than capital? When it will happen? When it will happen? When losses will be more than 100, when this can only be possible? It is only possible when your father has a loan. If your father has not taken a loan, losses can never be greater than 100. I want to give you a very simple example. For example, today, need not to write anything. Today you purchase one stock for 100. Maximum it can fall to. So your losses are limited to 100% of capital. This is true, but only when you're investing own money. But let us assume that I purchase one stock for 100, or I purchase two stocks, 200. Own capital 100, debt 100. It turns out to be 0. Now my point is, what is my loss of my capital? My loss is 200% of my capital. My capital was 100. I've lost this 100 also, and this 100 has also become 0. So can losses be more than 100%? Only in one scenario, when you have loans. Now my point is very simple. If you have taken a loan, then who has the responsibility to pay that? Who has the responsibility? So it is your responsibility, and bank will sell your personal asset. So in case of your business, what is your liability? Liability is unlimited. There are two partners. General partner will have unlimited. Limited partners will have limited liability. Limited partners will have limited liability. But in case of company, what is your liability? Your liability is always limited. Now, what is the meaning of this line? The meaning of this line is, suppose you are shareholder of Jet Airways. Company has a loan of some, let us assume, 10,000 crore. Company default on this loan. Can company ask the shareholder to repay this? Can company ask the shareholder to repay this? Answer is no. So what is the name of Jet Airways? Jet Airways Limited. That means shareholder have a limited liability to the amount they have contributed. Company is a separate legal entity and individual is a separate legal entity. I don't have the responsibility. But अगर आपके खुद के business में नुकसान हुआ, then who is going to pay that? Then it is your personal liability to pay off the amount. Same wise, there's one company, ILFS. They defaulted on a loan of 90,000 crore. Can court order shareholder will pay this amount? Can court order shareholder will pay this amount? Answer is No, this loan is defaulted by, not by the shareholders. This loan is defaulted by company. So court will never order that you have the personal liability to pay off the loans. In certain cases, yes, corporate will, lifting of corporate will is there, but in majority of the cases, it is the responsibility of company to repay the loan. It is not the responsibility of shareholders. So shareholders and company are two separate legal entities. The next right, taxation. Next right, taxation. Next right, taxation. Personal income, personal income, personal income, personal income. Personal income, personal income, personal income. Right here, double taxation, double star. Personal income, personal income, personal income. Right here, double taxation. Shall I start? Shall I start? Now my point is, right now, let us assume that I have one sole proprietorship. Now, whatever this sole proprietorship will earn, for example, profit of 10 crore. Now, it is my personal liability. It will consider as my personal income, and it is my responsibility to pay this amount. Same in case of partnership, but it is not in case of company. Now, what happened in case of company? Suppose company earn EBT of 100. Suppose company earn EBT of 100. Tax rate is 10%. How much income tax you have to deposit? 10. EAT is, now this 90 will be distributed to shareholders. Let us assume company has given a dividend of 90. Retention is 0. Question is, shareholders have to pay tax again on this 90? Shareholders have to pay tax again on this 90? Answer is yes. But in case of sole proprietorship, only you have to pay tax once. But here you have to pay tax twice. One on the company level and one on shareholders level. Suppose dividend tax in the country is 20%. How much shareholder will pay? 18. Now how much total tax you are paying? 18 plus 10. Total you have paid how much? On a income of 100. This is known as double taxation. How much company has paid? 10%. How much shareholder has paid? 18%. So cumulatively, how much you have paid? This is going to be 28. Write an example. Write an example. Corporate tax in the country is 10%. Corporate tax in the country is 10%. Dividend tax in the country is 20%. Compute effective tax paid by the company or shareholders cumulatively, assuming company has distributed 100% of its earning. Company has distributed 100% of its earning as dividend. Shall I start? Now write solution. EBT assumed to be 100. What is income tax? Corporate tax? 10%. That means you're going to pay 10 rupees. EAT 90. How much you're giving dividend? Dividend is 90. Dividend tax at 20%. All right. Total tax paid 10 plus 18, 28. On a EBT of, on a earnings of. So what is effective tax rate? My effective tax rate is 28%. So right now we have only covered 3 points. One is sole proprietorship, one is partnership, one is a company. What I have not covered yet, I have not covered LLPs, limited liability partnership. So right, limited liability partnership we will cover in alternative investment. Limited liability partnership we will cover in alternative investments. Here there will be two partners. One who manages the business. One who manages the business. Within bracket, one who manages the business. Within bracket, general partner. His liability is unlimited. His liability is unlimited. Another partner who contributes the capital. Another person who contributes the capital. Within bracket, इसको बोलते हैं LP, limited partner. His liability is limited to amount contributed. So I want to give you a simple example. I want you to give simple example. I want to start a new business. For example, Vikas Institute. I want to start this. I have zero capital. So to start this company, my father gives me 100 rupees. So this money I got from my father. Now my point is, my father liability will be, he's only contributing capital. His liability is only limited to 100. Vikas liability is limited to, Vikas is managing the business. So Vikas liability will be unlimited. Who is Vikas? General partner. Who is father? He is going to be limited partner. So more we are going to cover in case of alternatives. Hedge funds, private equity funds are structured in the form of LLPs. Next slide. Corporates. Corporates could be listed and unlisted. Corporates could be listed and unlisted. Any example of listed company? Reliance. Any example of unlisted company? Zerodha, Byju's, Physics Wala, all the example, your father's company, all of them are example of unlisted. Now my point is, फोन लग कैसे रहा है? Sorry. Shall I proceed further? Not right. Not right. Please. Not right. Not right. Please write. Concept number 3. Public company versus private company. Public company. Their shares are listed on stock exchange. Their shares can be purchased by general public. Hence, they are subject to more regulations. They are subject to more regulations in comparison to private company. Again, private company shares are listed on stock exchange. They can be purchased by general public. Hence, these companies are subject to more regulations. Correct? Next, right, private company. In case of private company, disclosures will be limited. Disclosures will be limited. But potential for growth will be very high. These investments are risky, less risky. These investments are more risky in comparison to listed companies. And at times, private company can go public through following routes. Number one, direct listing. Number 2, IPO. Number 3, special acquisition companies. Within bracket, not applicable in India. Now, direct listing. Direct listing means directly we are listing the stock on stock exchange. For example, in case of Byju's, there are n number of large shareholder. Tomorrow could be possible that company is not coming up with IPO. They are directly listing their shares on stock exchange. Then one way is IPO. IPO means you want to raise capital from the market. In direct listing, we are not raising the capital. We are selling our stock. For example, one company is Byju's. Is Byju's only owned by Ravinder Byju? No. There are n number of other shareholders. They just want to list the stock. This will be example of direct listing. But if you want to raise the capital from the market, then it will be an example of IPO. Then there's one more case, special acquisition companies. Now, what is the meaning of special acquisition companies? Now, these companies are formed. They raise money from the public. Likhna nahi hai. They raise money from public. And with the help of money that they have raised, they are going to buy private companies. And this company, special acquisition company, this company will be listed on stock exchange. So, for example, what will happen? Could be possible that Zerodha founders may do this. Now, tomorrow, Zerodha founders or Zerodha brothers will say that we are forming a special purpose acquisition company. What is the purpose of this company? To acquire private companies. Which private companies you are going to acquire? They need not to disclose at the time of IPO. They are also known as blank companies. That means which companies we are going to acquire need not to disclose. This is also allowed. And then what will do? They list this company on the stock exchange. तो लोगों से अगर $10 लिया है तो ये जब exchange पे list होगा कितने पे होता होगा? $10 पे. Then with the help of this capital, what they are going to do? They are going to acquire private companies. And then how these companies are going to perform, accordingly, the share price of this will keep on changing. Now, I can show you one example. Example is Digital World Acquisition Corp. Digital World Acquisition Corp. Now, my point is this company listed on stock exchange? What is the price? 16. Now, what is the purpose of this company? It is a dash company. It is a blank check company. That means which private company it is going to acquire, it is not known as of now. The company is formed for the purpose of effecting a merger, capital stock exchange, asset acquisition, stock purchase, recognition similar with one or more business. What they're trying to say, what is the objective? Our objective is to acquire private companies. Then that private company's performance will influence the share price of this particular company. Again, a strong person will raise the money from the market. That company will be known as special purpose. What is the purpose of this company? To acquire. And depending upon that private company's performance, the share price of this company will change. So this concept is not in India. One company which is performing similar to that is इसका नाम क्या है 99 एकर्स का, जिस बंदे की 99 एकर्स है, इस कंपनी का नौकरी InfoEdge. So InfoEdge earlier has ownership in Zomato. They have ownership in other businesses. So yes, it is similar to special purpose acquisition company. What this company was doing, they're acquiring the private companies. Depending upon their performance, their share price was changing in the market. Okay. So with this, we have completed first chapter. Now let's solve the questions. चलिए आंसर करिए क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. Which has the highest degree of separation between owner and operators? Then second, assume EBT to be. Help me with the answer. Assume EBT to be. B. Question number 3. How a public company can go private? There are 3 ways: IPO, direct listing, special purpose. Answer is. ठीक है? Am I clear with the first chapter? ठीक है? Take 2 minutes, revise. काट दीजिए. मैं इतना ही पढ़ के आया था घर से. चलिए. Please go through once. Please go through once. Please go through once. Okay. Now please write. Please write in the same one. In the same one. Directors can be of. Directors can be of. इसी में लिखिए. आगे लिखते चले जाइए. Directors can be of 2 types. Independent directors, executive directors. Independent directors, executive directors. Executive directors are those directors. Executive directors are those directors who are getting remunerations from the company. Who are getting remuneration from the company. Who are getting remunerations from the company. Now my point is, in case of Reliance Industries Limited, Mukesh Ambani is the director. Is he getting remuneration? He gets a remuneration of 15 crore. He is getting remuneration, so he is executive director. All his 3 children, they're getting the remunerations. His wife is getting the remunerations. All of them are example of executive directors. The next slide, independent directors. Independent directors are those directors who do not have even a single share of the company. Who do not have even a single share of the company. Nor they receive any remuneration from the company. Nor they receive any remuneration from the company. They do not participate in day-to-day operations. They do not participate in day-to-day operations. They are playing a role of, or they're providing us services of advisory. They're providing the service of advisory. And for that, they receive sitting fees. For that, they receive sitting fees. अब आप मेरे को बताइए, in a company, is it good to have more of independent directors or executive directors? Independent directors or executive directors? So we want more to have independent directors. Why there is need to have more of independent directors? Now my point is Reliance 100% owned by Ambani's? Ambani's only own 51%. 49% is known as minority, or 49% is known as general public. Now, could it be possible that tomorrow Ambani's are going to misuse their power? Now, a company should be managed in such a way that nobody should have significant power. Now, my point is it good to have more of independent directors or executive directors? Now, if all of them would be Ambani family, they're going to take decisions, and could be possible that they compromise with their responsibility. What we want? We want more of independent directors. The next slide. Board can further be divided into, or right, there can be 2 structures of board. There can be 2 structures of board. There can be 2 structures of board. Number 1, Tier 1 board. Tier 2 board. In Tier 2 board, there will be one supervisory board. There will be one executive board. There will be one supervisory board. There will be one executive board. अब ध्यान से देखना होता क्या है. Now, Mukesh Ambani decided that their market cap that time was 4 lakh crore. During that period, I'm talking about 2009, when they decided that we want to enter into Jio and we want to invest 1 lakh crore and we will also take loan on the business. Again, I repeat, our market cap is 4 lakh crore. His net worth will be 2 lakh crore during that period of time because he has only 50%. We will be taking 1 lakh crore. We will be entering into new business, which is already very competitive intensive. तब आरकॉम भी था, यूनिनॉर भी था, एयरसेल था, एयरटेल था, वोडाफोन था, and we will be investing 1 lakh crore plus we will be taking debt. Now, is it risky? But now my point is, Mukesh Ambani wants to enter into this business. This company is not owned by him. He's only 51% owner. We have to take into consideration the interest of 49% also. Now, what corporate governance is? Mukesh Ambani should be placed here. He's a part of executive board. Whatever he wants to decide, it should be decided here. Then it has to be reviewed by? It has to be reviewed by supervisory board. Supervisory board should only comprise of? It should only comprise of independent directors. And whatever supervisory board decide, that should be executed. This is an example of good corporate governance. Again, I want to repeat. Mukesh Ambani wants to enter into a risky business where he will be taking substantial debt on the company. Now, my point is, whatever he wants to decide, he should be a part of executive board. Whatever he decided, that should be left for review of supervisory board. Supervisory board should only comprise of independent directors, and their decisions should be the final one. It is an example of good corporate governance. But now, what happened in Indian case? So this happens in case of TCS. I'm going to show you. Whosoever will be on the top, he will not be the CEO. He will be an independent director. But what happens in majority of the Indian companies? They don't have tier board, tier 2 structure. They have tier 1 structure. अब यहाँ पे वो क्या करते हैं? One is Mukesh Ambani, children A, children 2, children 3, wife 1, and then they have 3 independent directors. Now my point is, to pass the director resolution, 50% votes should be in favor. Now what's Ambani says yes. 3 of his children will say, his wife will say. Now my point is, are they dominating the board? Yes. Board should have more numbers of independent directors. They should not have more numbers of executive directors. Plus, they should not be in a same group. They should be divided into all the executive directors should be the part of executive board. Whatever they decided, it should be reviewed by supervisory board. Should only comprise of independent director. Now let me show you the structure of TCS. TCS board of directors. Now governance. He is a non-independent director. Non-independent director. Now, N. Chandrasekhan. He's heading all the Tata companies. Then, what they started with? What they started with? Independent. That means this person does not have any share in the company. Any share in the company. Non-executive. He receives any sort of compensation? No, he receives setting fees. What he is providing? Advisory. OP Bhatt. Now, all these directors, what you find? Either they are some IS officers, they are retired from PNB Bank, SBI Bank. All these are veteran bankers, and then they sits on the board. Plus, if there is one person, ISB, there's one faculty very much famous of MDI, Sandeep Bakshi. वो सब लोग क्या करते हैं? इन बोर्ड्स का पार्ट बनते हैं. सो जितने भी वेटरन इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर्स हैं, अगर चंदा कोचर भी कुछ गलत काम नहीं करती, सो कुड बी पॉसिबल दैट इवन चंदा कोचर इज द पार्ट ऑफ सच ग्रुप्स. अब आप सारे देख लीजिए, जितने डायरेक्टर्स हैं, उन्होंने नाम सबसे ऊपर किसका लिखा है? इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स. दिस इज देयर सुपरवाइजरी बोर्ड. बिलो दिस इज द CEO ऑफ द कंपनी. उसका नाम टॉप पे नहीं है. ही इज अ पार्ट ऑफ विच बोर्ड? He is a part of which group? He is a part of executive group. Now, whatever these 2 persons decided, this is left for the review of these persons. Now, executive have only 2 non-independent directors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. क्या independent directors का number ज़्यादा है? Yes, but this is not the case with the Reliance. Then look, there are different communities. ये इनका CEO का नाम है. CEO कहीं पे भी क्या हेड कर रहा है? एनी कम्युनिटी को. ऑल दी कम्युनिटीज आर हेड बाय, सिर्फ अगर इस वाली ये ऑडिट कमेटी है, ऑडिट कमेटी का चेयरमैन कौन है? केकी मिस्त्री, इंडिपेंडेंट एग्जीक्यूटिव. और इसमें कितने इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स हैं? इट्स अ ग्रुप ऑफ 6. हाउ मेनी इंडिपेंडेंट? देन we have remuneration committee. How many independent? How many executive? Independent, non-independent, independent. लेकिन ये social responsibility इतना main नहीं है. Then risk management. This is one of the main. Who is how many independent? 2 independent, 3 dependents. Now my point is in all the communities we want more number should be of. और ये जो भी decide करेंगे will again be for the review of these independent directors. TCS, Infosys, HDFC Bank. These are the classic examples of corporate governance where you will find more numbers of independent directors in comparison to executive director. But this will not be in case of traditional running companies. For example, like Adani Enterprise, this will not be the case. Reliance Industries Limited, this will not be the case. But professionally managed companies, Infosys, TCS, Maruti Suzuki, you will find this way of structure. Is it good? Is it good governance? Answer is yes. So, right. We always want number of independent directors. We always want number of independent directors to be more than executive directors. To be more than executive directors. Especially in following committees. Important point. Especially in following committees. Number 1, audit. Number 1, audit. Number 1, audit. Number 2, risk. Now, what is the meaning of audit committee? Any of the auditor's findings is discussed with this committee first. So, who should be the head of this audit committee? It should be an independent director. Same wise, risk. How much risk we should take? It should not be left to the executive. It should be left to the group of independent directors. Third committee, remuneration committee. अब मुकेश अंबानी की सैलरी कौन डिसाइड करे? मुकेश अंबानी खुद या इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स? इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर्स. So third is remuneration committee. Am I clear? There are going to be different committees, but where we want company should have more of independent. 3 specifically. Number 1, audit. Number 2, risk. Number 3, remuneration. Am I clear with this? Now, next slide. Next slide. Conflict between directors and shareholder. Conflict between directors and shareholder. Any example? Conflict between directors and shareholders. So, right, ICICI Bank versus Chanda Kochar. ICICI Bank, in ICICI Bank, earlier managing director was Chanda Kochar. She had given loan to Videocon Group. She had given loan to Videocon Group, Jindal Steel, with which her husband had close relation. Eventually, the companies defaulted on the loan. Has Chanda Kochar compromised her responsibility? At the cost of shareholder? Has Chanda Kochar compromised her responsibility for personal gain at the cost of shareholder? At the cost of shareholder? Yes, no? Yes. The next slide. इसी में information asymmetry. Information asymmetry. Managers have information asymmetry. Managers or director have more knowledge of the business than shareholder. They should not compromise their responsibility. They should not compromise their responsibility. Firm has to incur agency cost. Firm has to incur agency costs. Now, what is the meaning of agency cost? Can you give me any example of agency cost where this cost is incurred to ensure that managements are working for the interest of the company? Audit is required by law. It is not incurred by the company. It is a requirement by the law. दो तरीके की ऑडिट होती है. One is statutory audit. One is internal audit. Statutory audit is required by the law. Internal audit company खुद करती है to ensure that whether our process are stringent or not. Same wise, if you go to a bank, do you find the guard? Is it the requirement of a guard there? बैंक में क्या guard की requirement है along with a gun? Yes, क्योंकि वही business है. ज्वेलर्स की दुकान में है. Yes. अब हमें ये देखना है कि सारे प्रोटोकॉल्स हैं या नहीं है. So we need to incur some agency cost. Number one agency cost is internal audit. Number second example of agency cost is Google versus Sundar Pichai. Now Sundar Pichai compensation is dependent upon the share price of Google. As share price will increase, he is going to get more compensation. Now automatically he will work for the benefit of company. So right, agency cost example, compensation of CEO linked with share price of the company. Share price of the company, comma, surveillance cost. Any example of surveillance? Within bracket internal audit, comma, CCTVs, comma, monitoring emails, comma, इसको टेक्निकल वर्ड मेरे को नहीं पता क्या बोलते हैं. आई थिंक diskless computers. Diskless means whatever is saved in your laptop, that is not on your laptop, that is on cloud. Further, when you left the company, you cannot take this data. So this is an example of agency cost. So जैसे मेरे सिस्टम में SSD लगी हुई है, but this is not the case with your laptops. In your laptops, everything is linked to cloud. So they have some जैसे Amazon का जो AWS कहते हैं. So everything will be stored on the cloud. Plus, when you left the companies, this USB will be disabled. You cannot insert the pen drive and take the data out. So this is again an example of agency cost. So why this is important? So that you should not be able to compromise your responsibility. Plus, when Chandra Kochar decided that I want to give loan to Videocon company 4,000 crore, that decision to be reviewed by independent directors. The moment it is not reviewed by independent directors, then yes, they are going to compromise with their responsibility. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Majority shareholder versus minority shareholder. Majority shareholder versus minority shareholder. Any example? Right? Bandhan Bank versus Chandrasekhar Ghosh versus Chandrasekhar Ghosh. Okay. In case of Bandhan Bank, when banking license was granted, that time Mr. Ghosh ownership was 80% in the company. He agreed with RBI. He agreed with RBI that in next 5 years, his ownership will be below 40%. Let me repeat. Example is Bandhan Bank versus Chandrasekhar Ghosh. So when the banking license was granted, at that time his ownership was 80%. He agreed in writing that my ownership will be below 40% in next 5 years. He failed to do so. And then RBI takes strict action. And was about to cancel the banking license. Mr. Ghosh acquired Group Finance. Mr. Ghosh acquired Group Finance. ये किसकी कंपनी थी? HDFC की. Mr. Ghosh acquired Group Finance at a very significant price. And in return, compensation is given in the form of equity shares of Bandhan Bank. Okay. Now let's explain what I'm trying to convey. Suppose this is the balance sheet of Bandhan. Mr. Ghosh has 80 and other shareholder are 20. Total is 100. He has to reduce this to below 40. He failed to do so. Now what he did? Let us assume that he acquired one more company, Group Finance. The fair price of Group Finance is 50, let us assume. But even HDFC knows that Mr. Ghosh is in hurry. So what price they quoted for this company? They quoted the price 100. And this deal was happened at the all-time high multiple. Never a finance company has been acquired at such a high multiple. इन्होंने कितने की खरीद ली कंपनी? 100 की. अब इन्होंने क्या करा? HDFC बैंक को शेयर दे दिए 100. Now my point is, how many total shares now? 200. What is Mr. Ghosh ownership now? 80 divided by this. Now my point is, you acquired one company where the fair value was 50. You acquired that for 100. Now my point is, this company was not your company. इसमें 20% हिस्सेदारी किसकी थी? माइनॉरिटी की. क्या ये डिसीजन माइनॉरिटीज के भी अगेंस्ट चला गया? Answer is yes. When Bandhan Bank IPOs was issued, their price was 672. 672, I'm talking about some 3-4 years back or 5 years back. Today the stock is trading at 300 rupees. Now, let me show you. It was very famous article. So, Bandhan Bank and Group Finance. First, how Bandhan Bank, what Bandhan Bank is giving? It is giving all shares. Now, the moment this news was, share starts falling. What was the price? I'm talking, ये कब का article है? 2009 का, 4 years back. What was the price of Bandhan Bank? Today the price is 250. We are 4 years back. Now, the moment this news was there, but what was the objective of this? With the objective to lower bank promoters holding. Here we are talking about Mr. Ghosh. अब ध्यान से देखना. Who is the owner of Group Finance? What is the promoter holding? Bandhan. Bandhan's promoter holding will be some 60. What is the analyst research? Founder of Target Investing, Mr. Sameer, feels that the merger will have negative impact on Group Finance since synergies are low. Synergies इतनी नहीं होंगी. ये सभी एनालिस्ट को लग रहा था. और फिर पढ़िए आगे क्या लिखता है. Even this merger will not solve the problem of Bandhan Bank. They have to reduce it too. Even after this merger, their ownership will be reduced too. That means ये फिर कुछ ना कुछ कांड आगे करने वाले थे. Because of which a share which was at 627 currently in the market trading at 250 rupees. Even few months back, it was below 200 rupees. It is a clear-cut example of majority shareholders versus minority shareholders. These companies will not do well in the futures. Am I clear? Am I clear? The next slide. Next slide. Shareholder versus government. Shareholder versus government. Any example? Shareholder versus government. Any example? It is very popular these days. लिखेंगे डेल्टा कॉप ड्रीम 11 डेल्टा कॉप ड्रीम 11 और कौन है एनी बेटिंग नजारा टेक्नोलॉजीज वर्सेस गवर्नमेंट recently delta corp received notice from income tax from GST department their liability to pay to the department is 16,000 crore. Their liability to pay to the department is 16,000 crore. Market cap of the company is 4,000 crore. Market cap of the company is 4,000 crore. Now, point is, what is required in this case? What is required? Now, should Delta Corp pay this amount? Should Delta Corp should not pay this amount? You have to resolve this. Now, write. Please write. Please write. Please write. Relevant laws should be in place. Relevant laws should be in place, and there should not be any sort of ambiguity. And there should not be any sort of ambiguity. If law is silent, अभी जो dispute है क्योंकि law silent है अभी. If law is silent, then judges should have the power. Judges should have the power. Should have the power to frame the law. Judges should have the power to frame the law. Now, what I'm trying to say, there are two types of system. One system is known as common law. Please write. One country is common law system. One country is civil law system. Now, what is the meaning of common law? The meaning of common law is, the meaning of common law is, if law is silent, अभी लड़ाई किस बात की है मैं पहले बता देता हूं. उन्होंने कहा 100 रुपए इकट्ठा करा, 95 रुपीज हमने लोगों में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दिया, तो नेट हमने कितना कमाया? 5. हम 5 के ऊपर जीएसटी दे देते हैं. गवर्नमेंट क्या कह रही है? जीएसटी कितने पे दे दो? गवर्नमेंट कह रही है जीएसटी अब 100 पे दे दो. ये लड़ाई है और कोई लड़ाई नहीं. नाउ पॉइंट इज हाउ दिस कंपनी वर्क्स. So the company is like Dream 11. They accumulate the funds from you. Suppose you have 50 students, give me 250 rupees. Now what I will say, whosoever is going to win, I'm going to distribute 245 rupees. So 5 rupees will be my earning as a platform fee because I'm giving you a platform. Now company is paying with honesty GST on 5 rupees. What government has demanded? You have to pay GST on 250 rupees on the amount that you have gathered from the public. Correct? This is the main way these companies basically works. Now, point is law is silent. Now then who is going to decide this, whether it is correct or not? Now, one is common law system. Common law system means judges, you have the discretion to set the law. Apply your brain, apply your experience, You have the power to frame the law. And whatever you decided, this will become law in the country. So again, I want to repeat, currently law is silent. Judges, you have the power. Use your experience, use your expertise. Whatever you decided, that will become law in the country. And based upon that, we are going to resolve the case. Similarly, जितने भी cases बाकी होंगे, for example, अगर एक बार Dream 11 जीत गया, तो जितने भी बाकी pending cases हैं, वो भी इसी ruling के basis पे क्या हो जाएंगे? They will be decided. That means the case will be solved for all the companies. इसको बोलते हैं common law. One is civil law. Civil law means the judges does not have the power to frame the law. They only have the power, what is written in the law, the interpretation of that they can only decide. They don't have the power to set the law. Now my point is, which country is good? In India, it's a common law system. In Pakistan, it's a civil law system. So it is good that economy should have common law, where the judges have the power to set the rules and regulations. All right. If on any point law is silent, अच्छा कौन से जजेस की बात हो रही है? सुप्रीम कोर्ट जजेस. ओके, राइट. इफ नहीं, सॉरी, क्या लिखा था? If on any point law is silent, then under common law system, judges of Supreme Court have the power to use their experience to use their experience to frame the law. Whatever they decided, this will become law in the country. Whatever they decided, this will become law in the country. And all the cases pending in any court will be resolved using the same judgment. However, in case of civil law system, however, in case of civil law system, the judges of court does not have the power to make the laws. They are only allowed to make, they are not allowed to make law. They are only allowed to make interpretations of the law. Interpretations of the law. Am I clear with common law system, civil law system? No, right? A good corporate governance is one which balance the interest of which balance the interest of which balance the interest of all stakeholder. This theory is known as stakeholder theory. Am I clear with this? Okay. Then next right, conflict between shareholders and lender. Lenders will get a fixed return, whereas equity holder has a residual claim in the company. Debt holder does not want company to invest into risky projects. Debt holder does not want company to invest into risky projects. Now, right? Example. Mr. A buys a stock for ₹100 with two scenarios. Either price go to 120 or fall to 80. Calculate ROE and leverage ratio. ये 10 बार कर चुके हैं, फटाफट दे दीजिए, सॉल्व नहीं करना है. -20 to +20. What is leverage ratio? 1. Right, one more example. Same stock with debt 40, equity 60. What will be ROE? Minus 33.33, positive 33 point. What is leverage ratio? Now what it is signifying? As there will be more debt, there will be more risk in the business. So banker wants to take you a controlled risk. Bank does not want, once you have taken a loan from me, take more borrowings. But equity wants to take more risk. Again, how to balance the conflict between the two? With the help of indenture, with the help of loan agreements. This is known as indenture. Indenture will contain covenants. Covenants will be of two types. One will be affirmative, one will be negative. And these covenants will protect the right of that is going to be the debt holder. So ये calculations कर रखी हैं, required नहीं है, ठीक है, चलिए. Now with this we have covered. Okay, अभी रहता है. Then next, right? While investing, we should take into consideration ESG factors. E stands for environment, S stands for social, G stands for governance factors. E stands for environment, S stands for social, G stands for governance factors. Now, environment. We are not going to invest into the companies which are harmful for environment. We are not going to invest into the companies which are harmful for environment. Now, one such example will be paper stocks. So how we get the paper? By cutting off the trees. They're going to have adverse impact on the environment. Same wise, any companies which is making crackers, again it have an adverse effect on the environment. Then the cars manufacturers which are basically manufacturing diesel cars, again the carbon emissions will be very high. So these are the factors that we are going to ignore. Then society. We are not going to invest into the companies which are having a negative impact on the society. Example, tobacco, alcohol, gutka, etc. Then governance. We are not going to invest into the companies with weak governance. Example, with weak governance, PNB, Adani Enterprise, PC Jeweler. These are the examples of negative governance. Now, this type of screening is known as negative screening. That means we want ourselves to be protected from these sort of companies. Then we also have positive screening. Then positive screening. Example of environment. इन कंपनीज में पैसा लगाना चाहिए. Environment. Tesla, Tata. Tesla is there, or Tata is there. Solar power, green energies, Adani Green. Then we have solar power. Any other example? Okay. Then next, which are going to have positive impact on the society. Schools, hospitals. Then example of good governance. TCS, HDFC. ठीक है. Then first was negative screening, then it was positive screening. The next we have thematic. Thematic means thematic means thematic means thematic means based upon some theme. Based upon some theme. For example, today company decided that we won't be using polythene in the office. It is to be replaced by plastic bag. It is to be replaced by plastic bag. Paper bag. Sorry, it is to be replaced by paper bag. ठीक है. Same wise, if you see any TCS employee, so they provide food free of cost. We won't want food to be wastage. So they have a policy on that. कि आपने देखा होगा कि ये फूड हमने कल वेस्ट करा, ये इतने लोगों को खाना फीड कर सकता था. तो ये सब थीम पे है. सेम हमारी थीम है कि हम देखेंगे कि जब क्लासरूम में कोई बच्चा नहीं है, हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को क्या कर देंगे, हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को बंद कर देंगे. तो इसको बोल देते हैं थीम. सो वन इज पॉजिटिव, वन इज नेगेटिव, वन इज थीम. द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. If a plant and machinery does not comply with relevant laws, if a plant and machinery does not comply with relevant laws, and you have to close that plant and machinery, and you have to shut that plant and machinery, it is known as stranded assets. It is known as stranded assets. So if you have any plant and machinery, for example, in Delhi, you are not allowed to run any car with a life of more than 15 years. It is an example of stranded assets, which are not meeting the relevant laws and regulations at current point. Shall I proceed? चलिए अब एक बार करते हैं. Please solve. एक एग्जांपल और है. We have covered tier 1, we have covered tier 2, we have covered supervisory, along with executive also, right? Management board. We have written only executive, right? Management board. एक लिखवाया था एग्जीक्यूटिव बोर्ड, उसके ब्रैकेट में लिख दीजिए मैनेजमेंट बोर्ड. चलिए प्रोसीड. द नेक्स्ट राइट. स्टैगर्ड बोर्ड is an example of weak corporate governance. Staggered board is an example of weak corporate governance. Not right. There are two types of board system. One is full board. One is staggered board. Full board. Here the shareholders have the power. Here the shareholders have the power to remove all the directors at once. Full board. Here the shareholders have the power to remove full board at once, or to remove all the directors at once. Here shareholders cannot remove all the directors at once. For example, For example, currently Reliance has 51% ownership with Mukesh Ambani. Currently, Reliance has 51% ownership with Mukesh Ambani. Hypothetically assume that company has only 6 executive directors. ऐसा हो नहीं सकता, इंडिपेंडेंट होने की रिक्वायरमेंट होती है. अज्यूम कर लीजिए कि बोर्ड हैज 6 executive directors and all 6 relatives of Mukesh Ambani. He introduced in the company staggered board. That is, maximum you can remove 2 directors at a time. ठीक है. अब hypothetically सोचते हैं. Right now Ambani have only 51, but from one or the other way, some public gain access to this capital. His ownership falls below 51. Suppose now it is 45, and one person is holding 55. Now he want to remove the entire board. Can he remove it in 1 year? No, he's going to remove he need at least 3 years. Same wise, there's one company by the name Twitter. There's some XYZ owners, but now who is the owner? Elon Musk. If it is staggered board, can I remove the board in a one go? Answer is no. If it is full board, can I remove in a single go? Answer is yes. So ये आपको किन companies में दिखेगा? Again, where the shareholder and management is same, and they want to control the company. Not a good example. Then right, single equity versus dual equity. Single equity versus dual equity. Dual equity is an example of bad corporate governance. टाटा मोटर्स का डीलिस्ट हो चुका है? Okay. Now, there's one company by the name TCS. They have only one class. In case of Tata Motors, they have 2 class, class A, class B. Now, point is why this is done, and is it a good governance or a bad governance? So what you have to remember, it's an example of bad governance. Let me show you. Now, money control. First is Tata Motors. At what price it is available? 630. Then we have Tata Motors DVR, differential voting right. At what price it is available? 428. Now I want to ask some few questions. Does both the shareholders receive same dividend? Does both the shareholders receive same dividend? Which one higher? DVR is available at 400. Which one higher? नॉर्मल वाले को ज्यादा मिलता होगा, डीवीआर वाले को ज्यादा मिलता होगा? चलिए, अब इन दोनों में फर्क क्यों है कीमतों में? इन दोनों में सब कुछ सेम है. Whether you buy a stock of 600 or you buy a stock of 450, everything is same. Rather, who's buying a 400 rupee share, he will receive more dividend. He will not receive less dividend. He will receive more dividend. Then, sir, why it is available at a less price? Because these shareholders have differential voting rights. That means if for a normal share, one share has one vote. In this case, this is not the case. One share has, assume, 0.2 votes. Now, if you want to have one entire vote, then how many shares you have to purchase? Then you have to purchase 5 shares. For 5 shares, they have one vote. And the other one has, for one share, one vote. Now, my point is why Tata has does so in case of Tata Motors. It is an example of bad corporate governance. And tomorrow, if company gets liquidated, then both of them will receive the same amount. Both of them are receiving the same dividend. Both of them receive the same amount. Rather, they receive some additional dividend. Then point is, what is the difference for the price? Difference is not on account of dividend. Difference is on account of because this shareholder has less voting power, because of which it is available at less price. अभी टाटा ने डिसीजन ले लिया है, हम इसको क्या करने वाले हैं, इसको हटाने वाले हैं. Then there will only be one class, that is going to be Tata Motors. Now, why company does so? ध्यान से देखना. Just you have to understand. बैलेंस शीट रतन टाटा जी का है, मान के चलते हैं 51 and other shareholder is 49. How much voting power? 51. या इसको कर देते हैं, let me take this to 60. 60, 40, 100. What is the ownership, voting power? 60. Now they need funds. Let us assume that they need 30 rupees. But Ratan Tata does not have 30 rupees. So this will they raise from the public. This will be 130. This will be 70. This will be 60. Will he lose the ownership over the company? Now he does not have 50% voting power. Will he lose the ownership of the company? What he do? He does not raise on the account of same company. What he will do? He will create a new class. This is class A. This is class B. Now, new class, how much they will raise? 30. Now, what will say? They have only 15 vote. They have only 15 vote. यहाँ पे कितने वोट हैं? 60 वोट. यहाँ पे कितने वोट हैं? 40 वोट. Now my point is, how much total vote? 115. मेरे पास कितने हैं? 60 वोट. अगर आप कंपनी में पैसा देखेंगे, कंपनी टोटल इंट्रोड्यूस 130, out of which I have given only 60. But क्या मेरे पास वोटिंग पावर more than 50% है? Answer is yes. Now, this you will find in case of Facebook. This you will find in case of Google. This you will find in case of Berkshire Hathaway. All these companies are having dual class of equity. Why? Because Mark Zuckerberg is not the owner. Mark Zuckerberg ownership is, I think, close to 10%. But still he want to control the company. So through dual class, it is possible. Where the funds that you have introduced, that is less than 50%. But still you have more voting power. Again, will they receive same dividend? Yes. Rather, DVR will receive some additional. Will they have same capital if company goes bankrupt? Yes. The only change is DVR does not have voting power. But total business में funds कितने लगे हैं? Business में funds, out of which Ratan Tata ji has contributed. Now 60 upon 130. How much in percentage terms? But how much voting power he is having? 60 divided by? He is still controlling the company. So this you will find in case of Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg still has the voting power in the company, but he does not have this much of ownership. Am I clear? Now answer करेंगे. चलिए. Question number 1. Question number 1. For a company that is financially sound, increasing the growth rate will most likely benefit for? Because they have a Residual claim. Debt holder has a, so even if they're growing at a very high rate, they won't receive anything extra. Question number 2. What is to be preferred by a minority? What we want? We want full board, we want majority, independent shares. Then see, question number 3. Question number 3. These are standard assets. You have to shut the cloud. Shall I proceed? Then I'm moving to my third reading. Information asymmetry we have covered. That means managers have more data about the company. Then we covered agency cost. Agency cost is equals so that the agents or the employees are working in the interest of company. One example is surveillance cost, internal audit. Clear? Then we covered dual class. Then we covered meaning of minority, meaning of controlling. In case of Mukesh Ambani, he's controlling interest. Rather, 49% is minority interest. Then we covered governance, stakeholder management. There is AGM. Now write a word, proxy. Proxy. Write a word, proxy. If management, नहीं लिखेंगे, proxy में लिखेंगे. Activist shareholder. Activist shareholder. Activist shareholder. First example is Elon Musk versus Twitter. Elon Musk versus Twitter. Second example is Arvind Gupta versus ICICI Bank. Now, who is Arvind Gupta? So, who highlighted this matter of Chanda Kochar? The name of the person is Arvind Gupta. He strongly observed the person to whom Chanda Kochar is giving the loan, their close relative of her husband. Now, the moment this matter is highlighted to him, what he did, he started investigating and eventually realized that, yes, Chanda Kochar has compromised with her responsibility. Now, he wants Chanda Kochar to be removed from the board. He was one of the shareholders. He wants Chanda Kochar to be removed because HDFC bank was growing at a very high rate. Despite that, bank was formed in 1996. ICICI Bank was formed in 1957. Despite that, the growth was not there. So what do you want? He wants to remove the Chanda Kochar. Now my point is, do you think that Arvind Gupta has so much of holding of ICICI Bank that he can remove Chanda Kochar? No. So who is the activist shareholder? He does not control the company, but he is against the current management. And he wants to remove the current management. Now how they can do so? One of the way is proxy. What is the meaning of proxy? You have to make agree to the other shareholders that they will give their voting right to you so that you can vote on their behalf. This is one way. This is known as proxy. Another way is they try to influence the government. So what he did, Arvind Gupta, he write an email to Prime Minister. He write an email to Finance Minister. He write an email to CBI. And he gives all the relevant documents. Now, what he want? He want governments to intervene in this case and remove the Chanda Kochar. This is one way. That means you're influencing the regulatory bodies. Another way is through proxy. Proxy means I'm saying the other shareholders. They are the relevant facts. Give your voting power to me and let's remove the Chanda Kochar. So this is the meaning of proxy. Am I clear? Right? Activist shareholder. He's a person who is against. He's a person who is against current management. In order to remove current management, they make use of proxy. Proxy means asking other shareholders to give their voting rights to him so that he can remove the current management. Or other way is activist shareholder tries to convince regulators by showing relevant documents to take strict actions against the management. So what Arvind Gupta did? Arvind Gupta tries for the influence the regulators. Last क्या बोला एक बार बोलना? Or other way is activist shareholders tries to influence regulators by showing them relevant supporting documents which is against the current management. तो अरविंद गुप्ता ने क्या करा था? सेकंड काम करा था. Same ways, any idea what Elon Musk did against the Twitter current management? So ये बंदा बड़ा ही सॉर्टेड है. इसने पूरी कंपनी क्या कर ली? अब इसने कहा इसको बोलूंगा सारे तो मेरे को वोट दे, फिर मेरे उसकी मदद लूंगा. उसने कहा कोई दिक्कत नहीं, सारे शेयर्स मुझे दे दो, मैं क्या कर लेता हूँ, मैं कंपनी खरीद लेता हूँ और करंट मैनेजमेंट को हटा दूंगा. सो लिखेंगे, इसको बोलते हैं टेंडर ऑफर. टेंडर ऑफर. टेंडर ऑफर मीन्स asking the other shareholder to liquidate their position. For example, now these are approximate figures, okay? For example, Twitter was trading in the market at 40 rupees. Twitter was trading in the market at $40. मैंने रुपीस बोल दिया ना. Twitter was trading in the market at $40 and Elon Musk gave a tender offer to buy the share at a price of $54. At a price of $54. तो अगर आप मार्केट में बिकते हैं, आपका शेयर 40 का बिक रहा था, इसने कहा मुझे दे दो 54 पे. शेयर होल्डर्स ने दे दिया, इसने उठा के क्या कर दिया? मैनेजमेंट को हटा दिया. What is the problem with the third option? It is very costly. You have to buy the entire company and then you remove the current management. So we have learned 3 words. First is activist shareholder who is against the current management. Now how he removes the management? One way is proxy, one way is tender offer, one way is by influencing the regulator. Shall I proceed further? Then next slide. Board of directors does not participate in day-to-day activities. Board of directors does not participate in day-to-day activities. They set the goals. They set the capital structure. They set the action plan. It is the responsibility of managers it is the responsibilities of managers to execute the plan. To execute the plan. So in simple words, let me try to explain what I'm trying to say. Your father is a shareholder. घर पे पैसा किसका लगता है? पापा का. लेकिन पापा घर नहीं चलाते. बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर इज योर मदर. शी सेट ऑल दी रूल्स. एग्जीक्यूशन कौन करता है? एग्जीक्यूशन बच्चे करते हैं. दूध लेके आना है, पापा जाएंगे मम्मी जाएंगी? बच्चे जाएंगे. ब्रेड लेके आनी है, बच्चे. तो पापा ने कहा भैया पैसे मैं दे दूंगा, मम्मी ने कहा मैं बता दूंगी क्या है. लेके कौन आएगा? तो आप घर के क्या हो? आप घर के मैनेजर हो. तो आज आपको बोलना है घर पे कि हम मैनेजर है. ठीक है, चलिए हम मैनेजर बन गए हैं. चलिए, हैव वी कवर दिस? ऑडिट कमिटी, गवर्नेंस कमिटी एंड रेमुनरेशन कमिटी should only have independent directors. चलिए लिखेंगे रिस्क ऑफ पुअर गवर्नेंस. Risk of poor governance. What is the risk of poor governance? Any risk of poor governance? Your business may shut down. Your business may shut down. Your business may shut down. Now, earlier we used to say that Diwan Housing, Diwan Brothers. So there was a reputation. Now हम क्या बोलते हैं? चोरन साले. So loss of reputation. Loss of reputation. Third, difficulty in starting new business. Loss of investors' confidence or trust. These are the risk of poor governance. These are the risk of poor governance. So in simple words, अगर आज आपके पापा अच्छे गवर्नेंस नहीं बनेंगे तो कल बच्चे गंदे हो जाएंगे. तो बच्चे गंदे होंगे तो फिर नेक्स्ट जनरेशन भी गंदी हो जाएगी. ऐसे चलता रहेगा. आंसर कर दीजिए. क्वेश्चन नंबर 1, इंफॉर्मेशन असिमेट्री. इंफॉर्मेशन असिमेट्री. इसमें क्रेडिटेड की जगह कुछ भी लिखा होता तब भी क्या आ जाता? स्टेक होल्डर. क्वेश्चन नंबर थर्ड. Question number 3. What are the benefits of good governance? So risk of default will reduce. So with this, we have covered this chapter. एक मिनट, let me go through the content part once. Have we covered all the points? Next slide. We are still left with few points. लिखेंगे सिंपल वोटिंग वर्सेस क्यूमुलेटिव वोटिंग. हर चैप्टर में नाच गाना नहीं हो सकता. तो एक बच्चे का है सर बोरिंग था, तो अब ढोल लेके तो नहीं कर सकते, तो ऐसे ही करिए प्लीज. अगर बोरिंग था तो एक मिनट.
मेरी फ्रूट शेयर करूं? यस प्लीज. क्या ना शेयर करूं? चकर.
देखो देखो क्या वो पेड़ है, चादर ओढ़े या खड़ा कोई, बारिश है या आसमान ने छोड़ दिए हैं कल खुले कहीं, हाँ हम जैसे देखे ये जहां।
बच्चे ने हाथ जोड़ दिए, आपको बच्चे का नाम गेस करना है। आपको बच्चे का नाम गेस करना है, कौन होगा? आपके भैया हैं। हाँ, तो भैया भैया एंटरटेनमेंट ढूंढ रहे थे घर पे बैठे बैठे। चलिए लिखेंगे सिंपल वोटिंग वर्सेस क्यूमुलेटिव वोटिंग। सिंपल वोटिंग versus cumulative voting. Cumulative voting is an example of good corporate governance. Simple voting is an example of good corporate governance. Cumulative voting is an example of, ये बोले ना, sorry, एक है simple और एक है cumulative. Cumulative is an example of good corporate governance. ठीक है ना, right? Cumulative voting safeguard the interest of minority interest. Cumulative voting safeguard the interest of minority interest. Now, right example. There is a company Geo. There are 3 shareholders A, B, C. Or there are 2 shareholders A and B. A has 60% ownership. B has 40% ownership. Now, X, Y, Z, these are board of directors. A says yes for X, A yes for Y, no for Z. B says no for X, no for Y, yes for Z. कौन nominate हो जाएगा? X and Y will be appointed. X and Y will be appointed, and they take into consideration interest of shareholder A only. X and Y will be appointed, and they take into consideration interest of shareholder A only. It is an example of simple voting. It is an example of simple voting. Now, cumulative voting. Simple. It is an example of simple voting. Now, cumulative voting. How many directors there are? 3. 100% multiply by 300%. 100% multiply by 3, 300%. How many votes A will have? 60%. That is 180. How many votes B will have? That is going to be 120. Now it is their discretion to whom they want to give their votes to. Now A says, I'm going to give 90% to X, 90% to Y, 0 to C. B says 0 to X, 0 to Y, 120 to Z. Now who will be nominated? Now right. All 3 will be nominated. And Z will take care of the interest of shareholder B within brackets minority. So what happens in cumulative? We add up, and then to whom you want to give the votes, you can. Votes should be more than 50%. Now, how much votes Z is getting? 120. Will Z be also appointed? Yes. In the previous example, Z was not being nominated, but now Z is also being appointed as the director, and they will take into consideration the interest of minority. Am I clear with this? So one is simple, one is cumulative. चलिए, तो इसके साथ ये 3 चैप्टर या 2 चैप्टर आपके फिनिश हो जाते हैं, ठीक है। चलिए चलिए, shall we start? Shall we start? Okay. Now, please. Now, what is my agenda today? So today we are going to complete 2 chapters, and with this, our corporate issuers will be over. So those who are appearing for 2023 attempt, their syllabus will be 100% over today. And those who are appearing for 2024, 57% syllabus will be covered today. Now it's a high time for both the students that you should start now. You should be in the revisionary mode now. So now going forward, what you have to do, you should start revising whatever the topics that we have covered. So for Feb, today we will be in a position to cover 57% of the syllabus, and we will be able to complete 5 topics. One is ethics, one is corporate issuers, one is derivative, fixed income, FRA. Okay. Particularly when you're targeting corporate issuers, your accuracy should be close to, or should not be close, it should be more than 90%. So you have already visualized that corporate issuers, it's slightly a less difficult topic in comparison to another one. So here the accuracy that you are targeting, that is over 90%. Am I clear with this? Okay. Now give a heading, capital structure. Now give a heading, capital structure. Now, if I prepare my balance sheet, then we have equity, debt. This money, with the help of this money, we are going to buy some plant and machinery. Now, can I say that the left-hand side is known as sources of fund, and the right-hand side of the balance sheet is known as application of fund. So how we raise the money? We raise the money with the help of equity and debt. And with the help of that money, we purchase some plant and machinery. We are going to generate the sales, and in turn, we are going to generate the profits. Now, my point is, whether we should buy a plant and machinery or not, that we evaluate with the help of NPV or IRR. This we covered in the chapter capital investment. There we used to say discount rate is 10%, discount rate is 15%, discount rate is 20%. Now, what is the meaning of that discount rate? Now, right, concept number 1. Concept number 1, weighted average cost of capital. Weighted average cost of capital, within brackets WACC, WACC. Meaning of weighted average cost of capital, within bracket WACC. Now write, WACC is the minimum return requirement of debt and equity taken together. That means what I'm trying to say, how much debt and equity wants to earn in percentage terms, this is known as WACC. This is the minimum return requirement. Now let me give you example. Suppose in the business we have debt 40 rupees, we have equity 60 rupees. Now the summation of 2 is known as capital employed. How much capital we have employed in the business? 100. Let us assume that equity holder says I want to earn 8%. Debt holder says I want debt holder says I want to earn 8%. Equity holder says I want to earn 10%. That means on that 40, how much he wants to earn? 3.2. On that 60, how much equity wants to earn? Now combined, how much they want to earn? Combined, they want to earn 9.2 on a capital of 100. Then what is the WACC? WACC is 9.2%. Again, I repeat. To start the business, I need 40 as debt. I need 60 as equity. How much debt holder wants to earn? 8. How much equity holder wants to earn? 10. How much they want to earn on cumulative basis? On cumulative basis, they want to earn 9.2%. Now, important point is, whatever the WACC that you're going to calculate, it is always to be in between 8 and 10%. If there's a 100% equity, then what will be WACC? 10. If it is 100% debt hypothetically, then what will be WACC? 8. Then the moment you're going to change the weights, answer will be between 8 and 10%. Am I clear with this? Now my point is, important point, will cost of equity always be more than cost of debt? Will cost of equity, the requirement of equity holder will always be more than requirement of debt holder? So answer is yes. Now suppose you have borrowed 10 rupees in the form of loan from a bank. On that money that you have borrowed, you always want to earn more. For example, if your requirement is 9, then how you're going to pay to the banker? 10%. So your requirement will always be more than debt. So yes, cost of equity will always be higher than cost of debt. And at times we used to say that debt is the cheapest source of funding. So the interest that we are paying on the debt, that is cheapest. All right, formula. WACC is equal to KD multiplied by 1 minus T. This is combined known as post-tax cost of debt multiplied by weight of debt. Cost of debt multiplied by weight of debt plus cost of equity, which is representative by KE, multiplied by weight of equity. Now, in my example, in the above example, help me, what is the weight of debt in the capital structure? 40%. What is the weight of equity? So here 40. Then my next question is, tax rate is not given. Tax rate is not given, so ignore that. How much debt holder wants to earn? 8%. How much equity holder wants to earn? 10%. Multiply, add, verify. Are we getting 9.2%? Multiply, add. Are we getting 9.2%? Now, what this 9.2% signifying? Debt in equity, how much they want to earn? They want to earn 9.2% on the capital they're contributing in the business. Am I clear with this part? The next slide. Debt is always cheapest source of fund. Debt is always cheapest source of fund. Now my point is, if debt is cheapest, is it good to have more of debt in the capital structure? Is it good to have more of debt in the capital structure? The next slide. No doubt, debt is cheapest. No doubt, debt is cheapest. However, debt comes with fixed obligation. Debt comes with fixed obligation. That is, no matter whether business is making losses or gain. That is, no matter whether you are making losses or gain, you have to repay the loan along with interest. Along with interest. Next, debt promotes volatility in the business. Volatility in the business. Hence, debt should always be minimal. Hence, debt should always be optimal, such that firm value is maximized. So we never say that debt should be higher. We always say that debt should be optimal in the business. Now write an example. Write an example. Mr. A buys a stock 100. Scenario 1, 80. Scenario 2, 120. Calculate ROE. That is minus 20, 2 plus 20. That is minus 20, 2 plus 20. Same example. This time, debt 40, equity 60. Now what will be ROE? Minus 33.33% to positive 33.33%. In this case, debt as was at 0 rate of interest. But if the stock falls to 80 rupees, then also you have to repay the debt. So debt holder is not sharing the losses. It will promote volatility. Hence, we say that too much of debt is not good. Yes, debt has to be optimal, such a way that you are in a position to repay that loan. Your business is generating that much of profit. Now my point is, in this case, stock up by 20%. How much share you have to give to the bank? 0. So your return will be higher, 33%. But my point is, stock can also fall. Now, the moment it falls by 20%, is debt holder getting any loss of this? No, because of which your earnings, your profit will fall more. It is not good to have more of debt in the capital structure. Now, right? Higher the debt, more will be cost of financial distress. Now, what is the meaning of this line? For one or the other reason, if once you defaulted on the loan, then the consequences of that are going to be very severe. For example, getting loan next time will be difficult for you, and it is going to impact your brand reputation. Now, can you give me any examples on this? Where it will become really difficult for you to raise money with the help of debt next time once you defaulted, and any indirect costs like loss of business reputation, loss of customers' trust, any such businesses? Now there are number of examples. For example, classic example is Kingfisher. Now Kingfisher defaulted on the loan. Will it become very difficult for Vijay Mallya to raise loan against? And again, it has impacted his brand image, his reputation. Has it impacted his another businesses also? Answer is yes. Another example is Reliance Communication, Anil Ambani Group. The ones they have defaulted on one loan, it has impacted their other businesses also. They have lost their reputation, they have lost their customer trust. So once you default on the loans, the impact of that are going to be very severe. Another example is Big Bazaar. Now, Big Bazaar defaulted on the loans. Their promoter got bankrupted. Now, it is another example. So, too much of debt is not good for any businesses. Am I clear? Next slide. Debt comes, however, debt expense is tax deductible. However, debt expense is tax deductible. That is, this expense is divided or paid by two parties. Number one, equity. Number two, that is government. Now, let me prove my point. How I'm saying that the interest is shared between equity holder and government. Now, my point is, my EBIT is 100, interest is 10, EBT is 90, tax is 30%. How much tax you will pay? 27. This is your EAT. Now, my point is, if government does not incur this expense, if we do not incur this expense of 10, will our profit will increase by 10? Will our profit increase by 10? Will our profit increase by 10? Answer is no. Now 100, 0, 100. How much tax you will pay? Your profit will only increase by. That means the burden is not of 10, burden is only of 7. Let me prove my point. Can I say that this company is nothing but a partnership firm? One partner is equity holder, another partner is government, where equity share is 80%, 70%, government share is 30%. Divide करिए EBIT को 2 parts में, 70, 30. Interest को 2 parts में, 7, 63 belongs to, and 27 belongs to. Are we getting the same answer? Are we getting the same answer? That means on the face it is 10. On the face it is 10. But from the pocket of equity holder, 10 has not been the outflow. What is the outflow? Effective outflow is 7. Because of this particular expense, we are paying 3 rupees less to the government. So in finance terms, we say that this 10 is divided among two parties. One is paid out of the pocket of equity, that is 7. One paid from the pocket of debt, that is from the pocket of government, that is 3. So what is the effective burden? Effective burden is interest 1 minus tax rate. So that is 10. 1 minus 0.3. This is going to be the effective burden. तो हम उसको फाइनेंस के टर्म्स में कैसे कहते हैं? That 1 is paid out of the profit of government. Eventually, government is not going to pay. Whatever we have to pay to the government, from that we are going to deduct 3 rupees. If this interest was not there, how much tax you have to pay? But because of this expense, how much tax you are paying? So that means this 3 rupees is paid out of the pocket of, in finance terms we say this 3 rupees has been paid by the government. Then how much equity holder has paid? Equity holder has paid only 7. Am I clear with the meaning of this line? Am I clear with the meaning of this line? Same wise, if in the country tax rate is 40% and interest is 60, what is the burden on equity holder? So burden on equity holder is 36. What is the burden on the government? So the government burden is going to be 24. Am I clear? Am I clear? Now, am I clear? Now, what formula we finally written? WACC is, need not to write anything. WACC is interest in percentage terms that you are paying to the banker, multiply by 1 minus T. Weight of debt plus weight of equity into cost of equity. So whenever we are finding out the cost of debt, we always multiply by 1 minus T. Now, write example. एक सेकेंड, एक मिनट प्लीज अनम्यूट करिए, कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो गई, एक मिनट प्लीज अनम्यूट करिए.
सर अभी सही है.
अभिषेक, हैव यू अंडरस्टूड?
सर आप ये तो आ गया, अभी जो आप जस्ट बोल रहे थे ना वो सुनाई नहीं दिया था, स्क्रीन एकदम फ्रीज हो गई थी.
मैंने कहा वैक इज इक्वल टू इंटरेस्ट दैट यू आर पेइंग टू द बैंक, दैट इज 10%, and tax rate is 30. So we won't say that we are paying 10%. We say we are paying only 7%.
Okay, post tax basically.
Post tax.
Right. Okay.
Now, please answer this blue box. Please answer the blue box. What is the weight of debt? What is the weight of equity? 50. Now, this is pre-tax cost. That means total burden is 8. This is to be divided amongst two parties. What is the burden on equity? Tax rate is 30. So we have to pay 8. What is the burden on equity? 5.6. 5.6. Now please calculate WACC. Please calculate WACC. Now, answer will be solution. WACC is cost of debt multiplied by 1 minus T multiplied by weight of debt. Cost of equity, weight of equity. What is weight of debt? 0.5. Weight of equity, 0.5. How much equity holder wants to earn? 11. How much burden of the debt on equity's pocket? They want to earn 8. But what is the burden? 5.6. सही करा? Now, ये आंसर कितना आ जाएगा? 2.8 plus 5.5. This is going to be 8.3%. So we never say 8 is the cost. We always say the cost is 8 multiplied by 0.7. That is going to be 5.6. Am I clear with the first example? Now, go through concept number 1. Shall I start? Shall I move to the next one? Now, right. Factors that impact capital structure. Factors that impact capital structure. Factors that impact capital structure. Now, one is internal. Another one is external. Right? Economic condition in external. Economic conditions. Now, right, example of this. During period of COVID, there is a scenario of fear in the market. During period of COVID, there's a scenario of fear in the market. Hence, it becomes difficult for the companies to. Hence, it becomes difficult for the companies to. Hence, it becomes difficult for the companies to. Hence, it becomes difficult for the companies to borrow. Same wise, recently the credit rating of US government bond has been downgraded by one of the rating agencies. And some investors are predicting that government may default on the loan. There may be recessions in US. Now, there is a fear in the economic conditions. They think that will it become easy for the companies to raise money with help of loan? Answer is no. Now, right, internal factors. internal factors. Number one, nature of business. Nature of business. Now my point is, do you think that we are in the business of teaching? Do you think that we need any sort of loan? We don't have any inventories. We don't have any debtors. We don't have any creditors. We don't need any plant and machinery. So do you think that we should take a lot amount of loan in the capital structure? No. Same wise, if I talk about power generation companies, Tata Power, some real estate companies, DLF, some steel manufacturing companies, Tata Steel, they are in the business of capital intensive. So in their books, you will find lot amount of loans. So right, typically, companies in capital intensive business have higher quantum of loans. Example, Jindal Steel, Tata Steel, Tata Power, Adani Gas, etc. On the other hand, companies in service sector, generally don't have any loans. Example, Zerodha, comma, TCS, comma, Infosys, etc. So in the books of TCS, what is loan? Zero. In books of Infosys, what is loan? Zero. In the books of Wipro, what is loan? Zero. In the books of Zerodha, what is the loan? That is zero. Then second point, internal factor. Existing level of loan. Existing level of loan. Currently, JK Tyre has debt equity of 4:1. Currently, JK Tyre has debt equity of 4:1. Now, what is the meaning of this? What is the total capital employed? Total capital employed is 5, out of which debt is 4. So how much percentage is debt? 80% is debt. 1 rupee is equity out of 5. What is the weight? 20. Now my point is, already debt is 80%. Will it become difficult for the company to raise more loans? So right. In this case, raising additional capital as loan may not be possible for the company. May not be possible for company. Then third, tax rate. Think logically. If tax rate will be very high in your country, you want to raise money with the help of debt. So if tax rate will be very high, if tax rate is very high, we want to raise money with the help of loan. Because in case of loan, one portion of interest is paid by government. Then fourth, tax rate depends upon industry to industry. Now, TCS, like companies which are into export of services, they pay generally lower taxes in comparison to another company. Same wise, Jio is in the business of telecom. Telecom is the need of the hour. Government will say you have to pay lower taxes. So depending upon it depends from business to business. So that is why we consider it as internal factor. Now, right, stage of operation. Now I want to divide companies into 3 stages. Number 1, early, that is startup. Number 2, growth. Number 3, mature. Now right, startup. During startup stage, profits are uncertain. Profits are uncertain. Cash flows are generally negative. Raising debt will be difficult. ठीक है? Then we have growth stage. Cash flows, losses start becoming narrower. इसका मतलब क्या है? जो घाटे हैं वो कम हो रहे हैं और कंपनी स्टार्ट प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी. Raising debt raising secured debt may be option for the company. Now, what is the meaning of secured debt? That means you have to pledge something. Now, mature. Company has a good vintage. That means company is into the business for a very long term. Company has a good vintage. Promoters have good experience and net worth. Raising unsecured loan for the company. May be possible. Now, one example is raising unsecured loan for the company may be possible. Now, my point is Geo Financials. Now, Geo Financials is about to start their business. Who is the promoter? Now, do you think that Mukesh Ambani has relatively good experiences of business? Do you think that he has reasonable net worth? Now, raising money for such companies will be easy. Same wise, one example of mature is Tata Steel, capital intensive business. Do they have loans in the capital structure? Yes. Promoters are very strong. Raising loan for these companies will be very easy. Now, I want to name 2 companies. One is Jindal Steel, one is JSW Steel, and one is Tata Steel. Tata Steel is a company owned by Ratan Tata. JSW Steel is a company owned by Sajan Jindal, and Jindal Steel is a company owned by Naveen Jindal. Naveen Jindal and Sajan Jindal both are brothers. Now, my point is, already Naveen Jindal has defaulted on some of the loans. For Naveen Jindal, raising loan will be very much difficult. All of them have a good vintage. जो ये दोनों brothers हैं, इनकी mother का नाम है Savitri Jindal, and she is the 13th richest person in India. Now, my point is, for Naveen Jindal, it is very difficult. For Sajan Jindal, it is very easy. And for Ratan Tata ji, it is very easy to raise money with the help of loan. So that means raising loan depends upon your nature also, your experience also, your personal wealth also. And based upon that, company will decide whether to lend the money or not. Metal, steel itself is a very difficult business. But still, Tata Steel is in a position to raise money with the help of loan. So that depends upon your experience and network. Am I clear? Now, it is divided into 2 parts. One is internal, one is external. External depends upon economic conditions. Previously in Europe, the governments were giving stimuluses, raising loan with the help of money, raising money with the help of loan. Stimuluses मिल रहे थे. इजी हो गया. लेकिन जब कोविड था, जब स्टिमुलसेस नहीं थे, इट वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट. देन इंटरनल फैक्टर. In internal factor, we have covered 4 points: nature of business, existing level of loan, tax rate. Higher the tax rate, you want more of debt. Stage of operation, at which stage it is easy to raise money with the help of loan? That is at the mature stage. Am I clear with this? Now, right, just go through once. Just go through once all the 3 points. Shall I proceed? Now, right, concept number 4, not 3. Concept number 4. Right, stated trade-off theory. Right, stated trade-off theory. Right, stated trade-off theory. As per this theory, as loan increases, as loan increases, cost of financial distress also increases. Hence, companies should not take too much of loan. They should take optimal loans so that value of the firm is maximized. So simple what this theory is trying to say. Yes, debt is the cheapest source. On debt, there is tax saving, but that does not mean you are going to take 100% of the loans. You should maintain a balance in such a way value is maximum. Then believe me or not, in Indian equity market context, we are crazy for debt-free companies. The classic example is Mukesh Ambani. Reliance was having a loan of 3 lakh crore. In the AGM, he announces that in the next 18 months, our company will be debt-free. On that single day, stock has increased by 10%. So personally, investors are crazy for debt-free companies. The next slide. Pecking order theory. This theory is based upon information asymmetry. That is, managers have better knowledge of the business. In comparison to shareholders. As per this theory, following are the preferred source of funds. Number one, that is going to be retained earnings. Number two, that is going to be debt. Number three, that is going to be new equity. Now what I'm trying to say? Now what this theory is trying to say that managers have more data about the business. Now let us assume that I need funds. Now if I directly go to my father and say that he should fund me, my father may think that I'm not confident on my business. So what I will do, won't be going to my father directly. I won't be going to the shareholders directly. First, I use my retained earnings, whatever the profits that I have earned. Second, what I'm going to do, I will take loan from the market. And once I have gathered money from both the sources, at the last, I'm going to ask the shareholders to give me the money. Why we don't want shareholders to give us the fund? Because it will give them the bad signals that we are not confident on the business. So ये theory क्या कह रही है? That managers have more knowledge about the business. If we go directly to the equity holders, it will give them bad signal that we are not confident on the business. So we won't go to the equity holder. First, we will utilize, then we go to debt. And finally, when we left with no other option, then we go to the equity holders. Now, right? This theory, as per this theory, if we go to the equity holders directly, it will give them a signal that we are not confident on the business. We are not confident on the business. So first I will use my retained earnings, then I will use my debt, and finally when I left with no other option, then I will go to the equity holders. The next slide, agency cost. Agency cost. Companies owned by shareholders. Companies managed by directors and managers. Companies managed by directors and managers. Tomorrow could be possible. Managers may compromise with their responsibility for their personal gains. To avoid this, company incurs agency cost. So can you give me any example of agency cost? Yesterday we covered it. So using CCTV cameras, one, then having internal audit, then having statutory audits. So these are the examples of agency cost. Now, right? We have seen that agency cost generally declines when company have more of debt. Now, why we are saying so? So suppose you are taking any working capital loan. So every month you have to provide with your debt statements, debtor statements, creditor statements, inventory statement to the banker. Now banker will ask you the question, why from this particular debtor you have not collected the cash yet? Why this inventory is lying unsold? Why the levels of inventories are continuously increasing? Why you are not deferring the payment to the creditor? Now my point is, there is one more level of authority. Now who will start questioning the management? Even the debt holder will also start questioning the management. So what generally we have seen that if we introduce only equity in the business, then they're only answerable to equity holder. But we have debt in the business, then they're answerable to debt holders also. So hence the agency cost is generally reduced. क्योंकि खाली मैं क्वेश्चन नहीं कर रहा, अब मेरे साथ साथ कौन क्वेश्चन करेगा? अब मेरे साथ साथ डेट होल्डर भी क्वेश्चन करने वाला है. So generally, so for rated companies, their rating is reviewed every quarter. And if there is a downgrade in the rating, do you think the debt holder is going to answer the company? So you are answerable to debt holders, you are answerable to equity holders also. Generally, why we say that? Generally, we say that if we have more of debt, then agency cost that equity holder is incurring, that will reduce because now you are answerable to because you're answerable to debt holder also. Am I clear? Now, right.
If the company wants to take applications for the debt holders, can they demand repayment?
Answer is yes. Can they demand repayment? Yes. Where it is mentioned. So indenture is there. Indenture, there are covenants there. So now, for example, if your rating goes below A, can I demand my money? Answer is yes. So there are going to be specific provisions. Then when they give the money, they say that this money should not be invested into risky businesses. With the help of this money, you're not going to give dividend. If this happens, then legally I have the right to demand my money back. Same wise, suppose tomorrow you take any loan against property. Bank specifically writes in the agreement that you are not allowed to use this money for speculative purpose, including share market. If you are using that, legally they have the right to demand their money back. Am I clear? So yes, there are proper provisions, protocols in the system. Not right. At times we have seen that. At times we have seen that. At times we have seen that company may not follow target debt equity to exploit market opportunities. Generally, we have seen that company may not follow target debt equity to exploit current market opportunities. Now, what I'm trying to say, in US, rate of interest was 0.5%. Currently in US, the rate of interest is 5%. Now, my point is, earlier we thought that 40% of our capital requirement will be met through debt. When we decided this, that time debt was available at a rate of 0.5. Now rate is. So we say that, okay, we are not following what we have decided. Now we are not going to raise debt at 5%. Same wise, suppose keeping in mind today's scenario, a company says, okay, we are going to take 10% of debt only. And now rate reduces to again 0.5. Is it possible they take more of debt now? Is it possible? Yes. So companies, it is possible. If the company is saying that my debt equity will be this much, will they follow this blindly? Answer is no. They may change, keeping in mind change in dynamics. If debt becomes too expensive, they may take less debt. If debt becomes too cheap, they may take more debt. So it is not always that company is going to maintain the target debt equity. Now, currently, target debt equity of Reliance is debt-free. But if tomorrow debt rate reduce significantly, could be possible that Mukesh Ambani is again raising the money. Am I clear with this? चलिए, एक बार repeat कर देता हूँ सारे points. Number one, we covered how to calculate WACC. What is the formula? Cost of debt multiplied by 1 minus T always, multiplied by weight of debt, plus cost of equity multiplied by weight of equity. This will give you WACC. It is the minimum return requirement of debt and equity in percentage terms, which they want to earn. Then we covered one more theory. Then we covered debt equity depends upon following factors. Number one, internal. Number two, in external, we covered economic conditions. If in the market there is a scenario of panic, it is difficult to raise money with the help of debt. Then we come to the internal. Lot many things depend on your business. In teaching business, generally we have seen zero debt. In capital intensive business, generally we have seen higher debt. Then that depends upon your current level of debt also. If company currently having more debt, raising additional capital will be difficult. It also depends upon tax rate. Higher the tax rate, more will be debt. Then we covered stated trade-off theory. As per this theory, you should always maintain a optimal debt equity. Then we covered that packing order theory. First, we will prefer retained earnings. Second, we will prefer. Third, we prefer equity. And then finally, we covered that agency costs generally reduce when we have more of debt in the business. Clear it now? Next slide, concept number 3. Concept number 3, propositions. Now, proposition 1, no taxes. Proposition 2, no taxes. Proposition 1, with taxes. Proposition 2, with taxes. Now, this theory was there in 1958. This theory does not hold true today. Okay, there's one theory. Now, what proposition 1 says? As per this theory, value of levered fund is equal to value of unlevered fund. As per this theory, दो companies हैं, one company is having a loan, another company is not having a loan. They are saying both of them will have the same value provided that they have same profitability. For example, what this proposition 1 is saying, JK Tyre is making a profit of 1 rupee, making a profit of 1 rupee. In scenario 1, JK Tyre has 40% debt, 60% equity. In another case, it is having 100% equity. Now, what they are saying, it does not impact the value of business. Then, proposition 2, no taxes. If value is same, that means WACC remain. WACC remain, right? WACC remain unchanged. WACC remain unchanged. However, KE या ऐसे लिखते हैं, WACC remain unchanged या एक सेकेंड सॉरी, right? Cost of equity will increase. Cost of equity will increase as there is more debt in such a way that WACC is unchanged. WACC is unchanged. Shall I start with an example? Now, right. Example. JK Tyre, 100% equity. 100% equity. Cost of equity 10%. Calculate WACC. %10. Then example number 2. JK Tyre, 60% equity. 60% equity. 40% debt. Cost of debt. Cost of debt 7%. Cost of debt 7%. Now question is, KE still want 10? Yes or no? KE still will be 10, more than 10, less than 10. अब मेरे को 10 चाहिए था जब तुम्हारे में डेट कितना है, बट अब आप में डेट कितना है, तो यू आर मोर रिस्की. Well, my requirement will be equal to 10, more than 10, less than 10. Now my requirement will be more than 10. Now this will not be 10 because now you have financial distress. It will be more than 10. Now how much more than 10? You have to calculate in such a manner that WACC remains unchanged. So you have to find out X in such a manner WACC still remains. Now help me with new KE. Help me with new KE. This will be 60% of X, then plus 40% multiply by 0.07. I want here 10%. Now, can I say this will be 0.66? कितना हो जाएगा ये? 0.28. This will be point. मैं कुछ गलत कर रहा हूँ. मैं गलत क्या कर रहा हूँ मुझे ये नहीं समझ आया. 0.08 हो. अब सही लिखा है. Now X will be 12. Please verify the answer. Now how much debt holder, now how much equity holder will want? He want 12%. All of you getting this? Now we have a formula for this. KE equal to KO. KO stand means your original WACC plus debt upon equity KO minus KD. Now, what is KO? KO, original WACC, 10. What is debt equity? 0.4 upon 0.6, 0.10 minus 0.07. Verify. Am I getting 12? एक बार देखिएगा. So in the books, they are giving this formula. Please note the formula also. Please note the formula. Now, what you have to remember in this, there is a plus sign. Plus sign means, now what equity holder will want? Equity holder will want more than 10%. Now, how much he want? He want 12%. Why he want more? Now, there is a financial distress. But that increase will be in such a manner that WACC remain. If WACC is unchanged, what will be the value of levered and unlevered firm? That is going to be equal to each other. So again, I repeat, need not to write. What was proposition 1? No taxes. क्या था? Value of levered is equal to value of. Then proposition 2. KE will increase. What will be new KE? KO plus still WACC remains. Still WACC remains unchanged. Am I clear with both the propositions? Not right. Proposition 1 with taxes. Value of levered is equal to value of unlevered plus tax saving plus tax saving on debt. Plus tax saving on debt. अब वो क्या कह रहा है? क्योंकि एक पोर्शन सरकार ने पे करा है तो वैल्यू लेवर्ड वाली कंपनी की थोड़ी सी ज्यादा होगी. तो मैंने कहा कितनी होगी? जितनी वैल्यू अनलेवर्ड की है उतनी होगी प्लस टैक्स सेविंग ऑन डेट. The next it writes WACC is minimum. WACC is minimum at 100% debt. WACC is minimum at 100% debt, or KE will be KO plus debt upon equity, KO minus KD multiplied by 1 minus T. So if I just summarize what proposition 1 and 2 saying with taxes, They are saying that you should have more of loan in the capital structure. Now, this proposition contradicts with reality. This proposition contradicts with started trade-off theory. क्योंकि started trade-off theory ने कहा था ये सच है कि जैसे जैसे आप लोन लेते रहोगे, वैक क्या होता रहेगा, गिरता रहेगा, लेकिन एक टाइम तक ही गिरेगा, उसके बाद वो वैक वापस से क्या होने लग जाएगा, बढ़ने लगेगा. तो आपको क्या करना है, यू हैव टू मेंटेन ऑप्टिमल लेवल, यू हैव टू टेक डेट ओनली थ्रू दैट लेवल जहां पे वैक मिनिमल हो. अगेन आई रिपीट, mathematically debt is cheapest. As you keep on increasing more debt, WACC will fall. What stated theory is saying? It will fall only to a level. It will fall to a level. For example, 40% debt. Now, beyond this, if you are taking too much of loan, WACC will start. Because which cost has increased? Cost of financial distress will increase significantly. As a result, take loan only to such a level that WACC is minimal. But what proposition 1 and 2 are saying, they're only using mathematics, and they're saying that value will keep on increasing as there will be more of loan. This will not happen practically because you're ignoring one cost. The serious limitation of this model is it is ignoring which cost? It is ignoring the cost of फाइनेंशियल डिस्ट्रेस. मैं फिर से रिपीट करता हूं एक बच्चे ने कहा, सपोज अगेन लेट मी टेक एग्जांपल ऑफ शीना. she says I'm going to get married to that person who is making more profit. Now my profit is 40 crore, ये विकास, and Akash profit is 60 crore. But to my surprise, this time, किसको select करा? Now, Vikas is debt free, whereas Akash has debt of 90%. Now, my point is, we don't only consider the profits. At times, we do consider debt equity. If there will be too much of debt, chances is you may not be able to repay that debt. Now, cost is financial distress. So, cost of distress को किसने इग्नोर करा? Distress को किसने इग्नोर करा? That is proposition 1 and proposition 2 ने इग्नोर करा. लिखेंगे लास्ट समरी. Yes, beta. Not right. proposition 1, no taxes. What we concluded? Value of levered is equal to value of. Then what we covered? KE will increase as more debt, such that WACC remains unchanged. Now help me with the formula. KE equal to KO plus debt upon equity upon KO minus then proposition 1 with taxes. Value of levered is equal to unlevered plus then proposition 2 taxes. Value is maximum. Firm value is maximum at 100% debt. क्योंकि उसने क्या कहा था? WACC is minimum at debt. ये किसकी वैल्यू बात कर रहा हूं? फर्म की। तो फर्म की वैल्यू क्या हो जाएगी? फर्म वैल्यू इज मैक्सिमम एट 100% डेट because at that level WACC is minimal. Now write disadvantage. Disadvantage of above model is disadvantage of above model is it ignore the cost of financial distress. Practically to a certain point, as you increase the debt, WACC will reduce. But once optimal level is crossed, WACC will start increasing. Hence, debt should be taken optimally so that WACC is minimized, considering cost of financial distress. ये किस थ्योरी ने बोला था? Stated trade-off. आंसर करिए. Question number 1. Answer question number 1. Answer question number 1. Answer question number 1. Now, what is the solution? Question number 1. WACC is how much debt wants to earn? 6. 6 multiplied by 0.85. 6 multiplied by 0.85 multiplied by their weight, that is 0.6, plus 0.12 multiplied by 0.4. This is going to be 7.86. Answer is B. Question number 2. Question number 2. So in case of startup, raising money with the help of loan will be really difficult. Shall I proceed? Am I clear with both of them? Question number 1. What is the meaning of optimal? What is the meaning of optimal? Question number 2. What is proposition 2 with no taxes is saying? WACC will increase, equity will increase in such a manner WACC remains unchanged. Proposition 2, no taxes. WACC is unchanged. Question number 3 is incorrect, ignore it. Question number 4. Question number 3 is incorrect, answer question number 4. It is based upon information asymmetry. With this, आपका ये chapter finished. Name of the chapter is business model. Now, what is the meaning of business model? Business model simply means that how you're going to make profits, explaining this to somebody. Again, I repeat, making somebody understand that how you're going to make the profits. The important point that you have to remember is business plan does not consider any sort of projections. What will be your sales? What will be your profits? Quantifying. This is not business plan. What is the meaning of business plan? Explaining to somebody how you're going to make profits. Now, right? First point. Business model simply means making understand to somebody the entire process of your business. For example, how you're going to generate the sales, marketing strategies, your contract with your suppliers, your USP, why the customers, preferred your product over competitors. So this is the meaning of business model. Okay. Now what institute has does, their more focus is on your pricing strategy, like how you're going to generate the sales. What is the pricing? They have more focused on that part. Not right. It does not contain. This was point number 1. Point number 2. It does not contain any final projections, any financial projections or plan. It is not a financial model. Or financial plan. So in simple words, what I'm trying to say, you want to start your restaurant business. Your father is simply asking how you going to compete with rest of your competitors. Why a customer will come to your shop, how you're going to manage your operating expense, which area you're targeting, why you're targeting Connaught Place. So yes, you have to answer these points. It does not include any projections, what will be sales, what will be profit, what is per month expense. It has nothing to include such financial terms. It only simply says how you're going to generate the sales. Not right. Point number 3. It covers now sub-bullet. Identifying the customers and how they are acquired. Identify the customers and how they are acquired. Now, for example, I'm a teacher and I'm teaching 2 CFA students. Now, who will be my potential customers? Someone who's doing commerce in the age group of 18 to 24. High probabilities, these are going to be my potential customers. Now, how come I'm going to acquire them? Now, number 1 is I start uploading free lectures on YouTube. I start conducting the seminars. I start running the ads on Facebook, Google. These are the ways that I'm going to acquire the customers. Now you ask, sir, what is your potential customer? Somebody who's doing commerce, he's in the class 12th or he's in the college. Then how I'm going to acquire them? by posting free videos on YouTube, by giving them the content, by posting the blogs with respect to CFA on LinkedIn. In this manner, I'm going to acquire the clients. Next is describe the product or service. Describe the product or service. Now, what is my service? What is my service? So my service is teaching services. Then how firm will sell the product or services? How firm will sell the product or services? Now in my case, what is my business model? First, I conduct physical classes. Then the same classes are live telecast using Zoom. Then we also sell pre-recorded lectures. Then one more revenue stream could be, if in tomorrow, could be possible that I start selling books. I start selling test series. Now, these are the ways how come I'm going to deliver the product. So now one mode is physical classes, one is live Zoom classes, one is pre-recorded. Could be possible tomorrow. It may be happen that we start selling books or we start selling the test series. Then we can sell to two type of customer. One is known as B2B. One is B2C. Now, just understand, JK Tire sell the tires to Maruti. Maruti sell the tires to Vikas. Maruti is in which business? B2 ultimate customer. B2B means business to ultimate customer. Now B2B. B2B stands for business to business. Now my point is I'm providing CFA classes. I'm providing CFA classes. Which mode? B2B, B2C. So I'm in the mode of B2C. When you're delivering goods or services to the ultimate customer. Same wise, if you're delivering goods to the another business, this will be known as B2B. Next, important, you have to write omni-channel within this. Omni-channel. What is the meaning of omni-channel? Omni-channel means where you don't have any physical presence. Where you don't have any physical presence, that is you are accepting the order online. You are accepting the order online and physically delivering goods and service. Now my point is, these days there's one famous business of cloud chain or cloud restaurant. So my point is, can I go to cloud restaurant and have a dining there? No, I can only place the order and they will deliver the goods to my house. So that means how they're accepting the sales. Only there is online sales, but they will physically deliver the goods to my places. This is known as omni-channel. Am I clear with the meaning of omni-channel? The next slide, describe the key asset and supplier. Describe the key asset and supplier. Now my point is, what is my key asset? Now my key assets are, what is the USP? Now my key asset is, when I teach to the CFA students, I take examples of Indian companies. Okay. Now one of my disadvantages, I don't refer curriculum in the class. अब मान के चलते कोई दूसरा टीचर है मेरा competitor. What is USP? That he refers curriculum in the class. Then suppose there's one more teacher. His USP is he complete the entire lecture in less than 100 hours. Now my point is, what is the meaning of key asset? Key asset simply means why customer will buy your product in comparison to the competitor. Then at times supplier is also important. Now my point is, you want to enter into EV business. You want to sell EV cars. What is the main input required? EV battery. Now, whether you have good contracts with the supplier so that your production does not hamper. So even that is very important. Same wise, If I talk about all the institutes in quota, what is their main problem? Their main problem is poaching of teachers. That means the another institute tries to get their teacher at a higher cost. Then how you're going to mitigate that? By having a good contracts. So at times for some such businesses, we should have good contracts with the supplier, so that even if वो अगर default करना भी चाहे तो वो ना कर सके. Now one of the measures that institute takes is, now suppose I'm teaching you, will they give the money day one the moment you have paid to the institute? Now suppose that on day one you give 30,000 to TWSS. Let us assume my share is 10,000. Will they give me this amount on day one? Day one? Yes, no. Day 40, they will give the amount on. अगर day 40 पे दे दिया तो पैसे लेके मैं चला जाऊंगा. आपका बैच चल रहा है 6 महीने, तो कब देते होंगे? कब चलते होंगे? Once the batch is completed. Even some other teacher tries to push that, then also मैं क्या बोलूंगा? ठीक है मैं आ जाऊंगा, पहले मैं क्या खत्म कर लूं, ये वाला बैच खत्म कर लूं, फिर अगले बैच हम फिजिक्स वाला पे ले लेंगे. Now this is a way that we maintain the contract. समझ आया? So at times what is important? What is important is what are the key assets. Now what is the key strength of physics wala? The key strength is their pricing power. What is the key strength of some other teacher? Could be possible that he completes the course in less than 100 hours. Then at times your contact with the supplier is also important. So लिखेंगे, describe the key asset and supplier. Describe the key asset and supplier. Now, what is the USP of Connaught Place? Any USP of Connaught Place? So the main USP is it is a central location. From Noida, it is 30 kilometers. From Faridabad, it is 30 kilometers. From Gurgaon, also it is 30 kilometers. So the best part of Gurgaon, Connaught Place is it is a central location. Now, right, pricing, most important. Pricing, most important. So their focus is on the pricing. Now you have to give sub bullets or give a heading pricing strategy. First point is value base. Second point is cost base. Okay. Now let me answer it. One paneer dish and one chicken dish in the same restaurant will be available at the same price. Why the price is different? Because cost is different. So some business, we decide the selling price based upon the cost that we have incurred. Same wise, I'm a teacher of CFA, I'm charging 30,000. Some of my competitors charging 18,000. Some of my competitors charging 40,000. Now my point is how they have determined the price based upon the value they are giving to the students. Now this is something very subjective. Now my point is value pricing is used in case of services. Cost is used in case of manufacturing. Same wise, now you go to any contractor, you say I want to construct 2 floors. He will say you X amount. The moment you will say 3 floors or 4 floors, will increase the cost because costing has increased. But now somebody will say me, sir, I want to cover this much of the course. For example, I want your service only for, I want to complete only 80% of the syllabus. मैं तभी क्या बोलता हूँ फीस क्या है? X amount है. If you want to complete 100% of the syllabus, then also the fees is same. That means fees does not change. It is based upon the value, right? Value pricing is used in case of services. Cost pricing is used in case of manufacturing. Now, typically how customers values the value? Number one, by looking into the qualification of your teacher, by looking into his experience, then you will say yes, whether this 30,000 is worth or not. Then right, price discrimination. Price discrimination means charging different price from different customer. Different price, ये सारी pricing strategies है. Price discrimination, it means charging different price from different customer. Now, sub-bullet, tiered pricing. Tiered pricing means giving volume discount. Tiered pricing means giving volume discount. Chalo. Dynamic pricing used by airlines industry. Used by airlines industry or hotel industry. Then auction pricing used by Google. Used by Google. Auction pricing used by Google. Now, let me explain all of them. What is the meaning of tiered? Now, you go to a mango vendor. He says 1 kilo mango is for 80 rupees. You say, okay, I want 2 kilo. Will he say 160? No, high probabilities will give you some discount. Suppose he's saying 150. Now, why 150? This is known as volume discount. Then what is the meaning of dynamic pricing? Now, my point is you want to book a hotel on 31st December. You want to book a hotel on this particular period, Gandhi Jayanti. Why? Because there was a long weekend. Do you think that hotels are going to charge higher prices? Because during that particular period, the demand is very high. Same wise, in the month of June, July, in the वो चाहते मैं 14 फेब का एग्जांपल लूं, वो भी एक है. Particularly, the wedding season is in the month of December. There, the demand of hotel boost up significantly. चलिए. Same wise, let us assume that I want to go to Mumbai tomorrow. I want to go to Mumbai today. Vis-a-vis, I want to go to Mumbai after 1 month, where the prices will be high. Today or after 1 month. Now, if somebody is booking the ticket today, that means there is some urgency. They're going to charge. आप मुस्कुरा लो बेटा, कर लो, मत पढ़ाने दो. चलिए. That means he want to charge a higher price. Then auction. Now my point is, if I Google here, I want to buy a laptop. Buy a laptop online. Now, first, we are seeing an ad of Lenovo. This is an advertisement, sponsored. Second, we are seeing an ad of Dell. Then we are seeing an ad of Chroma. Now, why Google is showing Google on the Lenovo on the top spot? 2 reasons. Either Lenovo has given more money, or another reason could be you have to deposit. You should have your monthly budget or day spent budget. Now, high probabilities the Lenovo budget is higher in comparison to other. This is an example of auction pricing. Same wise, let us assume that I search here CFA online coaching. Now we have analyst prep, then some competitors. Now, why it is on the top spot? Again, it is giving a higher price to the Google. So number 1, tiered. Tiered means dynamic, means depending upon the time you're booking the sales, that will determine the price. And last one is auction. Now, right, bundling. Right, bundling. When with the main product, you are providing something. When with the main product, you are providing something free of cost. When with the main product, you are providing something free of cost. For example, you want to service your car. And generally the car dealers offered pick and drop service or car washing service at zero cost. So what is the meaning of bundling? When with the main product, you are offering something free of cost. The next slide, razors and blade. Razors and blade. It is followed by MACD. It is followed by MACD. Within bracket, used to price combos. Used to price combo. Now my point is, one burger is for 50 rupees. Then they say that combo of this burger is for 100, in which they will offer you the fries, they will offer you the Coke. Now my point is, are they providing you Coke and fries free of cost? No, they're charging 50 for that. So this is known as, when you're giving more than one product, this is known as razors and blade. The next slide, optional product. Optional product. It is used by Apple. It is used by Apple. Now my point is, when you buy any iPad, they will say that if you want to buy that Apple Pencil, you have to pay some X amount. This is optional. If you want a keyboard, then you have to pay some X amount. That means that optional product is there. Same wise, when you go to buy a car, then accessories are optional. It is your discretion whether you want to buy or not. But if you want to buy, then you have to pay some extra cost, right? Optional product. For example, we want to buy iPad. Optional products are Apple Pencil or iPad keyboard. Then penetration pricing. Penetration pricing. To gain market share, offer the product at lowest cost. Offer the product at lowest cost. Any company which follow penetration pricing? Jio. The next, free premium, where basic feature or basic product is provided free of cost. But for advanced features, you have to pay a price. For example, it is followed by Google for Google Drive. It is followed by Google for Google Drive. Now in Google Drive, till 15 GB of storage, it is free of cost. But you need more storage, 200 GB, 100 GB, then you have to pay something extra. Basic product, they're offering you free of cost. Same wise, Spotify. Now, if you want to listen these songs, Spotify is free of cost. But you want some HD quality audio, or you want no advertisement, then you have to pay some price. The next slide, hidden revenue. Hidden revenue. Example is Bajaj Finance. Example is Bajaj Finance. Now my point is, today if you buy any consumer durable, for example, you buy any furniture, you buy any phone, you buy anything. Now, if you go to Chroma, you say that, okay, I want to buy TV. TV is 60,000. They will give at 0% EMI. Is it 0% in reality? So are we charging you? Are we charging anything from you? Bajaj आपसे कुछ लेता है? 99 भी initially वो नहीं लेता था, चलो अब 99 है. But at times he does not charge anything from the customer. Or for that matter, you have a credit card. You don't want to buy, you don't want to give a cash. You swipe your credit card. When your statement will be generated, how much you will pay to the bank? 60. So bank has not charged any 99 rupees. Now my point is how this credit card company, SBI credit card, MX, or how this Bajaj Finance are going to generate profits. Now my point is, let us assume that this TV is owned by LG, and the store where it is selling, that is a Chroma store. Now my point is very simple. Because I'm giving credit to the customer, Chroma sales are promoting. I will ask Chroma to pay me something. Same wise, because of me, LG is able to sell a product. Now I will ask the LG to give me a credit. Now my point is, are we charging the customers directly? No. From whom we are going to charge? From some other parties. Same wise, what is the business model of Bajaj Finance? Bajaj Finance does not charge from you. they charge from LG, they charge from Chroma. Same wise, if you go to any shopkeeper, you buy any product, the moment you will say, I have a credit card, तो at times आपको बोल देता है सर UPI कर दो या cash दे दो. Now my point is why? Because the moment he will swipe the credit card, 100 rupees, 100 will not be go to his bank account, only 98 will go to his bank account. 2 rupees is a commission earned by credit card company. So they're not earning from you, rather they're earning from some other person. Am I clear with hidden revenue? The next is subscription model. Any example of this? Netflix. Netflix is an example. Then fractional ownership. Then fractional ownership. Right example, WeWork. Right example, WeWork. Now, what is the business model of WeWork? They take on rent a big property and they start subletting that property. Now, co-working spaces. Now, co-working spaces is not managed by you. Now, for example, I have my office in co-working space or I have this classroom. Is it managed by me? ये classroom क्या हमारे through ही manage करा जाता है? Yes, हमारे साथ कोई sublet नहीं है. But in case of WeWork, suppose my office is in that particular WeWork, am I managing the property? No. So that property is managed by WeWork. I have the ownership. For that, what I'm paying? So I'm paying the rentals. That means what this company will do, they will manage a property. That property is run by them. There will be some different customers. From all of them, they're going to charge rental. So you have only fractional ownership. You are not the owner of this property in totality. For example, I divided this into 4 parts. This is sublet to company A, B, C, D. So how WeWork is making by offering fractional ownership to these companies. तो मालिक कौन है इसका? WeWork है. लेकिन वो कैसे जनरेट करता है? By offering a fractional ownership. Next slide. Licensing. Example, Varun Beverages. Another example, Page Industry. Now, what Varun Beverages do? They are manufacturing and selling Pepsi in the country. Now they got a license from Pepsi. Same as Page Industry. Jockey is one brand, another brand is Speedo. Now my point is all the swimming costumes that we see the showrooms of Speedo. Now Speedo has given license to Page Industry. Now my point is in our country, can somebody else manufacture Speedo? Or anybody else can manufacture Jockey? Answer is no. Another example is Domino's. Domino's has given license to Jubilant Foodworks. Now, then what is the difference between license and franchisee? Right? Franchisee example is Subway. Example is Subway. Now my point is we see number of outlets of Subway. Do they owned by a single person? No, there's a franchisee. Now franchisee means these are the outlets which are restricted to a particular area. Okay, for example, they open one Subway in sector 16 Faridabad. Now they're not giving franchisee to somebody else in that area, but they can give to some another area of Faridabad. But this is not a case with licensing. Pepsi has the exclusive right to manufacture Pepsi in the country. That means nobody else is going to manufacture the Pepsi. So one is licensing, one is franchisee. Franchisee typically applies for a smaller area. For example, Mr. A has a franchisee of Subway in sector 16 Faridabad. It could be exclusive. For that particular area, but not for entire region. That means survey can give franchisee to somebody in sector 17, 18, 19, 20. But yes, they're not going to give to somebody in sector 16. So it is an area specific. Now my point is, all your competitors are selling a product at 100 rupee in a competitive market. Is it possible for you to sell a product at 180, 170, 180, 150? Example is Apple. Now, how they're able to sell at a premium? So if you want to sell a product in premium in comparison to competitors, your product should have product differentiation. Now my point is Samsung, Micromax, or all other players, they use Android. On the other hand, Apple use iOS. Now my point is the product is different with respect to the other products, because of which we are able to charge premium. Now right now, premium pricing is possible. Premium pricing is possible if product is the product is different from the competitor's product. Shall I proceed? Now we have two more words. One is value chain. Another word is supply chain. There are two words. One is value chain, one is supply chain, right? Value chain. Value chain means what value you're giving to the customer. What value you're giving to the customer so that he preferred your product or service in comparison to competitors. Now, for example, now in our case, suppose for one or the other reason you defer your attempt or you could not continue with the classes, हम आपको क्या extension दे देते हैं? क्या हम आपको extension दे देते हैं? This is one such example. Now, why you should prefer Vikas with respect to the other competitors? That we are providing you extensions free of cost. This is one example. Same wise, do we provide class recordings? Do we provide class recording? Yes. Do we provide pre-recorded lectures? Pre-recorded lectures? Yes. Do we give examples in terms of Indian market context? Yes. Now, जो practice pack है, which is available at $300, do we provide that? Now, these are some examples of value chain. Why you should prefer X teacher over the Y teacher. So, value chain का मतलब क्या है? What value you are giving to the customer. Supply chain, right? It helps in delivering services. It helps in delivering service. Now, in my business, any example of supply chain? Any example of supply chain? You will say, sir, this is a part of supply chain. Number one, I'm using Zoom. Number two, the LMS that we are using, that is by Graphy. So these are the part of supply chain. Now, these helps me in delivering my services to my customer. Am I clear? So this is not a part of value chain. It is a part of supply chain. What is the meaning of value chain? What value or propositions you are offering to customer. Clear? The next. Right. Other business model. Other business model. Right. Other business model. Number one, private label manufacturers. Private label manufacturers. Now my point is, you go to DMart, you buy this torch or some another electrical equipments. Those are not manufactured by DMart, but those are marketed by DMart. Now my point is, they get the product ready from China. They don't get it labeled. Nobody will mention from there where they have manufactured the product, and they're going to use their own brand name. Same wise, in India, I think right now Tatas are manufacturing iPhone. It is again an example of white label product. On that phone that is manufactured by Tatas, what is the name we are seeing? That is manufactured by Apple. Now my point is, generally Apple does not manufacture iPhone. They sublet this to some other parties. Now whosoever is manufacturing, this is known as white label manufacturers. Same wise, these days you will see all the teachers are teaching on this. क्या कहते हैं उसको जो बड़ी सी स्क्रीन है, smart board. Now all these smart boards are importing to our country from China. Then companies like some companies are MaxUp, some companies are Evota. So they are using that brand name. So from where they are getting this manufactured? From white label manufacturers. That means the original manufacturer is not using the label. Somebody else will use his name. Same wise, licensing agreement. Right example. Right example. Now, Byju's entered into the content for lower standards. There they have some licensing agreement. Licensing agreement पे class, I think class first, second, third का भी जो content बनाते हैं वहाँ पे कुछ और लिखते हैं अपने नाम के साथ. क्या लिखते हैं? So right, for example, Byju's have an agreement with Disney. Now all the animations that you are using in that content that is owned by Disney. So they have a license with Disney. तो वहां पे आप देखोगे वो Byju's के साथ एक और नाम लिखता है, that is Disney. Then we have value added reseller. Value added reseller. For example, today you purchase one laptop by Lenovo. Today you purchase one laptop by Lenovo, and there is some operational issues. तो आपको कहाँ पे जाना पड़ेगा? You have to visit to customer cares. You have to visit the product to customer care. Now my point is, कभी मैंने भी Lenovo में experience करा है. So those customer cares are not owned by Lenovo. They are owned by one company, that is Cisnet. Now my point is, they have outsourced the work to some other party. So then those customer cares are run by some other party by the name Cisnet. Same wise, if you have any product of this, क्या नाम है? Company का नाम भूल गया हूँ. I'm forgetting the name, but their customer service is run by TVS Electronics. I think Redmi का ही है. So for Redmi, who takes care of customer care? That is TVS Electronics. Now my point is, in which business they are? They are in the business of value added reseller. So Cisnet is an example of value added reseller. They do not do anything. What they're doing, they're simply providing services to the customers on the behalf of Lenovo. Am I clear with this? मैम लाइसेंसिंग में बायजूस ने डिज्नी का लाइसेंस ले रखा है. कंटेंट कौन बना रहा है? बायजूस बना रहा है. डिज्नी उसको क्या प्रोवाइड कर रहा है? एनिमेशंस. फॉर एग्जांपल मिकी माउस या जो भी बाकी कार्टून कैरेक्टर्स होते हैं. सो दीज आर बीइंग कॉपीराइटेड बाय डिज्नी. वरना तो मैं भी मिकी माउस कॉपी करूँ ना. सो मिकी माउस ये जितने भी हैं, ये सब जो कैरेक्टर्स हैं जिसने भी बनाए थे, या टॉम एंड जेरी हो गए या बाकी कैरेक्टर्स हो गए, दीज आर बीइंग कॉपीराइटेड. यू कैन नॉट कॉपी इट. ठीक है. देन नेक्स्ट, राइट, ई कॉमर्स मॉडल. Number one, affiliate marketing. Number one, affiliate marketing. It is used by financial influencers. It is used by financial influencers. Now, any example of this? Now, my point is, suppose I give you one link. I say, click on the link and open an account with Zerodha. Now, if using my link, you're going to create an account, then Zerodha will pay me referral fees. This is known as affiliate marketing. तो आपने YouTube में देखा होगा, वो बोलते हैं मैं आपको नीचे लिंक दे रहा हूँ, इसी लिंक पे क्लिक करके आप ये बाय प्रोडक्ट करिएगा. तो अगर आप ऐसा करते हैं, so even Amazon also pay affiliate marketing. So this is known as referral fee. Then write marketplace aggregator. Right, marketplace aggregator. There at times student gets confused. So marketplace example is Amazon. Marketplace example is Amazon. Aggregator example is Uber. Aggregator example is Uber. Now my point is, first is marketplace. Then we have aggregator. Suppose I list my product on Amazon. I'm a seller A. There's a buyer B. Who will decide the product? Who will decide the price at which this product will be sold? Seller. That means Amazon has nothing to do with this. Now my point is in how Amazon is going to make money. One portion of the sales that is happening on the platform, Amazon will ask the seller to pay me the commission. Plus from the buyer, at times we charge some logistic or some delivery charges. Correct? Correct. But now my point is, in case of aggregator, you book an app from Ola, Uber. Who decides the price? Who decides the price? Who decides the price? So price is decided by Uber or driver. If price is decided by Uber, it is an example of aggregator. Same wise, recently there is one more app, I'm forgetting the name. Their driver will decide the price at which he's going to charge. For example, the name of the app is XYZ. That will be an example of marketplace. Now my point is very simple. Yatra.com, marketplace aggregator. Now there is one airlines, Air India. There is one airlines, Indigo. Now they have the discretion to charge the price what they want. What they're going to pay to the Yatra in return. Since we are using your platform, we are going to pay you commission. That is an example of marketplace. If you are deciding the price, then it will be an example of aggregator, right? In marketplace, original seller will determine the selling price. Amazon is only providing a platform. Amazon is only providing a platform and will charge one portion of the sales as commission. Aggregator. Uber decides the price. Uber decides the price they want to pay to. Uber decides the price they want to charge from customer. One portion of the price charged is given in the form of payout to driver. So मैं एक बार सिंप्लीफाई और कर देता हूं. Amazon सेलर से कमीशन लेती है. Uber ड्राइवर्स को पे करती है. So there's a difference. If you are paying the drivers, that means you are in the aggregating business. Plus, अगर आप सेलर से चार्ज कर रहे हो, that means you are in the marketplace. Am I clear with both the examples? नहीं, typically ऐसा नहीं होता. For example, sales happen at 100. Amazon will deduct 1 rupee, 99 will be transferred. But what Amazon has earned? Commission. But we never say that Uber has earned commission. Uber, whatever the Uber has earned, from that one portion is distributed to them. Am I clear with the change in language? Clear है? चलिए. Next, right, network effect. Network effect. How many of you are having WhatsApp in their mobile? कितने बच्चों के मोबाइल में WhatsApp है? Almost everyone. कितने बच्चों के मोबाइल पे Viber है? हाँ, क्या Viber? अब बच्चे कह रहे हैं ये क्या है? So similar to WhatsApp, in WhatsApp you can have audio, video call. You can use it for messaging. Same, there is one more app by the name Viber. Now my point is, all of you are having WhatsApp. None of you are having Viber. This is based upon this is known as network effect. Network effect means, for example, I am having Viber in my mobile. Then also I won't use Viber to send you any message. Why? क्योंकि आपके पास नहीं है. तो लिखेंगे. It refers to increase in the value of network. Increase in the value of network as user base grows. As user base increases. Now my point is, you have two options. Either to list your product on Amazon or to list your product on Meesho. Both of them are similar. Now my point is, high probability is you will list your product on Amazon, because all of us are having that Amazon app. Same wise, now to penetrate the market, Meesho will pay higher payout, or Meesho will charge lower commission from seller to penetrate the market. लिखेंगे. Network effect supports penetration pricing. Network effect supports penetration pricing. Now, what I'm trying to say, if Meesho wants that more of the sellers should be there on their platform, whatever the commission they're going to charge, that has to be lowest. So their strategy should be penetration pricing. Next slide. Crowdsourcing model. Next slide. Crowdsourcing model. Benefit from user contribution. Benefit from user contribution. Now, what is the meaning of crowdsourcing? Now my point is on Wikipedia, who contributes the content? Content is not written by Wikipedia. Content are written by users. Same wise, why we search everything on Google? Because the other users have put too much of data in the user. Now my point is, suppose I want to start my institute. The name of my institute is ABC Institute. If I go to any digital marketer, what I say, I want my company name should be on top the moment anybody will search CFA coaching classes with the help of SEO or with the help of digital marketing. Now my point is, why Google is too much important? Because everybody has put the data on Google. There's too much of content. So their value is from their user base. क्या हो रहा है? हर किसी ने क्या कर रखा है? Google के ऊपर data डाल रखा है. Same wise, you won't say that my product should be listed on Blink, but we always say our product should list on Google. So Blink is a search engine by Microsoft. Google is a search engine by Alphabet. So we always say that because majority of us are using Google. Rather भी हम ये भी नहीं बोलते search कर लीजिए, हम क्या बोल देते? Google कर लीजिए. So because of which, because users are contributing too much of data, their values are increasing. Now, right, network effect, platform business, within bracket Amazon, Meesho, Uber. That means Uber is also a platform business. Amazon is also a platform business. Amazon business is known as marketplace. Uber is known as aggregator. Now, right, it is based upon network effect. It is based upon network effect. It is based upon network effect. Value creation will be external. Value creation will be external. It is difficult to attract users at the beginning. Now, one is Google Map, one is Maple. Maple is a product by Map My India. Anybody using Maple in the class? Okay. Now, Maple is a very good product in comparison to Google Map. आज आप घर जाके check करना. In Delhi, what is the common problem? If your speed limit is more than the prescribed, where majority of the areas is 50, in Connaught Place there are high number of cameras. So the moment your speed is more than 50, you will get a challan. अब हमें पता ही नहीं लगता साला कि कहाँ पे speed limit है और कहाँ पे नहीं है, or where there is a camera. Now this app will give you alert. First, the moment you will install on your car, you will see that they will say this is the speed limit. For example, 50. If your speed is more than 50, they will start giving you the alarms. Your speed is 51, your speed is 52, your speed is 53. That's the moment you will get the camera, they will start giving you the alerts. Right now is coming from the area of this, area ka naam nahi leta, it was some unsafe area. It will give you the disclaimer that this is an unsafe area, please don't stop your car. It is way better than a product than Google. But still, all of us use majority Google Map. So this is the effect of which effect? It is a network effect, number one. Now, despite Maple is a good product, initially to gain the customers, it is going to be difficult. And value does not depend upon how good you are. Value depends upon how much the customers are using the product. So value is not internal. Value is external. Now Map My India, it is a listed company. Even Google is a listed company. Now, for example, Google tomorrow decided that I want to sell this Google Map to somebody. In comparison to Maple, will it charge higher value, lower value? Because of its network effect. Value is not internal. Despite being a good product, value is not internal. Value is depending upon how many users use the product. ठीक है, तो एक बार घर जाके आज अपने मोबाइल पे एक बार इंस्टॉल करिएगा मैपल को. इट इज फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट and you will see that it's a good product. हाँ, फ्यूल कॉस्ट भी बताता है? अच्छा, पता नहीं, मेरे को ये नहीं पता. मैंने अभी रिसेंटली आज ही यूज करा है, मैं भी न्यू हूँ. ठीक है, तो एक बार ये यूज करिएगा. चलिए, विद दिस वी कंप्लीटेड दिस चैप्टर. एक बार क्वेश्चन भी कर लेते हैं, आंसर करेंगे. क्वेश्चन नंबर 1, business model least likely to include. So Google Drive is free, but if you want advanced features, you want more storage, then you have to pay a price. Question number 3. So you want to make an app where the chefs will register and the household, whenever they need the chefs, they can order from the app. So what you have to rely on? Licensing, bundling, network effect. चैप्टर हो गया. इसके साथ हमारा क्या क्या खत्म हो गया? इसके साथ 2023 वालों का बैच खत्म हो गया और इसके साथ 2024 वालों का बातों बातों में 57% सिलेबस खत्म हो गया।